Is she here?
No, not yet.
No, I was just going to announce that we're going to be starting late, that we're waiting for. Hello? Is this working? Or, yeah? Oh, you have to have a headset. Okay. Good morning. Just to let you know, unfortunately, a number of our speakers are stuck in traffic, so there will be a delay in our start. So our apologies, but we will start as soon as we can. Thank you. You can't? Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. And many apologies indeed for our late start here due to some issues, unexpected issues with the traffic this morning. But we would like to, with no further ado, I'd like to welcome you here. My name is Simon Gilby. I'm a Sustainable Development Officer at the United Nations Office for Sustainable Development. And we welcome you to our side event here at the SDG Pavilion on tackling methane emissions and the waste crisis through data, evidence-based policy and finance. We look forward this morning to having our speakers with us, particularly His Excellency Mr. Max Adrianina Fontaine, the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development from Madagascar. So as we are already running late, with no further ado, I'd like to invite our Head of Office, Mr. Chung-Kyu Park, to please come forward and give his welcoming remarks. Mr. Park, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Mr. Max Adrianina Fontaine, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Madagascar, distinguished guests and participants. I would begin by expressing my sincerest gratitude to all the delegates and experts here who have so generously given their valuable time to be with us today. Thanks to our partners, the Green Growth Knowledge Partnership, co-hosted by UNEP, the Global Green Growth Institute, and the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Madagascar for co-hosting this event, tackling methane emissions and waste crisis through data evidence-based policy and finance. I would particularly like to thank His Excellency Ms. Max Adrianina Fontaine, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Madagascar, for so graciously agreeing to deliver our keynote speech. Also, many thanks go to Ms. Martina, head of the Secretary Climate and Clean Air Coalition, UNEP, for delivering, who will come to our event in a minute. And Ms. Aditi over there, Ramola, Technical Director, International Solid Waste Association, ISWA, Ms. Corporate PP will come together. A Senior Program Manager for Solid Waste, Minister of Sanitation and Water Resources of Ghana, and Ms. Amy Lewis, Operations Senior Specialist, Climate Change Division, Inter-American Development Bank. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a time of waste crisis. Our office recently published the book, The Waste Crisis, Accelerating National to Local Policy Action, Evidence-Based Strategies for Sustainable Solutions, shows alarming statistics. 23 billion tons of waste is generated annually, but only 62% is managed in controlled facilities, and 90% of waste in low-income countries that's discarded in unregulated dumps or burned openly. Plastic waste has increased by 126% between 2000 and 2019, and the waste sector contributes to 20% of human-caused methane emissions. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas, and much of its emissions comes from organic waste decomposition in landfills, agricultural practices, and fossil fuel production. Addressing this issue requires multifaceted approach. This side event will examine the interlinkages between climate change and solid waste management with a focus on data and finance to advance evidence-based policy action. The side event will present a new policy support initiative, policy support system on waste management and circularity, which has been developed in cooperation with UNEP, co-hosted Green Growth Knowledge Platform, GGKP, and in coordination with regional hub countries like Madagascar, Ghana, and some Latin American countries. in strengthening waste-related data, national capacity, and policy action. Distinguished guests, although the waste management situation is severe, we believe that through collaboration, data-driven insights, and strategic planning, meaningful change is within reach. Today's discussion emphasized the urgent need for innovative evidence-based solutions to address methane emissions and the waste crisis, paving the way for a sustainable future. Let's live today inspired and ready to make a difference. Together we can confront the waste crisis and work toward a cleaner, healthier planet for future generations. Thank you for your commitment and participation. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Park, for your welcoming remarks. Unfortunately, there seems to be an issue with Ms. Otto, so without further ado, I would like to please invite His Excellency, Ms. Max Adorina Fontaine, the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development for the Government of Madagascar, to please come and give us his keynote speech. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. You can hear me? Good morning and welcome to the second week of the COP already. It's a real pleasure to be on this panel with you, Mr. Park, because when I was appointed by the president, UN OSD was amongst the first organization, to approach us for international partnership, international collaboration in a topic that is so important for Madagascar, because if you don't know, we are almost 30 million people now. Most of the time it surprises people when we say that there are 30 million people in Madagascar, because when you look at the map, you just see a small island somewhere in the Indian Ocean. But this almost 30 million people with a really high demographic rate means that we produce a lot of waste, and we will produce even more waste. And as of today, we don't have the facilities to manage that waste, to value that waste. And the consequences are directly felt by the population. At the day we are talking now, there is a huge smog over the capital because it's hot, it doesn't rain, and there is a mix of the waste smoke, of the bushfires, of the cars, of the charcoal, etc. So when we talk about waste management, it's not only about having clean cities, it's also about health issues. And we are seriously thinking about taking strong measures in case the situation does not improve itself. Madagascar, when we submitted our second NDCs on the mitigation part, because like most of the African countries, we really put our priorities on the adaptation. But still, we make a lot of effort on mitigation, because now we have launched the G0 coalition, which is the coalition of the last countries that sequester more carbon than we emit. But we still make many efforts in mitigation. There are two sectors, two key areas where we want to make efforts in terms of mitigation and also methane production. The first one is the waste, and the second one is agriculture. If we only talk about rice, in Madagascar, we eat rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we produce a lot of rice, and with the actual method, with the livestock that is involved in it, it releases a lot of methane. And the second one is the waste, and I've already said the issues about waste management. So we really decided, as the government and the president's vision is really clear on that. If before we saw the waste as a burden, as something that we cannot control, today we can consider it as a new goal of the 21st century. There are models now that have been proved to be efficient. You can create jobs with the waste. You can generate energy by transforming the methane. And the government of Madagascar invested for the first time in waste management center that we are managing in partnership with the private sector, but that has been 100% financed by the government of Madagascar. Just to tell you how it's only the beginning, but we take strong measures, and you cannot ask for international help if you don't help yourself first. You need to invest also the domestic resources before asking partners to come to help you. Then, for us, it's such an important topic that when we have met the UNOSD team first time, we told them that we were really honored and to be considered as a potential regional hub, you know. And our team have been to your office in Seoul. You came to Madagascar, your team met. We met in many places all around the world. And now it's official that Madagascar will be the regional hub. So it's a big pride for us. And we'll make sure, you know, to build on that, to make sure that we create way more associations, organizations, private sector, startups around this waste management, also at the scale level, and that we can strengthen partnerships with countries for ITMOs or for transactions to make sure that we have sustainable funding mechanisms to finance all of these efforts. So thank you very much for believing in us. Thank you for the partnership, and really looking forward to hear the panelists and to hear the really interesting insight from everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Now we would like to invite the speakers to come forward. So, Mr. Park, Your Excellency, and Ms. Aditi Ramola, okay, and Ms. Amy Lewis, to please come forward, and we'll take a quick group photograph. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those warm words. And we are, of course, also greatly honoured to UNOSD to be working with Madagascar, and deeply appreciate their strong support for the waste policy support system, and their very generous agreement to be a regional hub for East Africa. So now we are going to launch the waste policy support platform and publication. And if I could please bring up my presentation slides. So just one moment, please, whilst we bring up the slides. Okay, wonderful. I don't have a clicker, so I'll just ask for the next slide. So, yes, the waste crisis, as His Excellency and Mr. Park have outlined, is a one that has always, in many respects, always been with us, but has become particularly acute in recent years. In recent years, of course, we've seen tremendous economic growth across the world that has alleviated poverty. But that economic growth comes with increasing material use, and with increasing material use becomes increasing waste. Our economic model is a linear model, which moves from the use of resource and then the simple disposal, and this leads to a huge strain on the environment. We have 2.3 billion tons estimated, though the data is is very difficult to verify, but around 2.3 billion tons. But we can see that only 62% is actually managed, and then a very large percentage, when we come to low-income countries, is not being controlled. We see plastics and e-waste increasing substantially. The doubling of the GHG emissions related to waste in the last 50 years, and as the minister rightly pointed out, the waste sector contributes an enormous amount to methane emissions. Next slide, please. So, regarding the SDGs, we do not. The waste stretches across a number of the SDGs that we can see there. It sits in with cities, of course, a major urban issue, with sustainable consumption and production, and with a life below water has specific targets. Nevertheless, next slide, please. Waste impacts all of the sustainable development goals. It impacts on poverty due to the informal sector, that is, and the many jobs that are involved with waste, across gender equality, education, and also impacting water with the plastics issue, with climate, with waste. Next slide, please. Well, one of the most difficult ones is making it clear and understanding clearly at the global level the data. Many countries lack data, or where they have the data, it is very fragmented. It's sitting in cities. It's out of date. So keeping a track of this is very difficult. Next slide. And as we can see from this slide, the countries that are able to report at the global level to our colleagues in UN statistics, it is mainly the higher income countries. Simply understanding the numbers in lower income countries is a tremendous an ongoing problem that we'll discuss later. Next slide. So we have seen that the waste management data, accurate data, we cannot plan without good data, but the data, for example, in low-income countries has an average age of 15 years out of date, and obviously with the incredible expansion of economic growth that we have seen over the last 15-20 years, although obviously we have economic difficulties from the pandemic and from the war in Ukraine, we still have these issues of not understanding where we have the data of where it is from. So next slide, please. Okay, so what is the purpose of the policy support system that we're launching here today? Well, the idea of the policy support system is to give countries a tool where they can self-assess their national progress on waste. So this is a lengthy and complex questionnaire, and it's important to understand that this is a tool, and of course with any tool, its use is it doesn't stand alone. It needs to be, of course, properly integrated into the process of waste management in a country. So what we're looking at here, how this fits in is to help countries understand where they are and what are the main issues. What are the key issues? We have finance, monitoring, status, which is measuring the current status of the data, capacity, public governance, and engagement. These are the 6 key areas which we have identified. And then across these 6 areas, how from generation to segregation to collection to sorting to treatment and disposal across the waste life cycle, where are the key areas? And then from this, filling out this questionnaire, from this data, we can understand where are the key pain points, where are the issues that need the identification. So due to time constraints, I'm not going to show you the website, but I'll show you some slides. Next slide, please. So this is our website, and could you next slide, please? And as you can see, what it is a comprehensive questionnaire that has been developed in tandem with a group of experts, not only at UNOSD, but we've had tremendous support and are working in partnership with the Green Growth Knowledge Platform, which is hosted by UNEP and in partnership with the Global Green Growth Institute and the Ministry of Environment, Korea, to whom we are very thankful for their strong support to help develop. So what are our next steps? Well, our next steps are, next slide please, is next year we'll be holding regional workshops in East Africa, West Africa and Latin America and the Caribbean. We are finalizing the dates, and we are again once more very thankful for Madagascar for their very generous offer to host the workshop, and we will be looking forward to using these workshops as a platform for countries to have peer-to-peer exchanges and also to further develop the workshop. So any countries from globally are very welcome, but particularly from those regions, as that's where we'll be this year. Please contact us for further details. And next slide. Also, our report that I've been taking the data on, the waste crisis. We have our publication, the QR codes for the main publication and the summary for policymakers. It's been very popular. We have brought some copies you might be able to find down at the front, but they were vanishing quickly when I last saw them. But yeah, please go. But also we have online and also a summary. So that's the conclusion of my comments. Thank you very much. And now I'll be bringing forward our panelists. I'd like to invite Ms. Aditi Ramola, the Director for the International Solid Waste Association. Please come forward and take a seat. Thank you. Also, Mr. Godfred Fifi Buodi, the Senior Program Manager for Solid Waste, Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources, Ghana, and Ms. Amy Lewis, the Operations Senior Specialist, Climate Change Division, Inter-American Development Bank. So a round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you. And I will now join them on the stage for our panel discussion. Okay, thank you very much to our panelists, and I would just like to start just giving a brief moment for our panelists just to introduce themselves and give a very brief overview of the work that you're doing in waste management, particularly methane data and finance. So I'd like to start first with Aditi. Yeah, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
This is a new one. I like this because the last time at COP we could hear all the panels simultaneously. So this is great. Thank you for having me, Simon. It's really wonderful to be here, Mr. Park, again. So I'm from the International Solid Waste Association. It's a global NGO that's headquartered in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, and we've been around for more than 50 years now. We were founded in 1970 as an association of industry representatives, as well as academics, as well as individuals, and a lot of institutions that are working on waste and resource management globally. For the past 10 years, we've also been focusing on a circular economy because we believe a bedrock of a good circular economy is a solid waste management system. We work with country governments, but municipalities mainly also, to advise them on their waste management systems. And we have partnerships with a lot of UN organizations such as the UN Environment Program, UN Habitat, and so on, for different kinds of projects that we carry out. So this is just a brief introduction, and you'll hear more through the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aditi. And Fifi, if I could just ask you just to give us a little bit, a very brief overview of the situation in Ghana concerning solid waste, and particularly also issues around, very briefly, around methane and finance. Thank you.
All right, so thank you. Good morning. Good to be here. And so my name is Fifi Bwedi. I'm from the Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources. The Ministry of Sanitation and Water Resources is actually quite a new ministry in Ghana. It was created just in the year 2017, based on the government's priorities and focus to highlight the issues of waste management and sanitation in Ghana. As far as I'm also the senior programs manager for the solid waste management and circular economy at the ministry. And as far as solid waste management is concerned in Ghana, so we generate around 7.12 million metric tons annually in Ghana. And from our 2021 population housing census, we estimate that about 1.6 million metric tons of waste is burned annually, which actually draws the attention to the broken waste management services somewhat in some parts of the country. And this could be seen from previously going around and giving contracts to formal service providers. Over time, we realized that because the economy is largely informal, using the formal approach doesn't necessarily work. And this has actually resulted in a lot of informal waste service providers. The proliferation of informal waste service providers in the country. And so this brings us to the point where we need to now have a second look at our approach over time, and then how to also redesign and remodel our waste management and services in Ghana. And so this will be just the introduction for now. I'm sure we'll delve in much more deeper subsequently.
Thank you very much, Fifi. And also just to say, Ghana is our other hub in Africa, in West Africa. So we are, of course, very grateful and honoured that you are also alongside Madagascar, working with us in Africa on this critical issue. So, yeah, thank you. And without any further ado, Amy, if you'd like to give a brief overview. Amy is from the Inter-America Development Bank, so perhaps can give a little bit of view from Latin America.
Certainly. So my name's Amy Lewis. I'm a Senior Operations Specialist in the IDB's Climate Change Division. So maybe a couple of words about the IDB for folks who might not know. We're the main source of financing for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. We provide both financial and technical support in the region, and really our goal is to improve lives. So our support is cross-sector. So I said I come from the Climate Change Division. We have a small delegation this year. I hope I can do justice to the initiatives that my colleagues in the Water and Sanitation Division have asked me to share with you today. But yeah, our new institutional strategy has outlined three main goals for the organization. That's to reduce poverty and inequality, to foster sustainable growth, and also to combat climate change. And that last one we're really excited about because it's newly integrated as a core objective for us.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Thank you very much. And what I'd like to do is, before we have our discussion, often the audience doesn't ever have an opportunity to ask questions. So before then, having had the introduction, I'm happy to take one or two questions from the floor, if anyone has anything they'd like to ask. No? Okay, then you had your opportunity. So if you want to, of course, speak to our panelists afterwards, then I'm sure they'd be happy to speak to you as well. Okay, so thank you very much to everybody for your brief overview of the work that you're doing. And I would like to now, dig a little deeper into first talking about data collection, particularly, I think that there's really many issues around data due to obviously the fact that often it is local governments, for example, that often are the main people who are responsible for data for waste management, and therefore you have often in a country a very fractured view, and it's very difficult. And also, so just measuring the sheer volume is one challenge. But of course, greenhouse gas emissions, particularly methane, are of increasing concern. Methane being a very powerful greenhouse gas and a short-lived climate pollution. So, I mean, how do we enhance then, our data collection, particularly, looking at the challenge of methane emissions data collection, and particularly, when we're looking at developing countries with limited resources, such as in sub-Saharan Africa or Latin America. So, Amy, I was wondering if I could throw that question at you first.
So, sure. At the IDB, we manage a platform, the Solid Waste and Circular Economy Hub. And really what we're doing through that hub is consolidating information on solid waste management and linking it back to the circular economy, the SDGs, and to climate change. So we see this hub as an essential tool for the digital transformation of the sector, one that can really strengthen a government's capacity to generate and improve their monitoring and data systems. So through this hub, we are fostering accountability and also the design of more effective solutions. So let me give a few points as to how that works. So first, the reporting application that we've developed will enhance data collection and transparency, and it enables national statistics offices and sectoral entities to report on these key indicators, including waste collection coverage, disposal methods, and material recovery rates. But it also supports some economic and social metrics, things like management costs and workforce composition by gender, so bringing in some of the other elements of development. And what this ultimately can do is help us to identify data quality gaps or data gaps altogether, not just from quality. And hopefully we can start closing those data gaps then by targeting technical assistance and strengthening the systems that surround them. Second, we think that by consolidating and harmonizing the data, the hub can really help us to sort of promote regional integration and perhaps the replication of best practices in the region. Third, the hub is leveraging AI tools, and through those AI tools, we can analyze the waste flows, identify high priority areas, particularly open dump sites that are emitting significant amounts of methane. We can also assess gaps in the actual infrastructure that's there. And all of that provides us with a robust foundation for providing financial assistance toward increasing and improving the infrastructure that's in place. And finally, the hub facilitates also coordination with donors, so bringing in other partners who can provide resources and really continue to share those best practices from around the world. So really what we hope is that through this data-driven insights, we can use the hub to help tailor solutions to the region and hopefully also be fostering accountability and evidence-based policy making. And hopefully all of that can help us accelerate the progress toward the circular economy.
Oh, thank you very much, Amy. And it's wonderful to hear about the hub that is being set up in Latin America and how that's going to facilitate improved data. So it's also it's been it also shows, I think, how we can also work together as international partners, because you have the data collection aspect, but our tool is looking at the particularly kind of policy or capacity aspects. And so I think they can be very much complementary. One is looking more at process and the other looking at data and how they can be combined. So yeah, thank you very much. I'd also like to kind of keep at the international perspective at the moment, and perhaps go over to ISWA and ask a little bit about also what your thoughts are on data collection and transparency issues.
Thank you. So just recently we've launched the Global Waste Management Outlook 2024 with UNEP, and the first thing that we saw was that data was severely lacking. As you showed on your slide, UNSD, the Statistics Office, collects data from waste generation from countries every year, and I think I saw 23 countries are reporting in a good manner right now. So that's 150 countries less need. It's going on. Right? Can you hear me now? Is it better? No? Is this better? Yeah. Yes. And so at ISWA, we realized that very, very starkly. And what we've noticed from our projects that we're doing on the ground in India and Indonesia is that, as you mentioned, it's the local governments that have to report nationally, and then the national government reports to whoever is asking for the data. In the rural areas, we find it's much, much more of a challenge. So if it's a city that's semi-urban or urban, they're able to manage. They have good technical departments that can feed that data. They have good collection systems going on. But the rural areas is where it's lacking. But what we've also seen is the leakage of waste into environment is also the most in the rural areas. So when it comes to methane emissions, specifically, we're designing programs where they can actually start diverting that good resource into other use, whether it's through composting, through pilot projects like black soldier fly or black soldier fly larvae, or even small anaerobic digesters like biogas and so on. So that's very specifically on the methane focus. But when we go into a place, before designing the system, as Amy mentioned, you need to have projects that you can actually make them bankable for investors to come in. And for investors to come in, you always need that good data. So we always start with a baseline data collection exercise. And here we've partnered with UN Habitat's tool, because 11.6.1, the SDG indicator, has told countries to use the UN Habitat Waste-Wise Cities tool, and so that's what we've been using. I would love to look at what you've also developed at IEDB, and we start there. We do a greenhouse gas emissions analysis as well, and then design the waste master plan for that region that we're looking at the data from. So that's how we're doing this around different countries currently.
Thank you very much. And yes, it's interesting to hear, of course, that with waste collection and waste management, the situation, as you say, in the rural areas and the urban areas is very, very different, and obviously and need very much different approaches. It's also, I think, worth noting that that slide I showed maybe in some respects maybe a little bit unfair, because we know that the data is out there. It's just often, it's sitting somewhere on a local government's Excel spreadsheet somewhere, or in different parts, and just simply not reported to the national level, and therefore doesn't go further. But yes, without having that full overview, it's I think it's very of course it's very, very challenging to make plans. So Fifi, I'd like to now turn to the national government level, and particularly your experiences in Ghana, and ask you kind of two things here. I think one is about the data collection and what challenges you're facing and how you go about this, but also how are you managing the problem of planning in an environment with data that perhaps is lacking or there's a high uncertainty on.
The challenge is very real. And so maybe just to paint a picture, we have 261 municipalities in Ghana. What this means is that you need to work with 261 municipalities to be able to make this complex data available. And so that is the first challenge. What we have been able to do also as a country is to be able to embed some of these data requirements in our ongoing surveys and censuses. And so for the first time in 2021, when we did our population housing census, we were able to also improve on questionnaires to be able to get some sector-specific data on waste management, and that is how come we are able to now identify where, the different disposal means and how waste is stored and which storage method and which pathways this waste are more or less given off from the household level and then the institutional level and then at the various settings level. So that is one. That we've realized that you could easily deploy low cost tech options to do. But the real challenge is with the methane emissions monitoring and measurement. And so that is where the real cost is. Because whether you want to do satellite monitoring or you want to do on-site infrastructure at, for instance, landfill sites, that is costly. That cannot be done for this number of municipalities. And so that is where we are having to struggle with. The third part of this discussion is the approach we used in developing our nationally determined contributions. Previously, the existing nationally determined contributions that we have wasn't participatory enough. And so we at the national office just worked with the Ministry of Environment and EPA in terms of coming up with the programs of actions that are necessary for the sector. But we realized that coming back to the MRV, these municipalities do not feel part of those programs of actions that were adopted in the NDCs. And so they do not see the need to make this, to follow these reporting channels. And sometimes you need to get them to also own it so that they can also be part of the process. And so this time around, what we have decided and which we have started is to change the approach. And the approach this time is working with the stakeholders bottom up. And so we've made it more participatory. So far, we've organized 2 separate workshops where we've brought all these actors across the service chain to be able to articulate what they are doing and how that feeds into the programs of actions that will be, determining for which will be adopted in the NDCs. By so doing, after coming up with the programs of actions, specifically on methane, for instance, then we are now able to go back to them and design clear reporting templates where they are able to report periodically on these key issues. And so these are broadly the areas that we have seen some challenges. Let me just conclude by saying that the aspect of capacity building is also crucial because for many developing countries like Ghana, we are doing tier 1 reporting. We aim to move to tier 2 and then maybe finally tier 3. But then this requires a lot of investment and capacity as well, because now we are using default values for our inventory reporting. We want to move away from there. And we have the projects on the ground that with some guidance and then also some benchmarking, we are able to come up with country-specific data and activity data to be able to improve on our reporting as well. And so these are things that we cannot do as a country on its own. These are things that we'll have to look at doing possibly at the regional level and then maybe at different levels where we are able to share common methodologies in reaching some of these values as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and some very interesting comments there, and a very complete answer. But yes, I was particularly struck, as you said, methane emissions are very, very challenging to measure, although there is hope, I think, in without, there's a lot of talk about AI and satellite imagery, and of course there's a lot of perhaps hype around that. But that technology, I think, is starting to become more and more on stream, and I think potentially in the next 5 to 10 years we might see a situation where that can make a very meaningful difference. But yes, thank you very much for those comments. I know that I'd just like to perhaps finish our panel discussion with maybe one more question, because we haven't really touched on finance, and I think that obviously that we are you know, obviously that as you Fifi just touched on that there's issues around obviously the financing of the infrastructure itself for the collection and the management, but also people often overlook the finance needed for collecting the data, so you understand what's going on. But I was just, you know, what innovative, you know, financing models or opportunities for funding waste management, either for the infrastructure or the GHG inventories that we're seeing in developing countries. I don't know if Aditi, would you like to?
Okay, I can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I just want to go back to what Fifi said. He talked about ownership a lot. The thing is, waste management, when you look at it from a systemic perspective, it's much easier to understand the flows and so on, but ultimately it's always the waste generator that has to put it into the right bin. And when we talk about segregation programs and so on, if the ownership of a plan that suppose the government of Ghana has made, the ownership is not there, it's not going to really work, right? So that's why you're starting this participatory approach, you're trying to go bottom up and so on. And that's where even the innovative finance comes in. Actually, I might not even call it innovative. We're just even looking at, because what Sir from Madagascar said, His Excellency said, that if you're not helping yourself first, you can't expect flows of finance to come in. And so when we design our programs, when we design our waste management plan, for instance, we are looking at affordability issues as well. What that means is we're trying to give a system in place that can be actually afforded by the citizens of the place there. Instead of giving like a copy-paste solution from somewhere else, looking at what the local solution is, what is the GDP, how much can they actually afford, what kind of technology will go in. And so it's not an innovative financing mechanism, but it's about trying to set in fees to at least have the basic infrastructure in place, collection systems, maybe like a storage somewhere for a secondary collection for materials, maybe a material recovery facility and so on, and then moving up the ladder from there. So that's one. But we're also seeing in places where nothing exists, no infrastructure exists, these innovative things like plastic credits are coming in or carbon credits are coming in. So people are looking at that more and more, but that quickly moves away because once your system is in place, then you can't access that anymore. So those are some of the things we're looking at. And then with Article 6, I think you were in the panel last week, Article 6.2, which is the new Sustainable Development Mechanism, it's also looking at how countries can exchange credits and how they can actually bring in finance for perhaps waste systems as well, not only other sectors. But that was just half an answer. I'm going to give it to Amy for the rest of it.
Yeah, that's one of the hazards of having bank in your name. People expect you to come with the money. What I can say is that at the IDB, the IDB and IDB Invest, which is our private sector arm, combined last year in 2023 had $7.1 billion worth of financial support for the climate agenda. I wish I had the specifics on solid waste and where the money went. But if you check out the joint MDB report, you can find the slice and dice on how much we were dedicating specifically to this agenda. The other thing I would highlight is increasingly, particularly not just for resilience, also for mitigation, the MDBs are increasingly turning to the results that we're achieving from the finance. And in that way, we feel that we can continue to prioritize those interventions that will have the most impact. So one of the things we've developed and launched this week, or I guess last week now, we're on week 2, is a joint approach to measuring climate action and the results that we're getting out of that. So I'd encourage everyone to also take a look at our metrics on solid waste.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'd like to give the last word to Fifi.
Yeah, so we look at it in brackets, the CAPEX aspect and then the OPEX. What we have decided as a country to do is to be able to raise adequate resources to be able to support the capital expenditure. One way we've been able to do this is to be able to have a levy on fossil fuels. And so every liter of petrol or diesel that you buy in Ghana, there is 10 pesos levy on it. This 10 pesos goes into a dedicated account, and we call it the sanitation and pollution levy. This sanitation and pollution levy has become the vehicle for us to be able to fund and support capital investments in the waste management sector. Ever since we were able to do this, we've realized that waste management infrastructure has increased tremendously. And so now the government commissioned 16 integrated recycling compost plants across the country in 2021. If you look at, commissioning 16 integrated recycling compost plants, the government on its own cannot be funding 16 different projects across the country. And so what we've done is that we've partnered with the private sector, because then they are able to bring in the revenue, and then government is able to guarantee the investment by de-risking their investment. And so we are able to, over time, and which the current arrangement is 15 years, pay off the capital investment. Now, the other issue is left with the operational expenditure. And that is where financial instruments like Article 6.2 and maybe the 6.4, gradually helps countries or projects in these countries to become worthwhile. And so for us in Ghana, we've been able to bring 6 of these integrated recycling compost plants under the ITMOS arrangement, which has been signed between Ghana and the government of Switzerland. We just signed another one with the government of Singapore and Sweden, I think currently we are working with South Korea to finalize that arrangement as well. And so this affords us some leverage to be able to make these projects worthwhile. And beyond the capital expenditure aspect, to be able to, the fundamental issue is that the polluters are not paying. The polluters are not paying. And to be able to get to full cost recovery, you cannot fold your arms. And so something must be done. And gradually, something is being done, you look at also optimizing how to get polluters to pay, find innovative ways of getting polluters to pay, and then be able to move gradually towards full cost recovery. And so this is what basically we've been doing in Ghana as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Fifi. And very interesting to see that I think maybe a lot of people who are not familiar with the field don't understand there's that link to also climate finance that can be within waste management, and the many opportunities there. Okay, so thank you very much to our panelists. I'd like to bring the panel discussion to a close, and just to say a round of applause, please, for our panelists, and many thanks to all of them, and also to His Excellency the Minister for joining us. So I hope that everyone here is, I think it's been a very good discussion and presentations, and to see the opportunities for solving the waste crisis. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes? Okay, great. Sorry, we're just going to wait 1 to 2 minutes. We're getting the translation set up. So please do bear with us for 2 more minutes whilst we get the translation ready. Okay, so when you need translation, there are translation headsets coming around. So you should be able to hear through this system in your headphones. And then if you need translation, you can use the earpieces that are coming around now. And unfortunately, you'll just have to switch between the two based on whether you need translation or not. Okay? To hear through this microphone, you need to have your headsets on with the connector, the earbuds. And if you need the translation, then you will need to use the earpiece instead of the headsets. Okay? So you'll just need to alternate between the two as you require. If you're next to someone without a headset on, please encourage them to put it on, because otherwise they won't be able to hear. They won't be able to hear us. Okay, we're going to get started, and hopefully everyone can get their headsets in place and ready. Welcome to today's event focused on securing Indigenous peoples and local communities' forest tenure. We're lucky to be able to welcome Juan Carlos Cintiac, Executive Secretary of the Global Alliance for Territorial Communities, to provide a keynote to begin today's proceedings. So, Juanca, please, if I could welcome you to the podium, and you can get us started today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Charlie. So, my name is Juan Carlos Cintiac. I'm Shuar indigenous from the rainforest of Ecuador. I'm here and going to speak on behalf of the Global Alliance of Indigenous People from the territory. It's a real pleasure to bring the voices from the indigenous organizations from Indonesia, Amman, from Congo Basin, Repaliac, Amazon Basin, COICA, and PV Brazil, or Mesoamerican MPV. I am very grateful for this dialogue within the framework of the FCLP platform, a space where we are working together. And in Oslo, in June of this year, the proposal from the Global Alliance, Indigenous with Territory, to build the foundation of what we are discussing here today. This effort demonstrates the importance of acting with indigenous people and local community as allies, as partners, not only as beneficiaries. We must be in the decision-making spaces, as this is necessary, the first step without which nothing else will work. So we need to build and work together. Today, as we are really here in the second week on this COP29 in Baku, the ascent is not encouraging. It's very difficult and very track negotiations. The new collective quantified goal is progressing very slowly. So in the debate continues to ignore the historical responsibility of the global north in financing solutions to the climate crisis. Additionally, not only the colonial practices between the countries remain strong, but colonies toward peoples has yet to be addressed. Direct financing is still not a central topic in the negotiation, reflecting to a deeply unequal financial structure. Here, we have an opportunity to perhaps change this scenario. From this space, we urgently call an expansion to a strengthening for the call of action that we have formulated. This is a chance for more countries to commit to concrete actions to protect indigenous and local communities' territory, to face the climate crisis not with words but with actions. Our territories are much more than land. They are our life, culture, and spiritual connection. That is the real meaning for indigenous people and local communities. The data leaves us no doubt that we host 24% of the carbon and the tropical forests, and 40% of the world's most intact forests. Yet only as a fraction of this legally recognized, this leaves us as a vulnerable to invasions, illegal mining, and extractive activities, and threaten not only our existence, but also to the planet of the future. To move forward, we propose 4 key priorities. 1, clear and measurable national commitments. Countries must include concrete objectives in their national determined contributions NDC to recognize and protect our territories. Without us, the 1.5 Celsius centuries target at the global biodiversity preservation will not only be achieved. Second one, land tenure rights. We demand accelerated process to legally guarantee our lands. We govern up the 39% of the most ecological intact areas, but over 1.3 billion hectares remain without legal recognitions. Securing these rights is a fair and effective solution to climate change. Number 3, respect for all rights and traditional knowledge. We reaffirm the need for free, prior, informed, and informed consent, FPIC, a recognition to our knowledge, a key tools to address the climate and biodiversity crisis. Number 4, the real financial commitment. We need ambitious and transparent financials co-designed with our communities. Platforms led by us, like Shandia, are essential to address current challenges. Today we call on the governments present here to join a call action, setting ambitious goals to protect our territories. We also urge multilateral organizations to abandon colonial practices, open decision-making spaces as unwarranted funding for our rights. This is not a solution to the climate change and biodiversity crisis without fully securing our territories and rights. It's the time to move forward, work to concrete actions. Our territories are part of the solutions. We are part of the solutions. And the path of the COP30, we must have turning point to consolidate this understandable and in practice. Thank you very much and enjoy this day.
Thank you very much, Juanca. So I appreciate that we've started a little bit late, so we're going to have to do some reorganizing of the panels. Originally, we had wanted to have a discussion around the Forest Tenure Funders Group and the pledge from Glasgow and how that is moving forward, and then have a discussion around political commitments across different tropical forest countries. But given schedules, we're going to mix this up a little bit now. So if I could invite the following to the stage. Please, Raquel Soto, Vice Minister of Strategic Development of Natural Resources of the Ministry of Environment of Peru. Tatiana Roa, Vice Minister of Environmental Planning of the Territory, Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. Francisco Felipe, Minister of Indigenous Peoples Advisory, Brazil. Maggie Charnley, Head of the UK Government's International Forest Unit, and finally Dr. Heike Henn, Director of the Subdivision for Climate and Energy in the German Ministry of Development Cooperation. Okay. If you have the interpretation on, 5 is Spanish and 3 is Portuguese. Carla, is 1 English? Okay, and English is in your ears as you have it now. So thank you very much for being here, Vice Ministers and senior officials. I wanted to start first of all with Francisco, and we are obviously very hopeful and excited that Brazil is hosting COP30 and that Brazil is such a leader in this space. And we wanted to understand whether you have any plans to highlight land tenure rights as part of one of the key climate and nature solutions at COP30.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I would like to greet the panel and thank you FCROP to the invitation to be present here. On behalf of Minister Sonia Guajajara. She has said that we have to organize the best and the biggest indigenous participate in the history of COPs and international negotiations as a whole. And we at the Ministry divide this guidance into 3 main fronts. The first front is the logistic. After all, we are expecting around 5,000 indigenous peoples in Belém. And we need to everyone to be welcome and able to both have a good experience at the COP and also provide a good experience and dialogues with those who will be coming to Brazil. Making the COP a COP with an indigenous face is so important to us. The second front is in negotiations. We want that the indigenous voice and agendas must be heard more in negotiations because, like Juanca said, we are sure that many of the planet's solutions involve territorial protection and land tenures and recognition of traditional indigenous knowledge. If the logistics front is to give the indigenous face to the COP, the negotiations front is to, in the minister's words, reforest the hearts and the minds of the negotiators. The third front is that we are calling legacy. We need the COPs in Belém not to be an event, but also to strengthen in a structured ways indigenous projects and organizations directly, and indigenous policies from the countries around the world. And in this sense, we have no doubt that a new ambition, a more diversified pledge is so important. And as it will be a decisive part of this legacy that we want to deliver. I think that's not one of the most, but could be the most important part of this legacy. And it will be even more important because it brings territorial protection, the land tenure, to the center of the debate. I'm going to bring some examples from Brazil, example that my colleague Ana Paté said last week. Because in the last 2 weeks we have advanced in some special moments in Brazil. For example, we have advanced in the demarcation cycle. The Lula government has already done more than in the last 10 years. But last week, we concluded historic regularization in the territory of Guarani Kaiowá people, who have suffered for decades with the advance of the agricultural frontier and with threats and attacks from the rural sectors of Brazilian agribusiness. And in the same time, the last 10 days, we also began to remove the non-indigenous people invaders from the Munduruku territory. Munduruku territory, like Yanomami territory, is one of the indigenous territories that suffer most from illegal mining. We usually had Munduruku, Kayapó, and Yanomami as these three most important territories that we can fight against illegal mining. And now we start to do it in Munduruku. These are concrete policies which face groups that are committed to the destruction of nature and indigenous rights, but that cannot depend solely on Brazil efforts. Because in Brazil we have rigid fiscal and budget limited, and in many that, like everyone knows, some sectors that are still very strong, that are denialist and against indigenous rights. As we understand that land tenure policy, as well as direct finance of indigenous organizations, are necessary policies for protecting nature and tackle indigenous climate change. We need this policy to continue regardless of the government, and that's why they need support international finance and policies. We are sure that this new pledge could be one of the great legacies of the COP30. Therefore, it will certainly be among the ministry's priorities for action in preparing to the COP. Because if the other fronts will be the indigenous face in the attempt to refresh the heart and the mind of the COP, this front is the one that wishes to connect the COP to the real world and challenge for indigenous peoples. Minister Sonia asked me to say that we are ready to go to the next steps and join with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francisco, and it's fantastic to hear of Brazil's leadership and continued desire to lead on this up to COP30. Next, I would like to move to Peru and Vice Minister Soto. As the co-chair of the Indigenous Peoples Platform, we're really appreciative and grateful of the leadership that you've shown on this agenda through the FCLP. So, Minister Soto, could you tell us a little bit more about how the commitments from governments on land tenure could help to scale efforts for a funding pledge at COP30?
Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Les transmito un afectuoso saludo del Ministerio del Ambiente de Perú. Y en el marco de la Alianza de Líderes por el Bosque y el Clima, FCLP por sus siglas en inglés, durante la COP28 en Dubái 2023 se lanzó la plataforma de apoyo a los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales en la acción climática forestal. Esta iniciativa está actualmente coliderada por el gobierno de Noruega y Perú, reflejando nuestro firme compromiso con los derechos de tenencia de la tierra y la protección comunitaria de bosques, elementos fundamentales para la acción climática global. En el marco de dicha plataforma, nos hemos trazado la meta de lograr un acuerdo global para el reconocimiento de la tenencia de la tierra y los bosques de los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales, que se traduzca en un compromiso claro de un número de hectáreas por reconocer al 2030. Sabemos que alcanzar este objetivo no será sencillo, ya que cada país enfrenta realidades jurídicas y contextos nacionales únicos en cuanto al reconocimiento de la tenencia de la tierra. Por ello, como plataforma y como SCLP, buscamos construir este compromiso de manera inclusiva, colaborando estrechamente con los países interesados y otros actores durante los próximos meses hacia la COP30 en Brasil. Nos encontramos en un momento crucial donde las partes estamos revisando y elevando nuestros compromisos climáticos y a través de las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, NDCs, y nuestras estrategias y planes nacionales como la de diversidad biológica. En este contexto, Perú ha desarrollado una medida de mitigación denominada Asignación de Derechos en Tierras No Categorizadas de la Amazonía, cuyo objetivo es otorgar derechos sobre el 50% de las áreas forestales sin categoría, lo que abarca aproximadamente 11 millones de hectáreas. Este esfuerzo incluye la titulación de comunidades nativas, la categorización de reservas indígenas para pueblos indígenas en aislamiento y contacto inicial, PIACI, así como la creación de nuevas áreas naturales protegidas a nivel nacional y principalmente a nivel regional. Reconocer los derechos de la tenencia de la tierra y fortalecer la protección comunitaria es una necesidad crítica para la sostenibilidad de nuestros ecosistemas. Por ello, lograr esta meta implica una estrecha cooperación entre los países con bosques tropicales y los países donantes, así como con otros aliados, de tal manera que no solo logremos anunciar un compromiso ambicioso de cara al 2025 con respecto a un número de hectáreas por reconocer, sino que también logremos contar con los recursos técnicos y financieros necesarios para poder cumplir esta meta. En Glasgow, durante la COP26, se lanzó un primer compromiso financiero de 1.5 mil millones de dólares al 2025 por parte de países y organizaciones filántropas para apoyar a los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales de los países con bosques tropicales. Esperamos que nuestro compromiso de trabajo hacia el reconocimiento de la tenencia forestal y de tierras a favor de los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales sea acompañado de un segundo compromiso de apoyo técnico y de financiamiento que contribuya a hacer realidad nuestra meta. Como miembros del FCLP y colíderes de la plataforma de apoyo a los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales en la acción climática forestal, Perú reafirma su compromiso con las metas globales como la Declaración de Glasgow sobre los bosques y el uso de la tierra. A nivel nacional, seguiremos trabajando nuestro compromiso con la acción climática bajo un enfoque multiactor, multinivel y multisectorial, con especial énfasis en el empoderamiento de los pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales para la gestión sostenible de nuestros bosques y sobre todo de los servicios ecosistémicos que estos nos proveen. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vice Minister, for reaffirming your political commitment to recognising land tenure as part of your wider commitment through your NDC. I'd like to move on now to Vice Minister Roa, who will talk a little bit more about the technical and financial support needed to achieve forest tenure goals. And we also wanted you to talk about why forest tenure and support of indigenous peoples is such a critical part of your NDCs and NBSAP. Thank you.
Bueno, buenos días a todas, a todos. Saludar especialmente a la plataforma por esta invitación, a todas y todos ustedes. Yo quisiera empezar reconociendo que ha sido la lucha de los pueblos indígenas de Colombia la que ha hecho que en 1991 se reconocieran los territorios colectivos y que esto diera lugar a la tenencia y propiedad y la creación de resguardos indígenas, el reconocimiento de esos territorios y también el reconocimiento de territorios de comunidades afrodescendientes. La tenencia de tierra en Colombia, en pueblos indígenas, alcanza más o menos un 29% del territorio continental, y esto tiene una implicación, y nombro eso porque esto tiene una implicación bastante grande. Son los territorios indígenas, son los territorios de comunidades afrodescendientes los mejor conservados del país. Son los pueblos indígenas los guardianes de esos territorios. Garantizar los derechos territoriales, ampliar los territorios de las comunidades indígenas, garantizar su gobernanza, es la garantía de que nosotros podamos avanzar en el cumplimiento de las NDC y del NBSAP. En ese sentido, hemos venido trabajando por ampliar la tenencia de territorios colectivos en Colombia, así como hemos venido fortaleciendo sus capacidades, dando reconocimiento como autoridad ambiental indígena a los pueblos indígenas en Colombia. En esa perspectiva hemos visto la necesidad de construir un trabajo de la mano de gobierno a gobierno, como decimos en Colombia. Es un trabajo conjunto con los pueblos indígenas para esta perspectiva en la que venimos trabajando, que garantice estos derechos territoriales y de esa manera garantizar la protección de los territorios. Hay que decir también que en estos territorios indígenas, como ya se decía anteriormente, hay grandes amenazas. Hay amenazas de minería ilegal, hay amenazas de procesos de acaparamiento de tierras, hay amenazas también de procesos agroindustriales, de la ganadería que se expande hacia los territorios indígenas. Sin embargo, siguen siendo los territorios indígenas contenciosos a esa deforestación. Es allí donde se expresan los menores niveles de deforestación en el país, y es por eso que ahí hemos puesto los esfuerzos para garantizar nuestras metas. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. And thank you for your leadership in Cali at CBD COP16. It was really wonderful that you were able to bring together so many countries to talk about this issue. Thank you. Heike, I know you have to leave, so I'm sorry that you've had to wait so long. But given that Germany is coming in as the new co-chairs of the Forest Tenure Funders Group, please tell us about what your plans are for the coming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really great to be here in this room, in this packed room with so many people with huge interest in this topic and a lot of patience. That's really great. As I have to run, the good thing is that I will not speak too long. But I really want to say that what we heard from Juan Carlos, from the 3 countries represented here, is really at the heart also what we as Germany see very important. We heard about really how forest and indigenous peoples and local communities are at the heart of the fight for nature, climate, and also development, because I would not separate the climate, the nature cause from really also human rights and development for indigenous peoples and local groups. And we heard all local communities, and we also heard about the complexity. Yes, it's about finance, like we discuss here a lot, but it's also about governance, it's about also rights and participation, how really all stakeholders, and specifically the right and knowledge holders, the indigenous peoples and local groups, local communities, can be part of the conversation. And I think this is what Germany, in our support for the Forest Tenure Pledge and also in the FCLP, tries to put high on our agenda. So we are happy to engage not only financially, but really with building strong ties and programs that put also IP&LC at the heart. Together with the UK, Norway and others, we have started a couple of joint initiatives in this respect. I will not name them all. So with this spirit really of taking the next step with the Forest Tenure Funders Group for the new pledge, really, like Juan Carlos, you called for not a pledge for IP&LC, but with IP&LC, and really see what is needed on the financial side, also on how to do things together in a better way, and how also governments represented here can work with all of us regarding the enabling environment for tenure for IP&LC. This is something that we will put high on our agenda, and we are very humbled to follow Norway and others in this path, and hope to be a good partner for all of you in this, and build on the momentum coming out of Cali, and certainly the momentum coming from Belém as well. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much, Heike. I think in the spirit of what Heike's just said and what we've heard from Juan Kerr and the countries represented so far, I know that the co-leads, Peru and Norway, are inviting countries to work together in the coming weeks and months to really prepare the ground for COP30. Finally, on this panel, I'll just pass over to Maggie Charnley, who's representing the UK. You've recently taken over the co-chairship of the FCLP with Guyana. Please talk about your expectations on the IPLC workstream.
Thank you, Charlie. Firstly, I would just like to say a huge thank you to the co-leads of the FCLP's Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities workstream, Peru and Norway, for all of their work to date in shaping and identifying how the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership can advance support with Indigenous peoples and local communities. And we're very much looking forward to our 2-year term as co-chairs of the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership with Guyana to progress critical action on forests with our partners. We know how critical IPLCs are if we are to stand any chance of reaching the 2030 goal to halt and reverse forest loss. Biodiversity indicators show declines of 30% less biodiversity loss, typically more slowly in lands not managed by Indigenous peoples. And deforestation rates are almost always lower in areas managed by IPLCs. But what we also know is that land tenure security is absolutely vital if IPLCs are able to deliver those goals. We know those differences between lands managed by IPLCs and those not are strongest where IPLCs have clear tenure over the lands in which they live and functioning customary governance systems. So it is our collective responsibility to help make sure that IPLCs have the security to practice their customary practices, to have a thriving culture, because we all stand to benefit from their guardianship. And that's why the UK remains committed in our ambitions to advancing land rights. Last week, here at COP29, our Foreign Secretary announced a commitment to a further 10 years of our flagship global programme for forest governance, markets and climate. This will support partner countries to strengthen forest governance in order to reduce illegal and unsustainable use of forest resources while benefiting forest-dependent people. A key part of the focus of FGMC will be the support of IPLC organisations, but also international advocacy to advance forest management and forest tenure rights. At the same event, our Foreign Secretary also announced a new multi-year Amazon-wide programme, the Amazon Catalyst for Forest Communities, to tackle the urgent challenge of deforestation in the Amazon basin. A key part of AMCAT will involve strengthening IPLC voices in national and international processes, as well as catalysing mobilisation of finance. We want to work with governments and IPLC representatives in partnership to bring shared messages to COP30. Brazil's commitment to IPLCs means this is a uniquely important opportunity to amplify IPLC voices. This will include the new pledge, as mentioned by Heike, but this time not a pledge from donors to IPLCs, but a pledge built in partnership with representatives from IPLC groups. Like other aspects of the transition to a net zero economy, delivering on the goal to halt and reverse forest loss will mean taking action on multiple fronts, from finance to governance to agriculture. Multilateral action, whether it's through the biodiversity or the climate conventions, will be key. And that's why we were so pleased to see the forest goal reflected in last year's global stocktake. We see the Forest Climate Leaders Partnership as complementing multilateral action by bringing together ambitious countries committed to investing political capital to tackling deforestation and driving practical action on the ground, but also in making sure that forests remain in the spotlight for climate change. Building on the work led by Colombia to put IPLCs at the heart of the 16th COP on biodiversity, CBD 16, we look forward to working with Brazil in the lead up to COP30, helping to support our shared ambitions on forests. FCLP is active across key issues for forests: carbon markets, indigenous peoples and local communities, sustainable timber and construction, and debt and innovative finance. We will work with the lead governments for each of these work streams to maintain a focus on action and results, and with an awareness that we cannot treat IPLCs as an isolated issue, but one where we need to carry those concerns and interests through all of the working groups of the FCLP. We will look forward to working closely with all of our partners from the Global North, the Global South, the representatives of Indigenous peoples and local communities to accelerate action and deliver ambition outcomes. I wanted to finish on a bit of a personal note. I know we have a long way to go. I've been attending COPs for many years. I was at Kyoto in 1997. Never have IPLCs been more visible at COPs. I hope that the partnerships that we are building now are just the start. Climate change and biodiversity loss are collective concerns, and we need to work collectively to address them. We must use our positions of privilege to open the doors to others. I look forward to working in partnership to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists and for your patience. Please do go back to your seats or to your next commitments. We were meant to finish in 5 minutes' time. But we do have some more speakers. I don't think there's an event on at 11 o'clock. So for those speakers who are still able to be here, we would appreciate bringing you up to the stage to make some short remarks, if that's okay. So Evan, I can see that you're still sat down. If Evan, you could come up, the Senior Climate Specialist in USAID's Natural Climate Solutions Division. Pascal Martinez, Forest and Wildlife Thematic Lead at the Global Environment Facility. Roslyn Ajay, Director of Climate Change at Ghana's Forestry Commission. Nonette Royo, Executive Director at the Land Tenure Facility. And can I see Solange? Yes, I can see Solange, the Coordinator for the Rights and Resources Initiative, the President and Coordinator for the Rights and Resources Initiative. Hege, I wondered if you could maybe close later, if that's okay. Sorry, we've just had to rejig things because of how we've been proceeding. So, first of all, if we could start with you, please, Evan. Could you start by talking to us about why it's important to address the collaboration for national governmental goals related to land tenure and indigenous peoples and local communities' rights?
Well, first of all, thank you for holding this event and inviting me here to talk a little bit about US's work. Perhaps to start, and I will keep my comments brief, but I did actually want to highlight, as some of you may have seen, that President Biden was just in the Amazon, as historic visit as the first president to visit the Amazon, and made some really important announcements in terms of the U.S. commitment to supporting forest conservation in the Amazon as well as globally, and I wanted to highlight that in part to also, without going into the details of the programs that he highlighted, really reflect on the fact that these programs are really spanning the range of working with partners and at different levels. They actually reflect quite well what we see as some of the FCLP priority areas. And a very important part of this work in the Amazon is to work in partnership closely with IPLC groups, working on indigenous rights and working on tenure. And I think that this work reflects a lot on on the approach that the U.S. and USAID has taken to looking at how we can help tackle the challenge of reducing deforestation and addressing climate change. Maybe just briefly to highlight as well some of the things that we've seen important in terms of how we've worked in partnership is USAID is kind of at the core of our work have since 2020, yes, I think 2020, put forward a IP, Indigenous Peoples policy, that really is about how we work with Indigenous peoples at the core of all of our development work, not just in environment work, but understanding and ensuring that we are working from the beginning, from thinking about program design, working at stakeholder processes, ensuring that we are understanding the needs of Indigenous peoples and local communities, connecting with them and thinking about how to integrate that into the program. Secondly, we have integrated working with local communities, Indigenous peoples, and local organizations as a core part of our USAID strategy on climate change, recognizing how important it is to work effectively with local groups, not just on our forest work, but across our range of climate change work. But this has been an important element of how we've tackled this problem. And I think I really commend the statements that we heard from Peru and Colombia and Brazil in terms of looking to partner and address Indigenous peoples and land tenures rights as a core of their climate work. And we really acknowledge how important it is to think about how to address the challenges of Indigenous peoples' rights and tenure at multiple levels. So working to begin with, ensuring that we are partnering understanding the needs of indigenous peoples and addressing the concerns around tenure, but also understanding how we can work with all the stakeholders involved, including national and local governments, thinking about how the private sector can be involved, and their understanding of how important things like bringing in investment and support to communities is really dependent and is tied to good land tenure rights and issues. Given that we're very short on time, I'm going to stop there, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Evan. And I think probably one of the other... Sorry. I think another one of the key stakeholders in this piece are the multilateral development banks and the international development financial institutions. And we have Pascal Martinez here from the Global Environment Facility. And Pascal, if you could please explain to us some of the progress that's been made by the new Global Biodiversity Framework Fund and its promise to invest 20% of its funds to financing IPLCs. And more generally, how multilaterals can do better in supporting IPLC finance.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. I think it's very important for us to be part of this process because the IPLCs are very high in our agenda too. No? When we speak about direct finance, it's not about moving money from. Sorry, it's not about moving money from one account to another account. It's more complex than that, and also it depends on each organization. No, so it's not a binary thing. No? So I think that there is something that we need to incorporate in our reflection is the principles that have been laid out by the indigenous people. They are key to work together in a way that it is still a direct access, direct finance, but maybe not as moving money, as simple as that. No? So this question of the principles of the indigenous people are very, very important to consider. And in the specific case of the GEF, we have many different entry points, funding windows, no? Because our work on forest is key. It's about between 25-20% of the GEF resources go to forests. So as indigenous people and local communities are very important in the forests, they are logically key stakeholder actors. And so we have the country allocation that can be used. We have also the GBFF that you just mentioned, the new fund. Inclusive Conservation Initiative is also another program specifically focused on supporting the indigenous people and local communities. We have a small grant program. We have also this big program, the biggest program of GEF 8 on primary forest. It's a very important program where the local communities and indigenous people are key in terms of stakeholders. But of course, given the scale of our finance, it's not always easy to have this kind of direct access. We need some intermediaries, no, to manage the funds, to negotiate with the stakeholders, to make procurement, for instance. So sometimes we need this kind of intermediaries, even if at the end of the day, the executing partners are the IPLCs on the ground. No? And well, I mentioned this program, Inclusive Conservation Initiative. It's a $25 million program from the GEF, President GEF, but which is there is another version now being discussed. In this particular case, it's more than 80% of the resources from the program that goes directly to the IPLCs. So it's concrete, you know. So there is different kind of mechanisms, but this is the money that really goes directly to the communities. And regarding this new fund, the GBFF, it has been already decided 2 years ago, and today this fund is already running. We have about 20 projects, approved projects. 60 projects are under review. So can you imagine, the fund was decided, not created, only 2 years ago, and we are already running it. And yes, in this fund we have this aspirational goal to have at least 20% of the resources dedicated directly to the IPLCs. It is one of the I would say, only one of the several selection criteria, but it's a very important selection criteria for us to decide if whether a project is eligible or not. Because I mentioned 60 projects being under review now, but we receive much more than that because we use this selection criteria. So I think that, and in this case for the GBFF, we have a very good example from Brazil. In this particular project, the funds are supporting 15 local communities, territories directly. It is executed by an NGO, but an NGO that already worked with the same communities in the past. And the communities that what is doing what I was mentioning before is helping the negotiation, the procurement, so all the burden administrative that needs to be done for this magnitude of project. No? So it's useful, but still the project is directly executed by the communities. And this is a very good example of how also a government agrees to give access to the executing functions and to the resources to a community. Because this is what maybe was the last part of what I wanted to say, is that also it depends on the government. It's very important how the government will allow this direct access to resources, so direct executing functions. And this is the case of Brazil, but maybe not the case always of all the countries that do that. And it is very also important moving forward that also the countries are aligned with their position in terms of giving us the possibility to give access. Because some countries sometimes not necessarily align when we hear country at the biodiversity or climate COP, they may not necessarily align with where they push us to go in our own governing bodies. So it is very important also that if we were to move towards a better commitment to support IPLCs, that also the donor countries are aligned with all what they want to do, regardless the different framework, no? And this is, I think, important, and I wanted to let it here, and happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. I want to pass now over to Rosalind. So we've heard a lot already from Peru, Brazil, Colombia today about some of the challenges around securing land tenure. But from Ghana's perspective, if you could give us an insight into some of the challenges you've faced in securing land tenure and what kind of support is needed to overcome those barriers, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Very good morning to everybody here. Thank you for having Ghana as well. So in Ghana, we have two categories of forest land. We have where we have gazetted, that's where government manages, and then we have the off-reserve. So we have on and off-reserve. Now the on-reserves are gazetted, and the lands belong to stoolands who are known, sometimes they are families, sometimes they are traditional authorities, local chiefs. But for the off-reserve areas also, we still have those arrangements. Now for the forest reserve areas that are on reserve, these areas, government acknowledges that the land is not for government, but government manages the resources on the land. And there is a sharing arrangement. If there is any revenue from those lands, we have what goes to the stoolands, what goes to the local communities, and also the traditional authorities. So there is really no contention on that land because that's documented. Where the issue is the off-reserve, where you still have forest land, where we also have farmlands. These are lands that have been passed on through different generations. Most of them don't have any paperwork to them. And so being able to secure them for particular people sometimes becomes a challenge. You'd realize that a family head might be the one who is in charge of it, but the family is a big group, so who does what? Most times it is left to the prerogative of the family head to decide to allocate a particular area. Also, our patriarchal system poses a challenge sometimes because we have the patriarchal system in most of our communities. So that's where the issues of also women owning land comes in. However, even though we have these challenges, every farmer or local community member in Ghana has access to use land. And I think we need to decipher these things. Ownership is one thing, then access to use the land is also another thing. Every local community member has access to use land. However, owning that land, then you need to get into documentation. So I think one of the big solutions that we need is to support local communities to document their land rights. If we don't have proper documentation, even in our ER programs, it becomes difficult to identify who to give what to. That is why in Ghana, we built our ER programs around who manages the land and not who owns the land, because that can get into many contentions when people don't have the right documentation. But in terms of who manages the land, we have cocoa farmers and other farmers who join cooperatives, who have cocoa registration cards. Not all of them have, but majority of them have. So that becomes a form of identification for us to certify that they are using these lands. Then there's also another area where we have challenges with caretakers. So we have so many lands that are also being managed by caretakers. They are not farmers per se, but they are taking care of the farm for the farmer. So then that also becomes a challenge when they stay on the land for so many years. Some of them begin to get entitled to it, or they begin to encroach into forest areas so they can also have access to land of their own. So these are some of the key challenges that we face. And constitutionally, documentation is one thing that would help us. Without documentation, it becomes difficult to secure tenure rights for these off-reserve areas where we have so many families that have passed on these lands, barely with any paper or documentation to their people. And in this age of digital or digitalization, it can become very easy for us to do that, because when you pick the GPS locations of these lands, you can easily plot them, and from anywhere in the world, if you have the title to it, you can then demonstrate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rosalind. Nonette, sorry, I'm aware you have to leave. We've just heard from a very powerful national perspective of what challenges there are in Ghana, but from your international perspective and working in many different countries, are there any themes that you've come across that are barriers to securing land tenure?
I have three really important themes, and I transform barriers into really qualities of what would really secure tenure. We're operating in 20 countries, Asia, Africa, and Latin America, tropical rainforest countries targeting 60 million hectares, reaching 15 million people just for tenure facilities to emphasize. So the three qualities: quality of data. So working with indigenous peoples and local communities, mapping their boundaries, provide not only indigenous peoples but also government data sets, data collectors with ground truth information. Every time we go to the field, government accompany because they cannot actually go without issues. The processes that the communities put together are trusted. So that data is important. That data brings peace, because that data allows everyone to agree where the boundary is, and this also has FPIC. It complies with FPIC, free and prior informed consent. Second is the ability for an integrated approach in government to happen. The ministries of environment, Ministry of Land, Ministry of Forest come together because they need the same data. So that's really important. The third is the power of convening. So the power of convening is coming from the community. They are in the forests, but they are in local governments, national governments, talking to their governments. And they're making this come together. And you know what? The governments actually like this here, globally. If the community says, we like to work with government, we are reaching these common targets, the government feels good. They met their NDCs. So those three, yeah? Quality of data, work with communities. Integrated approach is very important that they bring together. And the third is really this power of convening. It's for all of us. It's for all of us reaching that target. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nonette. And I think we really hope that the platform on Indigenous peoples can act as a really useful forum for that convening at a global level. So thank you for raising that in particular. Solange, sorry to come to you last. RRI has launched the Path to Scale goal, the 400 million hectares. Could you please update us on progress of that ambition and how any kind of intergovernmental commitment can support delivery?
Thank you very much. First, I would like to second what Nonet has said, because that's exactly what needs to be done. But what I will add is there has been progress, and we have seen that government have been adopting new laws and policies recognizing the rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. And of course, it has not been at the scale that we want, but it's happening. For example, in 2018, we have done an analysis looking at the trends of opportunities in community-based forest tenure reforms, looking from 2002 till 2017, over 15 years. So what we have learned is that the forest area legally recognized for indigenous peoples and local communities in 41 countries, we have seen progress from 74 million hectares in 2002 to 521 million hectares in 2017, meaning that from 10% to over 15%. But also over 98% of these gains occurred in 33 low and middle income countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. So based on that, we have done the matrix at RRI, and we realized from 2020 to 2030, we can add 400 million hectares really to get there. And like Nonet said, with all the new laws and policies, implementation has been a real challenge, right? So, and that's the reason why actually RRI created the tenure facility in 2013, because we realized while laws have been recognized and adopted, the implementation was a gap. So to me and for us at RRI, moving forward is what is the path to scale? And when we say the path to scale is how do we scale up the recognition of land and forest tenure rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. And for that, I have 3 points to share where we have to work with government, but not only government, but also work with indigenous network like GATC, work with civil society organization and with donors to see how we can implement. And I think that's what actually the FCLP is trying to do. The one thing is the need to establish an adequate legal framework and enabling environment, ensuring that legal or judicial system recognize indigenous peoples and local community rights. The second is implementation at sub-national level. Government should develop mechanisms and protocol to implement laws and policies and also build the business case and lessons learned. And third, implementation at the national level, and I think that's what the tenure facility is really trying to do. How do we expand implementation at the national level and at scale, and doing that through coordination? One thing is the path to scale, but another thing is the path to transformation, because although it's not only about recognizing land and forest tenure right, but how do we transform the lives of indigenous peoples and local communities on the ground? Here also I would like to share 3 things quickly. One is engage leaders in social public policy, but also economic system to consider rights-based reforms. And second, we need to catalyze adoption of right-based development business and include also the private sector into what we do. Because as we know, it's not only government, but also the private sector is playing a key role. And third, also, it's instigate public and private policy reform to like embed right-based model in social, like in economic systems. But with all of that, we need to support the enabling environment, because that's what also many donors are not willing to, but how do we bring donors to support that enabling environment? Meaning, how do we build the capacity of local communities so they can manage the fund, they can really do what they have to do on the ground. Livelihoods also is very key, because what we have been hearing from the right holders movement is, okay, one thing is to have tenure right recognized, but if you cannot really, like, eat or get what you need, then having your right might not be really useful. So supporting the enabling environment, the coordination, again, among donors, civil society organization, right holders organization, I think that will help us really to reach the 400 million hectares goal by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Solange. I think those clear lists from yourself and Nonette on the challenges and the barriers demonstrate that there is really good knowledge of what we need to do, and now it's a case of really figuring out the process for moving that work forward. Thank you for being so brief, panelists. Really appreciate that, and thank you for your time. We'll have one final intervention. If I could ask Hege to come up, please, who Policy Director at the Norwegian Ministry of Environment and Climate. Thank you.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Thank you. So it's my name is Hege Ragnestveit, and as Charlie said, I'm the Policy Director from the Norwegian International Climate and Forest Initiative in the Ministry of Climate and Environment in Norway, and we've had the honor, we're having the honor to co-chair the action area for supporting indigenous peoples and local communities together with Peru in the FCLP. This year, we've also had the honor of chairing the Forest Tenure Funders Group. So before I summarize this session, I'd like to give you some really good news. And that is that the funders are not just on track, but we're ahead of the game. We think that we will exceed the $1.7 billion commitment that we made in Glasgow. We have, in the first 3 years of the pledge, disbursed more than 1.3 billion, and with 2 more years to go, we're very, very much on track. So thanks to all the funders for that accomplishment. However, that would not have been possible without the strong partnerships that we've seen developing with indigenous organizations like the ATC, your members, and many others, and of course with the tropical forest governments that have made these systemic shifts possible. FCLP is all about creating systemic shifts in how we govern forests, because that's the only way we can halt and reverse forest loss and land degradation by 2030. And working together with indigenous peoples and local communities in tropical forest countries is really a key strategy for achieving those goals. So what we have heard here today, I think, is very high-level political commitment across the board from tropical forest countries like Brazil, Ghana, Colombia, and Peru. If we had time, we would have invited even more countries that could have told about their accomplishments, because as we heard in the last panel, there is progress. There's a lot of progress, and we can progress even more. We've also heard from key donors and leaders in the FCLP, like the US. I'd like to thank you for your leadership in the outgoing period, UK, our new chair, and from Germany, as well as from the Global Environment Facility, that donors and funders are really committed both on delivering on the existing pledge, but also to work in partnership with indigenous organizations in developing a new financial pledge. So we hear about 2 different types of commitment: a political commitment from tropical forest countries to scale up recognition of indigenous territories and titles. And then we hear a commitment from funders to work on a new period for a pledge. For that to become a reality, both for policies to be implemented on the ground, as well as for funding to flow in an efficient way to communities, we need to build this big global partnership. So I'd also like to recognize the partnership of international organizations like, of course, the whole UN family, the multilaterals like GEF and World Bank and others, as well as key civil society partners who have been advocating for these issues for decades. I think many of us here in this room have worked on these issues for several decades, and we've never, as Maggie said, seen these issues elevated to the level we see today, both in terms of politics as well as in terms of finance. So thanks to all of you for your leadership, and we're really taking your baton, Chico, that we're going to COP30 next year, and this we will work together to make this one of the big legacies of COP30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I think that brings proceedings to an end. So thank you very much for coming today.
Check, check, okay. So we will start. Maybe you guys can have a seat. So Ayun five. Um, no. Yes. Yeah. Or maybe you guys can sit here and then I will invite you. Yeah. Site
On
one.
Sheikh Imran.
Sheikh Imran.
Imran, you can just mention Riaz, and maybe you can also mention Prakriti.
Who is Prakriti?
Prakriti is the organization that I run. We do urban forestry.
Maybe we'll
I can do
explain
that.
it
Yeah,
better.
I can do that. If there's a time slot for that, I can do that. But just to keep you informed, I'll be mostly speaking on community initiatives and participatory systems for forest conservation, and more along those lines.
Yes.
If that's okay.
Maybe you can sit. Have a seat.
We need this.
If you want to hear my voice, you can use that. Yep. Can you all hear me? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. We will start our event. You cannot hear me.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Very good afternoon. Check. Yeah. So, thank you, everyone. So we will start. Very good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the side event of Sustainable Climate Actions for Protecting Landscape and Inspiring New Generations in Forestry or Sapling. My name is Binsar Sihotang. I am part of the International Forestry Students Associations, and I'm also the focal point of the major group Children and Youth for the United Nations Forum on Forest. Sustainable landscape management and resilient forest ecosystem are crucial for our planet future. Youth engagement in climate action is more important than ever. Young people are increasingly driving climate solutions, especially through forestry and environmental sustainability projects. This event brings together youth activists to explore solutions for landscape protections, forest resilience, and scaling youth engagement in forest initiative. We are joined by the distinguished panel of experts, Srada Pandey, founder of GEMS, and Sheikh Imran Iyaswar, and Juchina Dlamini, managing director, Smiling Through Farming and Supplies, and Farah Aliu, Aju, a young European ambassador for EU Neighbors East. Together, they will share their experiences and discuss how to inspire future generations to take climate actions through dialogue. And we aim to strengthen understanding, expand collaborations, and foster innovative solutions to ensure sustainable forestry and climate resilience. So thank you all panelists to be here. So let's begin the discussion about the sustainable climate actions that you have done. Let's begin with the first questions. So tell us, what is your initiative that you have been contributing to the climate resilience? I will invite each panelist to share their experience and also maybe introduce yourself briefly and then answer the questions. Maybe I will start these questions with Srada Pandi, please.
Sure. Thank you, Insar. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, what my okay, it's called the Grassroots Energy Management Support, or GEMS, and we try to transition rural households from their current energy sources to renewables and to other opportunities and other available renewable sources that are available for those rural communities. So that can look very different depending on the accessibility and affordability of each of those communities, and these solutions have to be localized. One of the key things and the key aspect that we look into is cooking. And for cooking, the deforestation and the activities that happens for using firewood as their main source of fuel, wherein they use firewood or cattle dung cakes as their main source of fuel, and how we can sort of transition those households from those practices which are harming not only the environment but their own lives in the long term, to transition them from those to other alternatives that are available for those communities.
Well, thank you so much for the inspiring introductions and also your initiative that have been contributed to the climate resilience, especially maybe reducing the deforestation. Next, Vera, please.
Hello, I'm Vera, and as a very young individual, one of my commitments is to climate education. So I'm from Spain and Peru, and I've started a recycling and waste sorting project in my community, which I've done by researching the local climate policies that have been set up and then trying to find the gaps, especially in the school curricula, regarding climate education, also environmental protection. And this is how I've been conducting workshops with all the way from elementary to high school students, and trying to raise awareness about the opportunities for climate engagement in the community. I come from quite a rural area in Spain, and it's a region that has so much green forests, lots of reservoirs. So I think it's very important for youth to know and appreciate the resources that we have available and learn ways to also help protect them. Furthermore, I'm also a Young European Ambassador for EU Neighbours East. So we basically raise awareness about the collaboration between the European Union and the Eastern Partnership countries, considering Ukraine, Moldova, Belarus, Georgia. And one of the things is these regions specifically has a lot of forest, and we're bringing volunteers from both the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries to participate in the forests and try to find funds and collaboration to preserve these areas, and among all, just raise awareness in the community about programs that the EU has, like the EU for Environment, EU for Energy, so that people know how to participate in these areas as well.
Thank you so much, Vera. Yeah, raising awareness is very important, especially for those who don't really understand about what is the importance of forests to combat climate change and so on. So thank you so much for your work. Move to the still the first questions over to Gina Dlamini, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning to everyone. My name is Gina Dlamini from the Kingdom of Eswatini. I'm more on sustainable agriculture to ensure that we model some sustainable agricultural practices, adopting and modeling agroecology as well as training young people, creating some high school clubs where we educate and model to young people sustainable agriculture, and also ensuring that we do a number of tree planting campaign. Yes, we have a number of forest and biodiversity, but we are trying to ensure that we conserve the already existing one, and we try to improve and ensure that we contribute to the target of the country now in Africa to ensure that we plant more trees, because our livelihood depends on Mother Nature. So we really need to ensure that we contribute in conserving Mother Nature and taking care of Mother Nature as young people. So building the capacity of young people is very crucial and key. Their capacity and modeling. One of the sustainable agriculture we are doing, we are building an off-grid farm where we are not using the normal energy which is polluting the environment, but ensuring that we use sustainable off-grid production to ensure that people have sustainable food. And also lastly, we ensure that young people are part and parcel in terms of influencing policies. Nothing for the youth without the young people, so they need to be part and parcel in ensuring that they inform, they recommend policies that are going to ensure sustainable forest management and sustainable agriculture in where we are living. So basically that's in a space to ensure we influence, we ensure that young people are well represented for policy, because the policies that we are making today as we're in COP are going to affect young people one way or the other, because they are the now and the future. So they need to be part and parcel. So ensuring that we are present in such spaces, policy recommendation, and keeping our government accountable is so crucial in building the capacity of young people. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for your introduction. Yeah, I also think that we have to be part of the policy processes. So because in that way we can understand how the process of making the policy, and we can understand also the situations and the problems that are happening on the ground, so we can actually contribute to the better future. Over to you, Sheikh, please.
Yeah. So thank you so much for having me. And it's really, it's an honor to be part of this panel with all of you amazing people doing such great job. So yeah, my name is Kimran. Small agro-biodiversity study on promoting agro-biodiversity, agroecology, and helping farmers earn more money in southern India. Currently, I work with 5,000 farmers in the Western Ghats side of southern India. You're representing. On? Okay, I hope I'm audible. Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, I run the startup called Prakriti. We work with 5,000 farmers. We help farmers transition to agroecology. We help them earn more money, and we give them more incentive to switch to a sustainable food system. Apart from that, I'm here representing EAS World, which is the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Allied Sciences. And most of my work involves mobilizing the community and involving them in conservation efforts. So this is the same activity that I did in the Western Ghats. For those of you who don't know, Western Ghats is a biodiversity hotspot in India, one of the richest agroecological and wildlife zones in the country. So in the Western Ghats, what I focused mainly was on the RETs, the rare, endangered and threatened tree species. Many of these tree species are on IUCN endangered and extinct list. But over the last few years, working with the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation and on a community participatory conservation effort, we have managed to keep 190 species of these rare, endangered and threatened species alive. In the Western Ghats region. So we have developed a hub and spoke model where we have a huge forest consisting of all of these endangered species, and we are inspiring other local communities to also adopt these tree varieties seeds. But one of the key challenges in India and across the world with conservation of forest trees has always been availability of saplings, trees, or the plant genetic resource in general. So for this, we are working with all the local communities who are used to these varieties, all the women who have who have set up nurseries locally. We are organizing them and we are promoting enterprises for these women to produce these saplings, these endangered tree seeds, so that we can give it to all the members of the community who have been asking for such varieties. Because there's very little research done on RET varieties. We have very little knowledge of their effect on soil ecology, on their carbon sequestration abilities, and even on their intrinsic value within itself, even if they don't give us any benefits. So many RET trees like Humboldtia brunonis, Veteria indica, there are multiple ones which are on IUCN Red List, which we are conserving out there. And as a result of this hub we have now created almost 10 to 12 satellite forests in the neighboring parts of the district, where people are trying to replicate this. Apart from that, we are also promoting, thematic forests. For example, sacred groves, zodiac forests. So such concepts are allowing communities to come forward and to participate in this conservation effort and make it a self-cyclic process, and not just a process which is linked to a project and a fund which might quickly fall off after the fund runs out. So the communities are actively working to conserve the trees which they consider sacred, which is also again linked to conservation. So it's a win-win for the community and for us who are trying to conserve these varieties, and also for the nature, because another major issue in India is invasive tree species. Our forests are being taken over by invasive species like senna, so which is again affecting wildlife as well, because senna cannot be consumed by wild animals. So it just competes with other trees, takes over all over the forests, and it's really bad for soil ecology as well. So in such cases, we need to bring back indigenous tree species, native tree species. We need to eradicate invasive and foreign species out of their native habitats. So these are some things we have been working on for the last 4 years. Also making mini forests in urban areas using these rare endangered threatened species to raise more awareness about them. So yeah, so I'll be looking forward to working more with communities, learning from them, and also I think we'll be discussing more about how we can bridge that gap to make conservation even better.
Thank you very much, Sik. That's very enriching. I have noted many informations from you that you have engaged 5,000 farmers, and also mobilizing the community is the key to actually conserve the forest and also the ecosystem. And also you are engaged also with the local communities and how to actually preserve the indigenous tree, and also so the indigenous tree will not be endangered or maybe gone. Well, thank you so much for your sharing. We are moving to the next questions. Our next question will be what, since you are working all in your expertise and also in your sector, I think we also need to have collaborations across the sector. So what have you done in order to make this kind of cross-collaboration sectors, and what are the challenges in implementing the collaborations among maybe forestry, climate change, and also environmental sector, and how you can actually overcome these challenges? Maybe we'll start with Vera. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me? Perfect. So one of the things that I consider very important is to have all voices being heard in the table. My family comes from the jungle in Peru, so we have the Amazon River there and such a big amount of forest that what I've been doing is contacting local organizations there to try to get voices from indigenous people who have lots of knowledge about traditional land management, and writing a children's book with those voices. I've also written, I've pre-written a book about SDG number 13, climate action, which now I'm trying to translate to different languages. And the next book that I'm trying to do is this one, specifically focused around youth voices in rural areas or areas with lots of biodiversity, but that are at risk of being deforestation or lots of floodings or droughts. So one of the things I am trying to work on locally in Peru is trying to get the local administrations to go to the schools and bring children to the table, bring children, but also bring those farmers and create open discussions between them so that the policies that are being framed can include all parts of the spectrum.
Yes, thank you so much. I have noted that you are currently writing a children book. This is very important in my opinion because when you were a kid, you can easily remember things, and when someone teaches you or when someone tells you something, you will remember what they have told. So engaging the children and engaging the sharing the awareness and also sharing the experience to the children is very important in order to increase the awareness maybe in the future. Thank you so much, Vera. Over to Gina. Yeah.
Thank you so very much. Collaborations are important and very key because one is a number too small for greatness. So a number of strategic partners in our region, coordinated by DESA, which is the coordinating SADC mechanism in Southern Africa, ensuring that all stakeholders, member states are engaged on issues of sustainable forest, sustainable agro-food systems, leading and ensuring that projects on agroecology are implemented in the region, all member states being engaged, not leaving young people behind, because DESA strongly recognize YPAD, which is the Young Professional for Agriculture Development, taking the initiative and leading that young people, youth and women are part and parcel of all the initiative to ensure that there is sustainable agricultural production in the region for food security, and then engaging young people from grassroots level to ensure that the grassroots innovation and knowledge is very key. With science innovation there, we recognize its importance, but we need to ensure that we do not leave behind the indigenous grassroots knowledge on forest and sustainable agricultural use, because grassroots knowledge and the richness that is there at grassroots level is so crucial in terms of honest sustainability, either forest or sustainable food production, with science playing a crucial role. So the inclusiveness in terms of science and innovation, grassroots innovation is very crucial, and that is what we embrace on the southern region, and embracing youth, women, which are most of the time the marginalized. So with collaboration with strategic partners being led by our DESA in the region is so crucial, and that is what we embrace and work on in the southern parts of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Yes, I've noted that you mentioned about the inclusiveness and also like embracing the marginalized people like youth, women and indigenous people. That is very important in order to make achievable or like to make achieve targeted that you have already set. Over to Srada, please.
Thanks, Mansar. I think one key aspect or a key term that comes to mind in such a question is intersectionality of all the fields that are working in the environment and sustainability sector. There will always be some connection or some sort of relation with biodiversity, with forest conservation, with economic empowerment and social empowerment of women. Now, it just becomes a question of how you're balancing those out and how you're making sure that all of these work and build on each other together. Each one has to become a strength of the other. So the work that I work on predominantly focuses on women empowerment issues, because a lot of the cooking and a lot of the fuel that is collected for cooking purposes is done by women. But it also has a very strong forest conservation angle to it. It also has a very strong economic angle to it, because the time and energy that is spent by women collecting firewood can go into an economic and social upliftment option, which currently does not exist as a solution for them. So these are a few solutions and a few aspects that I think need to be highlighted and need to be being brought out, because there can always be some sort of synergy, and there can be a harmonization of all of these different priorities that we can bring together. And it is during such discussions, during such meetings, that we realize that there is this connection that is drawn out between all of these different aspects, and how we can bridge that connection and how we can link it together.
Well, thank you so much, Radha. Yeah, I've noted that you mentioned about woman empowerment on your work. That is very crucial. Um, I discussed with some women previously, and then she said that empowering women is also empowering the community. That is also an important point. While you empower women, you can also conserve the forest and also increase the economic livelihood maybe for the communities. Thank you so much for your word, and over to Sheikh.
Yeah, I think involving communities is the most crucial aspect of conservation, especially in forestry, because all of us, we are part of a generation that is young. We bring in certain energy for conservation. But at the same time, there is another generation who has actually witnessed the decline of forests, land, and all the policies or different stakeholders who are responsible for this decline, right? So, as part of these communities, which is all the tribal communities, village people from different kinds of villages and districts, so they hold forests very close to their heart. It's a very important resource to people in general and not just a commodity. We treat forest for its value, which is timber or NTFP and all the different things. But there's a huge group of people who treat it for just part of nature, for what it is, right? So as part of that, one of the solutions which came up in India is the People's Biodiversity Registrar, where people can conserve resources in their community. For example, in the current People's Biodiversity Registrar of the district that I work in, there are 2,300 plant genetic resources listed. And these are listed by the people themselves. These may be certain indigenous plants, flowering plants, trees, or fruiting plants, or something they have been conserving in their backyard for centuries, like heirloom varieties or traditional varieties. So having such a community participatory system enables us to not just treat these communities as participants, but as equal stakeholders who are very important in the process. Because forestry is something which is not just led by the Department of Forestry or universities, but is actually led by the people who are living in the forests, which are all the indigenous communities, right? So they hold all the knowledge, they hold all the power to understand how these forests behave and work. And they also hold the key to answering how we can continue conserving them with all the collaborative efforts we bring, in an intergenerational manner. So I believe it is important to have like an incentive reward system and a participatory system so that people can do what they've been wanting to do. All these communities want to conserve forests but lack the right mechanism to participate in this or even consider it conservation. Right. So we need to recognize their efforts. We need to give them the right platforms, and we also need to give them the right incentives to keep going, keep continuing this process, and to allow them to protect their homes and lands which they hold sacred.
Thank you, Sheikh. That's a very strong statement made by you. Community is equal stakeholders. That's the key, I think. When sometimes community is maybe left behind, not being included in many discussions. When maybe sometimes there is kind of development on these cities, but community only like not really that equal in their development. And also incentive and reward recognize their knowledge and is also important for this. Achieving the sustainable and also collaborations among forestry sectors. Well, thank you for your insight. Clearly, overcoming these challenges require international effort, and also dialogue is also important, where each stakeholder can actually give their voices in order to bring their perspective to the table. Now, let's dive into a crucial topic. How can forestry stakeholders, including governments, women, youth, indigenous people, collaborate to scale up the sustainable climate actions in the forestry sector? China, start with you.
Thank you so very much for that crucial question. How can crucial stakeholders collaborate? One of the crucial important things is the understanding of sustainable forest, which starts with the sustainable development, which one of the crucial goals according to the United Nations. But sustainable forest management is one of the crucial things that we need to ensure from a grassroots level, and with science and innovation coming into play. And then we look into sustainable agriculture, because with forests there, we need to sustain it, but we still need to have food. And then one of the major challenges in terms of having sustainable forest, it is to ensure that you produce sustainable food. That is where the issues of sustainable agroecology, regenerative agriculture come into play. You need to sustain the world with food. The growing population in everywhere in the world, you're India or Africa, the population is growing. So, but the most important thing is your science and innovation coming into play to ensure that we bring some innovation, not neglecting the grassroots innovation and knowledge, to ensure that we sustainably manage our forest. But all those innovations are within an ecosystem with benefits for everyone. For example, the direct benefits, it's the direct use benefits for forest foods and forest medicine that we get as human beings. We get food from the forest, your fruits, indigenous fruits and all those things, as well as medicine come from those forests. So we really need to sustainably manage it. And then with that, we have your indirect use, like benefits, your tourism, your agrotourism. Your forest acts as a tourism and even a home for a number of natural or wildlife. The forest needs to ensure that it's a home for that one. So the sustainability is so crucial. With policies at play, we need to have strategic policies and implement, because without policies at play, at national level and a regional level, everything is doomed. So the sustainability for our forest and our foods is so crucial to maintain one world and living in harmony with Mother Nature.
Thank you, China. Yeah, grassroots innovation is also important, and also strategic policy to implement all of the system, and also sustainable food and also sustainable forest is also important. Sik, do you want to answer the next questions? Yeah.
Yeah. I think the key challenge here is we need to bridge the gap between technology and indigenous knowledge, right? Because there have been multiple advancements made in forest conservation from a technology lens, like GIS, remote sensing, there's many different things. But at the same time, it is the communities who hold all the knowledge about conservation, about the varieties of trees, about how they ecologically fit into a forest. Because a forest is not just planting 100,000 different trees. That does not count as a forest, it's a plantation, right? So forest needs ecology, it needs integration with soil and what's happening underneath soil with the microflora and microfauna, all the birds, animals. So that's what's built a forest, right? And forest also benefits communities economically. But unfortunately, we do not recognize many of those economic benefits, especially as you mentioned, the non-timber forest produce on which many indigenous communities rely. Stopped. Okay, it's back. My bad. Yeah, and sometimes when we classify forests under conservation, we shut them down completely, which also includes indigenous communities enter the forest to collect the non-timber forest produce, which this is something I've observed personally in some forests in Western Ghats. These are displaced to other locations and made to live outside forests, which is not where they're used to living. And hence they end up living in settlements. And they end up encountering problems such as related to wash, related to education, related to climate change, anxiety, so many different things. And they have to change their livelihoods to ensure survival. So it is important that we keep the communities connected to the forest, at least the ones who want to be involved. And we also have to make sure that the technology conversations that we are having on a very broad level need to be implemented and need to be used by these communities, if not directly, at least as a knowledge base. So we need to ensure that this gap of indigenous knowledge and technology is bridged, or at least synergized, so that forest conservation is a more transparent process. And also, another just a personal observation, like especially a young person like me, many of us don't know what a forest even looks like. or we have not seen what a forest is. So we need to bridge that awareness gap as well and show kids, especially young children, that okay, this is what a forest is, this is how it looks, and this is how beneficial it is. You know, the air, the clean air you get is because of this. So we need to create that kind of awareness from a young age as well.
Thank you, Sik. Yeah, bridging the indigenous knowledge and also the technology is important in order to have better understanding and also better implementations at the grassroots level. Over to you, Vera, for these questions.
So one of the key aspects I would say, and I've realized coming from Peru, is that sometimes policymakers and stakeholders try to make policies related to forests, but they are not actually going to those communities. They are doing those policies, they're crafting them from the outside without really knowing what the needs of the communities are. They are thinking from an outside perspective without really consulting the people there, trying to get to know what their daily life looks like, what their necessities are. We also have to consider that education, especially in rural areas, areas surrounded by forests, is quite limited, especially in the global south. So really making the effort to go to these places and understanding how the food chain works, how the daily life of the people look like, what their needs are on a regular basis, and what they aspire to do with their forest is very important for then knowing how to move forward with those policies that are being created, especially, for example, in countries like Peru, which is extremely centralized. And in all of our regions, besides the capital Lima, we don't really have these powerful stakeholders going and understanding those needs. Also, one thing I would like to add, as you were saying, talking about technology, right now I'm working on a project that has to do with sustainable tourism, and I want to bring technology and innovation to this field. I'm trying to create an app that brings awareness both to the local community, but also outsiders that go to visit. The Amazon jungle is a very famous place, and many tourists go from all around the world, creating a big carbon footprint. So what I'm trying to do is create an app in which tourists come and make sustainable practices, and in return for that, they can get either discounts or maybe free offers from local businesses in order to promote energy efficient practices, business practices, and at the same time trying to preserve these forests and areas that they are going to. And this is also an aims to reducing the carbon footprint that tourism creates, and which is a problem, especially coming from the global south, where we have increasingly more and more tourists, but we cannot even handle the situation in our country. And with people coming from the outside, it's very important that they are informed about what the needs of the community are. So with these app, try to combine both promoting the sustainable practices that are being implemented in the communities, and rewarding those tourists with especially free discounts and that they can utilize, and also trying to bring awareness to the global world and those local communities about what resources are in the country.
Thank you, Vera. Yeah, the needs of the community is important. I believe that the government or stakeholders should really put an effort to actually engage the community, to actually listen what they're saying, and to actually listen what they really want in order to develop their community, and also in order to sustain the ecosystem or the forest and surrounding of their community. That's very good of what we are doing. Over to Strada about this question.
Thanks, Ansar. I think the question was essentially how each of the stakeholders can contribute, and it essentially comes down to which stakeholder we're talking about. So, if we're talking about the government, then in rural communities, in communities which actually live in harmony with the nature, understanding and helping them through workshops, through trainings, to understand how the practices that they're adopting can reach scale, can actually make an impact on these trees, can actually make an impact for the environment, is something that they can work towards. Making sure that these technological innovations that are happening in closed rooms, in huge laboratories, in scientific research centers, they can reach the rural communities. That work can be done by the government in partnership with local organizations like the non-profits that exist in those communities, or the local self-governments that exist in most of these rural communities. The next question that comes across is how exactly do we reach the community members, and how do we have that communication with the community members to help them understand or to understand their point of view. And I think in that aspect, the youth community and women can play a crucial role, because the realities of day to day are something that they live in and they have experienced, so they can help bridge that gap between the conversations that are happening in closed room meetings in locations like the COP and actual ground realities that they have to live in every day. So helping them understand and helping them contribute what their realities are, and how those realities can translate into actionable items through policies, laws and standards in the country and beyond, is something that we have to learn from those communities and have a conversation with those communities to come to a consensus. Because without consensus building about what is going to happen in those communities, and having a conversation here is not going to yield us anything. Until and unless that consensus results in a win-win situation for both of them, both the environment and the community members, that is not going to lead to a result which we want or which we can even have sustainably in the long term. So I think these are a few aspects that I want to highlight.
Thank you so much, Strada. So we are going to the closing session, but before close, in case, are there any questions from the audience? Okay. No.
Hello.
If there is no questions from the floor, I would like to ask you the final questions. What will be your message to the younger generations in advancing sustainable climate actions, especially in the forestry sector? So feel free. Who wants to go first? Okay, Strada, please.
I can go first.
Yeah.
I think the three things that come to my mind for the communities to remember and for each one of us to remember is: number one, community; number two, consensus; and number three, conservation. When all of these three go together, we can actually make this world a better place.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, as a concluding to everyone, as we're in COP29, I think as far as climate change is concerned, there are 29 COPs. I think if you look and read, to us who are a younger generation, we see a repetition on one and the same thing. And they say there are 67,000 participants physically here at COP. Look at the emissions that we have created trying to fly to come to COP. Is it worth it to come to COP, or we can think of other sustainable means? Because the truth of the matter, Mother Nature is crying because of human activities, a lot of human-induced activities. Your flight are all over, urbanizations, we're destroying our forest, and Mother Nature is complaining, deforestation. We're doing the same thing, the same things, the same time, but the results are different. So we really need to reevaluate and look at how can we sustainably ensure that we conserve Mother Nature, we live in harmony, because we are going to suffer the consequences of all the human-induced activities. So let's conserve and stop doing the same things, expecting different results. And inclusiveness, grassroots innovation and knowledge is so crucial for sustainable development and sustainable forests. Thank you.
I'm gonna try to keep it short, and I would say one of the main things is being informed and making an effort to share your knowledge with others. Specifically when it comes to education, rural areas, especially considering now the global south, don't really have access to quality education. We can see, and the intersection of many of the SDGs now interplaying, and how at the end of the day they foster systems of oppression, not letting people know what their rights are. And it's our mission to try to inform our community, to try to get informed and spread the message. Either if it's through your volunteering, through your activism, through the children's book that I'm writing. It's very important to understand the needs of local communities and act there, not outside, because these are the people that take care of the land. They know how traditional methods work, and they are the ones knowing their needs and what they need in order to keep preserving them. So trying to actively making the effort to bring all voices to the table and framing policies that consider everyone.
Thank you, Farah.
Yeah, I think my message would be specifically for all the young people. It's sometimes, you don't always have to look forward. Looking back can also give you some solutions to climate action. When I say this, I'm referring to all the indigenous traditional knowledge, all the work communities have been doing in the past. And that's when you'll realize how the role of stakeholders has changed a lot in forestry or in biodiversity conservation. So I think we can keep the solutions very simple, not complicated, and actually talk to the communities to understand what are the problems and how we can work on it. So yeah, I think we should also look back sometimes.
Well, thank you very much for all of your kind words. So I have noted many things actually. I have noted many things based on your final remarks. Community consensus and collaborations by Strada 2024. And also China mentioned that stop doing the same thing. We need innovations, and we need to make other relevant things that are innovative, that are contributive to the communities and also to the protections or preservations of our forests. And Vera mentioned that we have to make an effort. That's simple, but it's also difficult to be done because not many people can actually do that things because they will have many reasons. Oh, this is difficult to be done. It takes a lot of resources. It takes a lot of time, and then they just take the shortcut. They don't want to make an effort for that. That's very good remark for you. And then Sheikh mentioned that we have to look back. Sometimes we always look in front of us, but we don't really know what's happening behind that. So we really have to understand the history and also looking back how we can actually learn from the past experience and how we can actually mitigate the past maybe issues and challenges, and how we can actually innovate and also learn from the previous mistakes. Well, thank you very much for all of you who are coming here, and it's very nice to see all of you who have been working on the forestry initiative and also landscape initiative. I hope this message can be spread to all of the young generations out there in order to do something to protect the forest and also sustain the forest ecosystem in the world. Well, thank you so much for I'm Binsar. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll get started. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion. My name is Bahar Sayedi. I'm a Senior Sustainable Development Officer at UN DESA, and I have the pleasure of moderating this event on closing the ambition gap, fostering synergies between climate action and the SDGs. This event is being live streamed, so a welcome to our online participants as well. Just to give the session, this event context before we get started, the reason behind us having this event is to highlight the work that we're doing together with UNFCCC and our partners on strengthening synergies between the 2030 Agenda and the Paris goals. Since 2019, we have been convening annual dialogues. These are global conferences on climate and SDG synergies that provide a dedicated platform for policymakers and practitioners to come together and discuss this topic of strengthening synergies. The last one took place this year in September. It was hosted by the government of Brazil, and we're happy to share some of the outcomes from the Brazil conference at this event. Furthermore, we have a dedicated expert group on climate and SDG synergies. The group was established 2 years ago, and so far they have developed 2 global reports as well as 4 thematic reports. The latest report was launched in 2024, in July of this year, and I have the pleasure to have some of the members of the expert group with us today who will share and present to you the report and their perspectives. Of course, we have some of the contributors and other experts who are very much involved in this conversation around synergies and strengthening climate action with SDGs, and we're happy we have the pleasure to welcome them as well. But before we get into the weeds of the event, let me introduce my colleague, Mr. Alejandro Kilpatrick. He's the manager of Capacity Building Subdivision, Means of Implementation Division of the UNFCCC, to provide us with his opening remarks. Alejandro, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bahari. Thank you. Can you hear me? Having been used to using this system, so I always wonder, but it's a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation, to be in this event. As mentioned, UNFCCC and UN DESA have joined forces to promote the issue of synergies, and we're very proud of the work, the collaboration in the context of these reports and the working groups, which I think it shows the commitment from the UNFCCC family and even from our executive secretary to further advance the topic of synergies in the context of course, the SDGs and the other multilateral environmental agreements. As we know, we're 6 years away for 2030, so obviously we need to scale up actions and scale up speed. So we have seen that addressing the SDGs in isolation is no longer working, and there's ample calls of working more in a synergistic manner. And in the case of climate change, here in the conference, we're seeing that there is that call for scaling up actions. As the report says, and I'm very, very excited about this latest report on closing the ambition gap, fostering synergies between climate action and SDGs. The use of synergies has been around for a long time. And I think nobody can dispute the importance of synergies, but there's still work to be done on materializing those synergies on the ground. And it has to be done at different levels, at the policy level, at the programmatic level, and also in enhancing coherence and cooperation within support providers, for example. Because when you go to the ground, often at the project level, the synergies are already happening. So you cannot really develop a project completely isolated only for climate or only for development or only for biodiversity. Projects are already, in my view, inherently synergistic. It's just how the policies are aligned that allow for these projects to really contribute to the policy instruments that have been defined by countries, for example, in the context of the Rio Conventions, the MBSAPs, the land degradation neutralities, the NDCs, LTLET, NAPs. So, and I think that the report makes, the summary makes a very important point about also, it makes economic sense to do things in a synergistic manner. And we have seen examples, for example, in Rwanda, where there was a very interesting study about the savings or the cost efficiency of doing projects in a synergistic manner that address both the UNEP CCC, the CBD, and the CCD. So even from that perspective, from a financial perspective, it makes good sense to do things in a synergistic manner. And of course, some of us were in Cali, and I had the pleasure of being in Cali, and the issue of synergies came out very strongly between biodiversity and climate change, with very strong signals from that, from parties to the CBD to strengthen those synergies. But again, to materialize them and translate them into concrete outcomes. Just to give you an example, in the context of the joint liaison group between the Rio Conventions, the CCD, the CBD, and the UNCCD, we are jointly developing and co-creating a joint capacity building program on synergies between the conventions. That program started this year. We have done several activities, including setting up a dedicated webpage, a series of webinars on various issues that are common to the three conventions. And the intention is to continue this program and expand it next year. So this year was a bit the initial phase. We had events in Cali. We're having a Synergies Day here at the Capacity Building Hub, which will be where this program will be presented. So there are efforts to take this to the next level, and particularly in the context of capacity building, we have found that through the evolution of all these multilateral environment agreements, there is a need for enhancing capacities at different levels of what these agreements are, how they intersect, and how they complement each other, and how they're linked to the implementation of the SDGs. So we're working together with our colleagues from the CCD and CBD on this matter, and of course, one of the key principles of this program is the alignment with the SDGs. So again, I think this is very timely discussion, and the products will be presented here and have been developed are very useful, and I think we're moving to a discussion where it's not about the importance of synergies, but how to make them effective from the policy perspective. So having said that, I again thank UN DESA colleagues, Baharian colleagues for the kind invitation, and fortunately I will not be able to stay for the discussions, but wish you very fruitful discussions and looking forward to continue the collaboration with UN DESA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alejandro, for those remarks and for joining us despite the hectic schedule of the negotiations. Now, I have the pleasure to welcome Ms. Diana Orde-Wartas. She's the Vice Chair of IPCC and the Professor at Central European University. Diana is also a member of the expert group on climate and SDG synergies, and she will present to you the latest findings of the 2024 report. Diana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Bahar. Thank very much for the invitation. And clicker. Or do I just ask for the next slide? I guess I just ask for the next slide. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yes. So thank you. That's wonderful. So I have the absolute privilege to present to you our report, our latest report, on behalf of this amazing expert group, and I'm just one of the members. So we really need to acknowledge the important role of the Luis Gomez Echeverry, who would have presented this, but he gave me this absolute privilege because I'm here in present, and also Heide. And as you see, really very diverse and very strong people contributing. Among others, I'm the present IPCC Vice Chair, but also we have Yuba Sokona, the previous IPCC Vice Chair. So let's see what we have been doing. And as already mentioned, there was a previous report in 2023. Already the 2024 report is getting closer to actually actions. So we focused on 4 particular themes to understand what actually concretely can be done. And these are policy frameworks for synergistic action, measures for synergistic action in terms of knowledge and data. We have about the new financial system, very relevant for this particular COP, and also cities, city platforms for synergistic action. So let's just look at a couple of the findings from the report. As we know, we are really not walking this particular talk yet. For example, if we look at the SDGs, 80% of the SDGs and targets are linked to climate, either positively through co-benefits or negatively through trade-offs. But at the same time, only 23 of the 173 NDCs that we have studied explicitly refer to SDGs. And actually, the majority are failing to consider the interactions between climate policy and SDG progress. And so, the next issue is that it's simply not even well enough understood how climate change will affect the achievement of nearly 60% of the SDG targets. So certainly there is still also a knowledge gap, and the figure shows you the linkages of SDGs with countries' NDCs. So let me further highlight the need for synergies from a report, and I won't be able to go through all of these, but on the right-hand side, in the red, you see a couple of numbers and figures and evidence for the risk that we are taking for not adequately tapping into these synergies. And in the blue circles, you see what the amazing, and really, each number tells on its own an important story for how, if we do the tremendous opportunities. But just to jump into a couple, I would go to the bottom points in terms of the opportunities. So we are in the finance COP. So we do also state in the report that we could actually reduce financial gaps, because if we pursue development and climate targets together, this reduces investment gaps. And I will show you particular data or very telling facts on that in a minute. So also we can achieve targets faster because we can integrate social dimensions and how to reach climate change. And also we can ensure just transitions. So yes, and that was about the financial gaps. So here is the evidence. I know it may be initially a bit complex figure, but it's really very visually already very clearly showing that how important synergies are. So what you see in the rows are the 17 SDGs, and what you see in the column are 6 systems that the IPCC has been looking at. So the energy system, the urban and infrastructure system, the land system, ocean ecosystems, society, livelihoods, and economies and industry. And each of these is divided by, or not divided by, but looks at both mitigation and adaptation. So these are the columns. Every blue bar that you see is clearly just a synergy. Every yellow part of the bar is just the trade-offs. And when you see yellow and blue striped, that can be both a synergy and a trade-off. So it's clear. There are much more synergy. There is almost everywhere a synergy. There are very few white bars where you don't really clearly easily identify a synergy. There are so many synergies. There are also trade-offs, and there are also areas where there is both. But that means we can manage those, and definitely it's really worth going along the synergy line because we can get much further. So it's a lot of opportunities, but there are challenges. And of course, we could, sit here for the entire session just on these challenges. So let me just identify one of the key ones, and that's clearly fragmentation. Fragmentation in institutional resources, fragmentation in climate finance, and fragmentation in sectoral and multi-level knowledge. So definitely that's an area where we really need to take, where perhaps it is most important to add, and that's where we can get most of the synergies if we overcome some of these fragmentations. But of course, it's not easy, because I know that many reports and the IPCC academia, we always give the idea, the recommendation that everything has to be solved together and everything is systematic. But at the same time, policymakers and decision makers are sitting in a particular country, in a particular department, in a particular task, and with a particular budget for a particular KPIs. So it's really not that easy. So that's why we need to talk a lot more. But there are certainly a lot of opportunities. And what could be the most telling opportunity than this? We need, according to the report, and it's not our work, but we just to put the literature together, up to 9 trillion is needed annually US dollars for climate finance through 2030. Also, 4 trillion, sorry, sometimes my voice is disappearing. Also, 4 trillion annual investment gap for SDGs in developing countries. Now, but we have just seen many of these can be achieved together. So is there anything better argument that, if we don't pursue these two separately, well, we can either look at it in a way that we can actually achieve these at much lower total investment sums, or if we look at from the other side, we can also look at that for the same amount of money, we can get much more done. So that's in the finance scope, I believe this is the single most important argument. But how actually we can walk that talk? And of course, again, there are many different solutions and suggestions in our reports. I would just like to highlight perhaps this particular one: localizing action, entry points according to local priorities and context. For example, which was also highlighted in our top 10 recommendations. So top-down approaches often fail to address local nuances, hindering effective implementation. So that's why actually, for example, cities have a central role to play in localization, serving as important arenas to accelerate synergistic actions. And also, and they are co-dimensions that are automatically addressed in urban infrastructure interventions through the governance of spaces and places. Also, demand-side solutions we have shown in the IPCC and also in our synergy report on the thematic report on cities. We have shown that it's demand-side solutions where most of the synergies are, because that's closest to the people, that's closest to the families. If you focus the solution on the actual people, then you get a lot of the synergies, since most of the SDGs are about people. We can significantly reduce greenhouse emissions just from end-use sectors by at least 40 to 70%. Also, a really important entry point for synergies at the city level, but otherwise also, is maximizing health co-benefits. So we are considering that in the continuation, we will focus very strongly on health. Because that's, as you see in the last point, that just for example, improvements on air quality, the co-benefits can range from $2 to $200 per ton of CO2, with a mean of 49. So that we definitely have a lot of very quantifiable co-benefits and advantages. So finally, we have these 10 recommendations, and you are really welcome to look at our report for these. So I'm not going to get into detail, but let me just read these, because I think they are so nicely phrased, and so I'm sure some of these will stick with you. And so first of all, only with unified action can we succeed. Fragmentation is the enemy that I already argued very strongly for. We do need deep reforms. So, just incremental action may not get us there. But it's best to not focus on top-down, but integrate communities and start and really be inclusive in your approaches, rather than just only top-down methods. Cities are really important drivers and entry points to synergies. But also we just need to break down silos, but of course we need to be really smart in prioritizing this, because we can never break down always every silo. So it's good to really find the most important silos to be broken down. But the good news is that experts are everywhere. For example, here in this room, we have so many amazing experts here, so you can be further ambassadors for this, and you are all working on actually helping to maximize synergies. I'm sure that's why you're sitting here, but you can all help. You can all use our report to actually further facilitate your work. I'm sure all of you will find a few gems which will help your work in that. We also just have to protect the most vulnerable. We cannot leave anyone behind, but we cannot do if we don't know. So knowledge and data and information and monitoring are crucial for really being able to make a progress. And finally, it would be great, but unfortunately change won't happen overnight. So we do have to have some sort of patience, and just because it's not everything here tomorrow, we cannot throw our hands into there. Sorry, it didn't work, so walk away. But we really have to continue the effort, because it will work. It just takes time for every action to actually bring the fruits. Thank you very much for your attention, and we are also very happy to receive comments, but you can find the report in that QR code. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Diana. And I know you're running from one event to the other, so I really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Now, without further ado, I'm going to ask our panelists to please join the stage. And let me briefly introduce them while they will come on. We have Mr. Majun. He's the founder and director of the Institute of Public and Environmental Affairs. Majun is also one of the members of the Climate and SDG and Synergy report. Please, Majun. We have Mr. Junichi Fujino. He's the principal researcher and program director for the City Task Force Institute for the Global Environment Strategy. IGES has also been a keen supporter of our work on the synergies, and Professor Takeuchi is a member of the panel. Then we have Ms. Catherine Brown. She is the team leader for international climate risk and adaptation at the SEI. SEI is also a contributor to our report, with Mans, the head of SEI, as a member, as it was mentioned by Diana. And then let me introduce Ms. Jennifer Bowman. She's the head of the climate policy at UNDP. And welcome, Jennifer. And we have Ms. Diana Kopansky. She's the head of Freshwater Ecosystems and Wetlands Unit from the Marine and Freshwater branch of UNEP. And last but not least, we have Mr. Joshua Ampensum, apologies for the mispronunciation. He is the co-director of Youth Climate Justice Fund and the founder of the Green Africa Youth Organization. Welcome everyone to the panel. We have a very short time, but an interesting and exciting event. I will ask everyone to keep your interventions to 3 to 4 minutes max, so we can open it up in the end for Q&A and have some interaction with the audience. So let me start with you, Majun. Perhaps you can, following Diana's presentation, you can share some of your insights and perspectives on this work, as well as the work that you did on the report. Over to you.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be invited to join this session, and I'm quite honored to be invited to be part of the working group, and we're happy to produce some of the report that you can see, and Diana just give a pretty comprehensive introduction of some of the findings and recommendations, and I won't delve into details, but obviously we all know that policy is very, very important. To create a policy that integrate, synergize climate action with the other SDG target is important. We have some experience to share from China. I contributed to the report about case studies about how China tried to synergize climate action, for example, with pollution control. Decades of development have benefited our country, but hundreds of millions exposed to air, water pollution, and exposed to very high health risks. And through the efforts, particularly over the past 10 years to tackle pollution control, we're happy to see that, for example, that the air pollution problem have been, the pollution level have been reduced by more than half in 10 years of time. Water, all this 300 million rural residents used to exposed to very highly polluted water, now no longer, they have access to safe drinking water. But during the process, we're very happy to see that the carbon emission, which used to triple, in 10 years of time. In 11 years of time, our coal consumption got tripled before we took the clean air and clean water action. But after that, it's stabilized. And now we're on our way to peak our carbon emission. And so we can already see the synergy. But the further improvement, we understand, mission far from being accomplished. To further improve our air and water and help with all this poverty relief and also the protect public health, we need we need to synergize. So we're very happy to see the government have created a policy, particularly over the past 2 years, to highlight the need for integration of climate action with pollution control and expansion of green, meaning to eco-conservation and then high quality development, sustainable development. So we have that experience in China, but how to do it, I'll come back later. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Majun, for also clearly highlighting the linkages between climate action and health. Today is the Health Day at the COP, so very much focused on those linkages. Junichi, over to you. Your perspective, obviously, I just contributed vastly to this process.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bahare, and I'm very much happy to be here. And then, yeah, I just itself, so my boss, Professor Kazuhiko Takeuchi, he's one of the expert group members. And then we contribute to the several thematic the reports. And then just before I have an online meeting with my colleagues about the synergy. And so then I just itself, we are very much happy to contribute to the next year's global synergy report or the another thematic reports too. And then, yeah, I would like to share our next challenge that is we'd like to collect more like case studies. We know that there are so many good case studies, but we also need kind of common format to analyze how the synergy have good effect or sometimes how to break the trade-off. For example, last 5th Global Synergy Conference in Rio, we just launched this JICA's report, JICA's effort to bring synergy between climate change and the SDGs within international cooperation. Here is Mr. Koji Mitomori from the JICA, and JICA has so many cases, and then we try to format their existing cases into some common one. And then we also have the next challenge to focusing on Asia Pacific. I'm in Japan. And then IGES itself, our organization started from the 1998, and then we have a mission to contribute to having sustainable development in the Asia Pacific region. So we try to develop the new regional global synergy report in Asia Pacific together with SCAP and then ADB. Hopefully we can share our lessons and then, for example, Africa or Latin America, or if we can have more detail the synergy cases or synergy policies, then we can have more funding, or we can have more the people who can engage. And then I may also want to share another initiative, UN resolution. Yeah, thank you very much. We have also the panelists from the UNEP. Nowadays, I feel that the role of the UNEA becomes much bigger and bigger. And then now we are discussing about the plastic treaty. hopefully we have a good treaty by the end of this year. So there are circular and then here climate, also nature. So how to have in the triple planetary issues to be integrated. And so next question so just the last UNEA Minister of Environment Japan launched the UNEA resolution, synergy resolution in UNEA 6. And then next year, December, there is UNEA 7. How to have more international regime framework we can develop through this global synergy reporting, also having more friend country to make our voices more to contribute, for example, post 2030 process. So yeah, still we are on the journey. Hopefully, we have more friends. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Jiminichi, for your intervention, which to me highlights two critical issues. One, that there is a growing body of examples and practices around the world on enhancing synergies and the importance of bringing that up to the attention of the global community. And second, the increasing attention that this topic of synergies is getting within intergovernmental processes related to environment, related to nature, related to climate and SDGs. Thanks for that. Next, let me now go to Kate. SEI led the development of the policy frameworks chapter of the report. Perhaps over to you to share your perspective and the work that was done over the last several months.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to just share a few, we do quite a bit of work on policy coherence at SEI. It feels like every COP we come and we're updating about our latest findings. So I wanted to share some of our findings from a 5-year study that we've had ongoing, which really reinforces the report, and it speaks a bit more to the policy-making side of this, and especially this question of national context and nuance. So we have a project that we've been doing that looks at 9 case studies across the world, both Global North and Global South. I won't list all 9 because I can only remember 8 at a time. It's just a given. But one of the things that we were really focused on was trying to understand what are the actual consequences of policy coherence, so the effort to maximize synergies and mitigate trade-offs. And so we have been looking a lot conceptually at how does this actually affect different groups in society if policies are coherent, if we are maximizing synergies, does it actually have an effect? And in particular, does it have an effect for our effort to reduce inequality? Because of course it is one of the overarching goals of the SDGs to leave no one behind. And that's quite challenging to do when you're thinking about trying to mitigate at the same time as you're trying to advance sustainable development. That faces some real challenges. So just to say at a high level, one of the most important findings is that it does actually have a tremendous effect, and we're seeing that across all 9 countries. And the issue areas in each country is quite different, and the groups are quite different that are affected in society. But nevertheless, we see that where policies are coherent, it has a positive effect for the most vulnerable in society. So just to give a few examples, that would be indigenous peoples in Australia, where we're seeing efforts to put in place renewable energy zones, or in Kenya, where we're seeing efforts to balance mitigation efforts with sustainable development efforts to electrify parts of the population that still don't have access to electricity. And so this is quite an inspiring finding, I think, because in the academic space, it is not super well established that policy coherence actually has a good effect in terms of reducing inequality. So we find these to be quite significant, and I'll just highlight one other interesting finding, which is this is a bit counterintuitive, but we actually found that really powerful groups in society benefit from policy incoherence. So where you're seeing incoherence, you see elites and fossil fuel interests and big corporations benefit from that. So we also have to keep in mind that policy coherence is not just technical, but also political, and that where we see challenges, many of those challenges are not just about a lack of coordination or siloing, but actually are about political interests and how these interests are blocking efforts. So that's an important thing to keep in mind, and a challenging one as well. So thank you.
Thanks so much. Extremely useful and critical to also highlight the political aspects of addressing policy coherence in addition to the technical and capacity needs that many countries face. Now, Jennifer, UNDP obviously has been at the heart of the discussions around NDC development and implementation. From your perspective and the work of UNDP, how do you see this conversation around integration of SDGs within the NDC process coming together? What are some signs of hope or challenges?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Bahari. Great to join this panel. As you said, UNDP has been very active in supporting countries on their NDC process. And I think as we heard from the introductory presentation and some panelists, there's a lot of understanding on the potential of synergies at kind of a high level. And we also have the projects ongoing where we see inherent in them the synergies between climate action and different development impacts. And I think the NDCs offer a bit of a bridge between those two elements and a platform for some of these different elements to come together from both the evidence base at a global scale as well as what we're seeing practically at the local level. When it comes to the rollout of the support we're providing on NDCs and what we're seeing in countries, we are through what we're calling the Climate Promise, which is something that we had launched under the previous round of NDCs, supporting 125 countries at that stage, now working across the UN system to support countries through this next phase. We're really seeing a shift in terms of how countries are approaching their NDC process. And I think the very first generation was all about showing commitment to the Paris Agreement, showing that we're submitting an NDC. It came in all shapes and sizes, but we're showing commitment. The second generation was all about ambition. So how do we strengthen that NDC and really demonstrate that the ratchet mechanism is working and that we're really increasing our targets. The third generation of NDC, we're seeing a lot more emphasis on the links between ambition and implementation. So where is it that we can continue to raise ambition, but we need to keep pushing on implementing the current NDC, and how do we connect the dots between those two? And I think when it comes to the SDG linkages conversation, this is the opportunity to connect the dots. So if we can show that ambition is actually a smart development choice, and that by integrating some of these synergies and some of the opportunities into the NDC, it actually helps to advance ambition while also driving some of that implementation, it's a very strong argument to make as you're going through the process. So we've been taking this on board, and we have a number of different sub elements as part of our climate promise that we're rolling out in terms of a deep dive analytics on looking at SDGs and NDCs and where the opportunities are to come together. We've done a futures projection analysis, which is looking at what does a pathway on an ambitious NDC pathway look like when it comes to poverty, when it comes to shifting on the Human Development Index, showing some really interesting and insightful data. And then also working country by country as we're rolling out the NDC process to see where the entry points are for providing this evidence and showing, this is really where you can make a stronger impact in terms of some of those synergies. So a lot of work going on, but I think there's definitely an interest and a more of a push and a reception from governments to advance the synergy through the NDC process.
Thanks so much, Jenny. And I really like what you said. Ambition is a smart development choice. I think that should be the theme for COP30 if you want to propose it to the Brazilian presidency. Now let me turn to Diana. Diana, your perspectives on synergies and vis-a-vis the work that you're doing and UNEP is leading on.
Enough problems with my voice on a recording that I don't want to listen to it, so apologies, I'm going to take this off. And UNEP has actually been joining hands as well with UNDP to update the NDCs, right? We do see this, the approach through the triple planetary crisis. We're tackling climate, nature, pollution, and those are, of course, enablers to access to people's human rights. We have a human right to a healthy environment, and we know that pursuing the SDGs through some themes or also through ecosystems is really a way that we can accelerate and scale up. So the work I'm doing at the moment is I lead the freshwater ecosystems and wetlands unit, and we know that working on water is such an important piece, and we're really happy to also be supporting and hearing the COP presidency that is going to be launching the Water Declaration and the Baku Dialogue on Water for Climate Action, and UNEP is honored to be hosting that. We're also been supporting it with UN ECE and WMO, and I think that these pieces of work, we're recognizing that actually working thematically, so if we work on finance together, we also have to be working in a synergistic way. If we work also then through this ecosystems lens, or we also do see that we can hit multiple multilateral environmental agreements, which also means that we meet multiple SDGs. But indeed, you can't do what you don't know. And so UNEP really wants to remind everyone that we're halfway through the SDGs. We've done a midpoint review on SDG the 632, which is on ambient water quality. We're also doing we did the report on 651, which is on integrated water resources management. This is exactly about synergistically looking at the water challenge and opportunity. And finally, we're working on 661, which is freshwater ecosystems. How healthy are they, and where are they healthy, where are they unhealthy? So what I know as well in my sort of experience is that people want transparency. They want access to information and knowledge. And this reporting that's been done by countries and verified and supported through the UN Environment Program and the UN Water team, this is accessible. You can see it. It's geolocated. So if we want to bring attention to areas where we have a real problem to solve, we can do that at the scale through the SDG monitoring tool, through our Freshwater Explorer, and through UNEP's World Environmental Situation Room. So we are seeing the world moving towards open data. It's very critical because it also is empowering. We're empowering decision makers to access the best science available, and we're also empowering communities to also access that science and that information. And I think that coupled with best practice is really something that we can, sort of unlock this hidden gem. And UNEP is really excited because of the way that countries are coming through the UN Environment Assembly, which is universal, the only other universal mechanism within the UN besides the General Assembly, right? So this means that countries are very much realizing that their developmental, their ambition, their livelihoods and lives, and their human rights are also importantly going to be met through action on the environment. And I'm just really excited to see that more and more people are getting on their smartphones, they're accessing the information, they're joining our initiatives like the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, and being empowered to know what's happening in their community, what's also happening across the border, because water and ecosystems know no boundary, right? This is connectivity. So we are also helping to make sure that water and this freshwater ecosystems approach is reaching across borders and reaching across boundaries that we've seen in the past. We just a plug for the launch of the Baku Dialogue, the Water Declaration, is happening on the 21st. And I think that this is a real symbol that actually water and working on freshwater ecosystems, we realize that it is going to fast-track climate action, not only through the typical, sort of knee-jerk reaction that it's an adaptation piece, it's a resilience piece. No, it's also a huge win for mitigation. If you look at the potential of restoring ecosystems like wetlands, including peatlands, then the emission reduction potential is huge, and we're not going to get there. We're not reaching 1.5 without significant protection and action for ecosystems.
Thank you so much, Diana, and also for illustrating another example of a concrete SDG, SDG 6, on water that is sort of becoming more and more mainstream in the UNFCCC COP discussions. And We see the same thing, obviously, under the General Assembly. There's a water conference coming up in 2026, and I'm sure climate will be a huge part of that discussion as well. And now over to you, Joshua. Obviously, you're in the world of finance and climate justice. From your perspective, where are we with this topic of synergies with the SDGs when we talk about finance, particularly at this COP where finance is the big sort of topic that everyone has an eye on?
Thank you very much. And same as Diana, I just can't hear my own voice. It freaks me out. So sorry, I'm going to take it off. But I wanted to start by highlighting the report that was just launched. And 24 million jobs, huh? That's an enormous opportunity. And that is in renewables alone, not the other sectors. And there's a new report that states that 5 million new jobs will be created in Africa over the next 5 years, just in transition towards renewables. And solar will play a big role in that. And we will need a new financing mechanism and intersectionality and synergies to leverage this. And one of the biggest challenges that I see in my world is the lack of inclusion of the very workforce that are going to pick up these jobs and the subnational governments in developing the new NDCs that are coming up. So we see that more and more. I mean, as you mentioned, rightfully mentioned, Generation 1, Generation 2, Generation 3, every time there are new NDCs, you see more subnational governments and minority groups being consulted. But we need more of that because their engagement in the development of the NDCs is what gives confidence in the implementation of it. If not, it's almost impossible if they are not included in that part. And to include them means you need some sort of financing that allow for the development of the process to engage with local communities, engage with minority groups, and have their input in that. But also, what does this mean for different communities and different rural areas in the role they have to play in this implementation? So at the Youth Climate Justice Fund, part of what we are doing is to throw in lens on the role of intersectionality to different foundations and financial structures, particularly in philanthropy, and letting them understand that the whole approach that has been practiced in philanthropy for many years, which is sector and target-based approaches, is very difficult for communities to access funding that way. And a good example is this. One organization I found, the Green Africa Youth Organization, have worked on many years on zero waste. And even though it's, of course, seen as a waste management issue, and typically they were engaged in UNEA and in the UNEP process in the ANC Plastic Treaty, they recently won the Earthshot Prize, £1 million, and it's a very big sort of award for them. But the reason for that was the power of synergies. They've worked with the Ministry of Health because being able to put together a very good waste management strategy for the city meant clean air for people and very much influence in the health sector. They work with the Ministry of Finance in unlocking financing for the waste management sector. They work with the Ministry of Sanitation to allow them to have a process that actually involves informal waste workers, who typically, informal workers are typically not part of any of the process that goes on here and any of the process that goes on in international and even sometimes national processes. And the work cuts across many of the SDGs, right? Health, water, clean air, it cuts across food, it cuts across decent work. But this kind of synergy is what is needed to bring dignity to the work that people do, unlock better financial opportunities to people, but also really inject new cash into the real economy that the everyday person can feel the impact of this work. So when I look at the NCQGs that we have been negotiating here and the target of the amounts that we are putting in there and the amount status in this report, then a number of trillions that we need, you can see a wide gap between what COP29, where we are now, and where we need to be. And I will say that we are still in the week 2, which means that we still have an opportunity to really push for more financial targets in the NCQGs. It's not over yet. It's just half time. We still have another half to go. And we can really say that it's game on and we can actually get more commitment in that. G20 is about to start, and I think we need to send a signal that the role of COP29, the confidence that will come from here, has a huge implication also on the G20's potential to really say that you are able leaders and you are responsible and you can actually deliver the financing that is needed to unlock these opportunities that we see. The third thing that I would say is that, young people and minority groups in general, it's often, there's this statement that they need resources and we need to build capacity and all of that. But there is something that was in this report, which I found very interesting, which is, we cannot do something that we don't know, which means there's a huge gap, knowledge gap that we need to really leverage. The challenge is that the knowledge gap is not with the minority groups. It's not with the indigenous communities. It's not with the farmers. It's not with the informal workers. It's not with the young people. They know what they know, and institutions know what they know. What is needed is safe spaces that can allow for different exchange of knowledge. And I think right now it's that those safe spaces do not exist as much. And we need to really put an effort in part of this promoting of this report and in the recommendations. And at the Youth Climate Justice Fund, one of the new commitments we are making is providing funding for different groups to hold convenings with different stakeholders. We are working with UNICEF in country offices to scale youth climate councils at the national level so that young people can have a safe space where they can engage with their policymakers in doing this.
Thank you so much, Joshua, for reminding us of the importance of inclusive processes, as well as the realities on the need for closing the financing gap. Now, I do want to open it to the floor. Thank you, Nadine. This is the QR code for the reports. It is on the screen, but yes, I think our screen could be higher. But nevertheless, this is the QR code. Please do take a look at the report and the findings. And now, maybe we open it up to the floor for any questions from the audience and any interventions. I do have more questions, so if you don't have any, I'll go back to my panelists. All right, so maybe we give it a bit more time. So for this round, brave soul, over to you. I think there's a mic somewhere. Thanks, Joshua.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panelists. This is quite a very interesting discussion. As you said, I wish we have even a whole day just to unpack, especially just dissecting the information, the publication of the report. Without wasting time, let me get to gender, SDG 5. Of course, we are saying this COP is a finance COP, and looking at the gender synthesis report that the UNFCCC Secretary have just released, indications are that financing gender issues of crossing the gap between men and women, be it in decision-making participation, be it that vulnerable women in the rural areas who still need to be supported so that they can adapt, increase their resilience, we are still far from reaching that. So I was looking actually to the IPPC report when they were looking at the synergy issues. Of course, we have been talking about gender mainstreaming to make sure that each sector makes sure that their intervention, gender is mainstreamed throughout. But yet we are not getting some progress when it comes to such, irrespective of having gender policies, even with our operating entities under the financing mechanism. So I just wanted to get the thought of the panelists to say, what more can we do to make sure that the next gender action plan have support when it comes to means of implementation? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. Anyone wants to tackle? Did I see a hand? Would you like to? Sure.
Thank you very much. Since this COP focusing on finance, and especially for scale-up finance means need important player is the private sector, and how to involve or encourage like a synergy concept to private sector is I'm very much interested in. So anyone can give a tips or hint, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Any other questions before we go back? Please, go ahead.
What do actually you expect as panelists and experts from this COP29's as a result? What results COP29 will give to the whole world and to sustainable development? And that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay, so we have 3 questions, one about gender, one about finance, and one expectations about COP29. So let's start with the gender question. Anyone? Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, well, thank you for the good question. I think when it comes to gender, as you say, there's a lot of discussion and kind of momentum behind incorporating, and I think where it comes down to it is in the practical ways that this is happening. I can speak, from the NDC perspective. We've seen a lot of progress in that sense in terms of integrating gender considerations into NDCs and the number of NDCs that have elements of not just incorporating women or other groups into it, but also recognizing the different needs and how that adjusts or influences the various targets that are defined. We see a lot of progress there. I think where, as you mentioned, it starts to get more challenging is how we then deliver on those targets. And that links to the elements of finance, the elements of access to finance, and empowering different groups to be able to deliver on those targets. It's something that we certainly look very closely at within our support for NDCs. And I think it's really a question of being part of the process and being empowered to contribute to defining those targets and those policy frameworks, but then being, having access to the platforms and the finance that's needed to deliver them, which are, two elements that need to be supported. So, yeah, from our side.
Majum. Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you. I want to come to the private sector question. I think it's, in our report, we highlighted, being echoed by quite a few panelists about the right, we can't do it if we don't know. I think transparency is so important, to the private sector, to motivate private sector to get involved. It's also equally important. 18 years ago when our organization was set up, at that time, the China's factory of the world, so many major brands operating there, they use suppliers who reach down to the bottom. They have violations, but when we engage with the brands, they simply say, here in China, I don't know who are polluting and who are not. So I can only buy from the cheapest. But by motivating, by advocating the government to enhance the monitoring and enforcement, we managed to today keep tracking some more than 10 million corporations operating in China. So those major brands, this become a unique resource. Those brands all tap into the data before they, if anyone, violate the standards, they got push notification in their inbox or on their cell phone, so they can intervene and motivate tens of thousands of them to openly address their problem. Those are the ways to enhance. And of course, now, digitally, how to help create digital accounting platform on the carbon side, because if you don't measure, you can't really manage as well. Those digital accounting platform now being developed so that major brands can motivate their hundreds of thousands of suppliers to measure and to disclose. We're talking about, hundreds of millions of tons of carbon emission being measured and disclosed. And also, that it is also equally important to engage the consumers so that they can make greener choices and then motivate the corporations to enhance their ambition and to make those put private money into that. With that, one of the digital function is based on the life cycle emission factors database. We can help the consumers to use our function to take a picture and of any objects, and then use AI to identify what that is, and then get a watermark of the embedded carbon of all these different products, so that they can hopefully, eventually make greener choices and motivate them to make change. And last point I want to make is, in China, on the expansion of green, on the ecosystem, we have made an effort to, in China, Chinese territory being divided into 44,000 different eco-function zones. 3 million square kilometers are allocated for red line zones, for eco protection. The rest of it, some of them, are designated for air priority, some for water, and all this, and then we geolocate more than 10 million corporations and projects on the digital map. Those major banks tap into the data before they issue loans and then try to facilitate the green finance request. So I think there are all these ways now that IT technology development have created vast opportunities for the expansion of the rights to know. So I hope that, I'm very happy that a whole group of African NGOs approach us and saying they want to do a Pan-Africa. Our app is called Blue Map app, and they want to do an African version, so we're helping them. I think globally, I hope we all take notes of this report suggestion. I think globally we need to create a global data infrastructure, which can motivate all this synergy between all these different SDG and climate actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Majum. Joshua?
Yeah, I'll quickly add to this on the question of expectations, but also private sector. On Saturday, we had a press conference with Anatoni, the Minister for Climate for Brazil, and a few others. And there are 38,000 businesses who are signed on to a campaign that they want to be ambitious, but they need government commitments to match their ambition. And I think this is why COP is very important. That's one of the expectations. How can we get governments to meet the ambition of businesses that are very progressive, right? And on the same lane, I think that I just want to point out a nuisance that I'm really struggling with. We want to influence private sector, but yet when they show up in spaces like this, then there are big headlines, how many lobbyists are at COP, right? And we frame every private sector person engaging in this process as hijacking the process. Like, we cannot change the private sector and influence them if we close and make this space so hostile for them to exist. So I really want to point that out, because I think this is one thing that I really find as a struggle, that on one hand, we want to have private sector being very ambitious. On the other hand, we do not make it welcoming for private sector entities to engage in this process to understand what is the ambitions we are raising here, what is the changes they can do in their own processes, and what ambition they can sort of take back to their companies, into their boardrooms. So really, I'm just really pointing that out. But I think we need to create a space that is, collaborative, that is safe, that allow different actors to come in and say, this is how we want to drive change, this is how we want to do it, or how we can do it, how can we partner with you and work with you as governments to do that. But as it stands now, I see that there is a certain level of commitment, not from our private sector. Of course, greenwashing is also real, and many of them are not doing great. But for those who are doing well and want to create that ambition, how do we create commitment from the side of government that can match that ambition and really make it attractive for others to jump on board?
Thank you. On this question of expectations, maybe I'll open it up to all the other panelists if you want to build on what Joshua mentioned. Junichi.
So, about the results of COP29, so still we don't know the result, but I think closing the ambition gap is very important. And then, it also holds the business. How we have a more clear vision, clear future. Because if you live in a very good insulation, ventilation, housing, you don't need so much energy for cooling, heating, or you have also very healthy lifestyle inside the house. If we have such clear, visions in the future, we have more business on that side. Because this time, UNEP, you set up the building and the cooling pavilion. This is another way to contribute to make more visible futures. Then we have a market. Tomorrow, 11:45, we have another side event at the Japan Pavilion. We have an environment minister. I'd like to continue this discussion. If you have time, please come to our side. Sorry, it's a commercial.
Kate.
Yeah, I was going to respond to this question about, what to expect from the COP. I mean, it made me think about what you said about ambition is a smart development choice. I think that that's true, but also that those smart choices have to be enabled. And of course, this is the finance COP. And so I think the big outcome that everyone's got their eyes on is the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal. And I think that we need to see a significant number there. and a significant provision of public resources, because many, as you would know better, both of you would know better than me, but many of the commitments in NDCs are conditional on receiving international financial support. And so in order to enable these synergies and to see outcomes not just on climate but also on development, we need to see that support mobilized. And so I think that's what everyone has their eyes on, and I encourage everyone to exert pressure in whatever way you're able to try to see that delivered.
Thank you. Jenny?
And maybe just building on that, I think really two signals that we need out of COP, both related to ambition on finance. We need to have a signal that, and this is of course, the commitments on the public side, but also a signal to private sector that this is the direction that we're going, and this is the path for investment. So that I think is a critical signal, and then a signal that ambition on targets are coming as well as we enter into the final stages of the NDC process, and really expecting to see countries coming forward next year with their new NDCs. We need to see greater ambition. We need to be it needs to underpin the system and the commitment to having NDCs and the Paris Agreement kind of be resilient and be advancing as we enter its 10th anniversary, and really demonstrating the commitment of parties to making that happen.
Thanks, Jenny. Diana, would you like to share?
I guess one practical thing I'm looking forward to is supporting the COP presidency in their ambition to launch the Baku dialogues on water for climate action. And this will also be a beautiful strand for people, for communities to take activation, for having a voice, for gender approaches. We know that women are disadvantaged through access to water, but also financially disadvantaged. And I would say that private sector is also having a seat at the table. But I think we need a systems change. We need a thought change that GDP isn't everything. It's not the all-encompassing thing we thought it was when we started out, right, with the SDGs. We need to shift to green and meaningful jobs, and that people from every walks of life has an opportunity to make an impact. So we also really need to get the metrics right, because the deals that are being made around carbon markets or debt for nature swaps or water for debt swaps need to be appropriate. They need to be scientifically founded, they need to be fair, they need to be transparent, and they need to be also counting the differences between the tropics, the tropical forests or the tropical ecosystems that churn out at a faster rate, and the global north and the south that don't produce as much. So let's be also looking to ecosystems to guide some of these metrics and measures, and we'll invite as well the private sector to invest in these metrics and measures instead of relying on the public purse to always provide that science. I mean, I might tell my age, but when business plans were put together a while ago, we always had this R&D, right? Research and development. The research and development costs are being borne by the public purse. We need to shift that back. Private sector can also think about profitability and what is the growth mindset. And I think we need to look at planetary boundaries, and we really need to reflect on what is the future for people, because as businesses operate in a space that don't respect that, we have losses, right? We have climate impacts, we have losses in cities, we have loss of land and lives and livelihoods, we have fires and droughts. And so this piece on water that I'm really excited to actually be an opportunity as well, to take this approach that's going to be across boundaries, across cultures, and around the world. Thanks.
Thanks, Diana. And Marjan, did you want to come in, or last word?
On the expectations, NCQC is so important, and NDC, I think we all wanted to be as ambitious to really align with the 1.5 degree Celsius target. But having said that, I think the most important, I hope it will be delivery. We cannot just push for the ambition and without really delivering that. I think with that accountability, it's extremely important. The reason that we focus again and again on monitoring and disclosure, because that data-driven analysis can be made, assessment can be made, and then based on all kind of index, then create accountabilities. So next month we're going to launch our 100 Chinese city about their synergistic performance, not just on the pollution control, but climate action and ecosystem protection and high quality development. So I hope that there will be some more of this can happen globally and to hold them accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjun, and thank you so much to all the panelists. We have reached the end of our event. Thank you so much to you all, the participants. I won't attempt to summarize this rich conversation. Just 3 points to close from the perspective of UN DESA. One, the importance of analysis and deepening the evidence base on this topic of interlinkages between the SDGs and climate action was reiterated. From our side, we are committed to continue our efforts on that front. The work of the expert group will continue. There will be a global report, 2025 report that will be launched next year. And the experts are at the moment planning additional thematic reports that may be launched along with that. Two, importance of inclusive processes, engagement of youth, engagement of private sector, engagement of gender, engagement of all sectors of society was mentioned. Again, from our part, the convening of global conferences on climate and SDGs and SDG and climate synergies are meant to offer a dedicated platform for all stakeholders to come in and discuss synergies and push this topic forward. The next conference will take place in 2025. It is hosted by the government of Denmark. The date has not yet been announced, but look out for an announcement of that, and we welcome you all to join that. And third, the importance of signals, political signals was reiterated here. And this is really why UNFCCC and UN DESA are engaged in this work. This report can be distributed and it can sit on the desk as you see it. But what matters is that the messaging of the report is translated into clear political signals and is integrated in intergovernmental processes related to the SDGs, related to climate, related to nature. We are seeing progress on that front. UNEA is an example. This year, the High-Level Political Forum in New York reviewed SDG 13. The outcome of that led to a ministerial declaration that for the first time encourages member states to enhance synergies between climate and development plans. This is the first time that it has been recognized in the global process on the SDGs, and this is because of the work that colleagues have been doing and we have been pushing forward on the policy front. We hope to see similar signals coming out of the UNFCCC process, similar to what we're seeing in the intergovernmental processes on the UNEA. With that, I thank the panelists again and the audience for joining us, and this conversation will be continued. Keep in touch and see you at the next event. Thank you.
Not yet.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello? Can you hear me clearly? No. If you put on the headsets, it should give you more buffered, clear sound, so please do so. There is no translation. This is simply to allow you to hear clearly. Can you hear? I think Grace is not. There might be a button you need to click to turn it on. I'm not sure. But if you're having any problems with the sound system, perhaps let our colleagues at the back know. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And thank you very much for joining us here today. My name is Reagan Pyromahakit, and I work at RECOFT, the Regional Community Forestry Training Center for Asia and the Pacific. And we're delighted to be here today, and I would like to give my thanks to the hosts for today, the Canadian government, as well as the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation, and IFSA, the International Forest Students Association, for supporting this session. RECOFT comes to this event by virtue of hosting the Secretariat for the Regional Model Forest Network, which is generously supported by the Canadian government. The Model Forest Network is a long-standing initiative which is aimed at cultivating best practices for sustainable forest management by local communities in sites globally, and RECOFT hosts the Secretariat for Asia Pacific. So you will be aware that the theme of today is women, children and youth, and Indigenous people. And I am confident that the speakers that we have today will be able to make meaningful contributions to the discussion of this topic and hopefully advance our thinking and our understanding of perspectives around it. We will hear viewpoints and perspectives on Indigenous forest management, gender and youth. And I think that an interesting element of today's session and the two panels is the exchange of learnings from the north to the south. In addition, we'll be incorporating alternative viewpoints and perspectives, such as the engagement of Indigenous people, gender in conservation, from the perspective of the International Rangers Federation. So, without our Wendell trio, and perhaps I can ask you to sit on the opposite sides of the screen because one of our panelists is joining us virtually. Ms. Mamta Lama, and we'll have our online participant, Ms. Valerie Courtois. Hello, Valerie. So, the theme of the first of our two panels in today's session is on Indigenous people's knowledge and rights in forest conservation. What I would like to do is ask each of our distinguished panelists to introduce themselves, what their role is, and then what their work is and how it contributes to this theme of IP knowledge and rights in forest management. So please try and keep this to within about 5 minutes. So Wendell, would you kindly kick us off, introducing yourself and the work that you do?
Yes, thank you, Reagan, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me to this very interesting event. My name is Wendell Trio. I'm here representing the Global Forest Coalition, which is a coalition of NGOs worldwide that work on forest protection. and that have just recently published the Baku Forest Declaration, which is a declaration that has been developed by groups from the region here, the Caucasus and Central Asia. And that brings me to the project that I'm actually working on. I'm coordinating the Northern Forests and Climate Change Project, which is a coalition of NGOs, scientists and indigenous peoples representatives, kind of fighting to get greater recognition for northern forests inside this climate change process, because most of the time when people speak about forests, they speak about tropical forests, putting a lot of responsibility with developing countries to fight deforestation, which is important. And of course that needs recognition and support, including financial support, but it's also important for developed countries, the industrialized countries, to recognize that they also have an important part of the world's global forest cover. Over 40% of the world's forests are actually located in the northern hemisphere, with most of them actually in Canada, the US, Alaska, Russia and the European Union, the Scandinavian part. These 4 countries that I said represent over 90% of the northern forests, and all in all, northern forests are extremely important in terms of climate change, because they hold almost 50% of the global forest carbon that is stored. So almost 50% of that. They are, of course, increasingly important in terms of biodiversity, because the last stretches of primary and old-growth forests are to be found in the northern forest, but more importantly for the item here, they are also home to a wide range of indigenous peoples, often not so visible as many of the indigenous peoples in tropical forests, but also extremely important. Groups like the Diné, Innu, the Inuit, but also the Sami in Europe and Yucats, etc. So there's a whole range of indigenous peoples all across this polar circle, let's say. And it's very clear that indigenous peoples play an important role in forest conservation. We know that from multiple studies that when forests are being conserved, protected, managed by indigenous peoples, that there's much higher levels of biodiversity, much higher levels of carbon stored, etc. So the issue of land rights becomes extremely important in that. And there is a problem that needs to be addressed, in the sense that despite the fact that northern forests are extremely important for climate, biodiversity and indigenous peoples, they're actually not so highly protected. I mean, only 10% of northern forests have some kind of protected status, either as a nature reserve, as an indigenous peoples territory, while compared to developing countries, that's between 25 to 30%. So there's still a long way to go, and that's one of the things that we clearly want to see. We want greater protection of the northern forest, and we want greater recognition of indigenous people's land rights in these northern forests, to ensure that we can better conserve them and that they can play a greater role in climate protection, biodiversity protection and human rights protection. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, and with that, I believe we will move to Mamta Lama. Can you please introduce yourself and the work that you're doing with the ICVCM?
Hi everyone, my name is Mamta Lama and I serve as the indigenous member of the Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities Forum at the ICVCM, which is also known as Integrated Council for Voluntary Carbon Market. This forum was recently launched in June in 2024, and this is a new initiative that we are taking on as part of the need within the voluntary carbon market. There are so many conversations going on, in terms of the need for better representation and better inclusion of indigenous peoples, because they are a very important component of the voluntary carbon market. So we want to champion their voices to be heard within the voluntary carbon market, and not just hearing their voice from around the globe, but also making sure that we have a strategy going forward and basically influencing the standards, and also for them to have the capacity to better decide and not just better decide, but also be part of the voluntary carbon market as a partner within that mechanism of benefit sharing. So we're trying to do that. We're developing strategies, and that's what we're trying to do from the forum. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I'm.
That's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mamta. If anyone is having any issues hearing, please perhaps raise your hand so that we can give you a new headset. And with that, I would like to turn to Valerie and to invite you to kindly introduce yourself, the work you do, and how it responds to Indigenous rights and knowledge.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to join you virtually. I hope you can hear me well. I'm in Goose Bay, Labrador, which is in the extreme northeast part of what is now known as Canada. My name is Valérie Courtois. I'm the Executive Director of the Indigenous Leadership Initiative, which is the only national scope Indigenous-led conservation organization in Canada. The work that we do is that we promote not only the role in decision-making of Indigenous nations right across this country, but in particular the role of stewardship and how that is an important aspect of Indigenous people's assertions of our rights and titles here in what is now known as Canada. Some of you may know that we've been on quite a journey in this country of recognition of rights and titles. And as a result, we have a number of Indigenous nations who have expressed and asserted their rights to manage forests and landscapes and waterscapes here in Canada. And in fact, the only viable pathway for the country of Canada to achieve its international commitments with respect to the conservation of biodiversity is by enabling that leadership by Indigenous peoples. In fact, currently there is more than 500 million square kilometers in proposed protected areas by nations across Canada, which is essentially the gap that there is to fill for Canada to achieve its international commitments in biodiversity conservation. In addition to that, there are now over 200 Indigenous Guardian programs. These programs are managed by individual nations and designed to implement our Indigenous laws and policy with respect to the management of forests and landscapes and waterscapes, but also to be an interlocutor with other land users and other governments in terms of the management of that forest and of those forests. And right now, we have well over 1,500 guardians who are employed across the country. Some of the exciting work that has emerged most recently is the Project Finance for Permanence partnerships. There are 4 underway in Canada, 2 of which have concluded their partnerships. The most recent one, which my organization was the convener for, is the Northwest Territories Our Lands for Our Future initiative, which will contribute at least 2% of the national target in terms of protection and create hundreds of guardians jobs. This is a private-public partnership that was announced just last Thursday, and is $375 million Canadian that will go into the region of the Northwest Territories, which will vastly transform the nature of not only Indigenous-led stewardship and conservation in the region, but in fact provide a basis for a new model of economics in that region that is much more balanced with the reality of the need of protection of these landscapes and forestscapes. And why this matters is because Canada really has one of the largest intact forests left on this planet, which is the boreal forests of Canada. Those forests store more than twice as much carbon per hectare as tropical forests do. We have 1/5 of the world's remaining fresh water, 1/4 of the world's remaining wetlands. It is the birthplace of 3 to 5 billion birds per year, If we are to think about the role of northern forests, as my fellow panelist Wendell pointed out, Canada is a place where we could really kind of make advances and demonstrate the value of trusting the leadership and the decision making of Indigenous peoples in the management of forests. So thank you very much for this opportunity to join you.
It's wonderful, yes. Very exciting and powerful perspectives from the Indigenous communities in Canada. I think what we will do now is a second round of questions before we open it up to the floor to be able to comment and ask questions. So I'll direct this first to yourself, Wendell. What similarities and differences do you see in the defense of Indigenous rights between groups in the north, in the northern forest context, and in the south?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. So, of course, to start with, every indigenous nation is unique. You know? They have all their own features and so on. So it's very important to recognize that. Now, it's also clear that indigenous nations, in their relationships with governments, that they can be very different. And of course, the situation in Canada is different than the situation in a country as Ecuador or Peru or whatever. So there's clearly differences. Some indigenous nations have treaties with governments. Some have even parliaments, like the Sami. They have a Sami parliament where they kind of have a certain recognition of the role they play in government decisions and policies that directly affect them. So many of those things are not the case in southern countries, so that's a recognition to be made. But there's also a lot of similarities, despite the different relationships with governments. I think all indigenous peoples are struggling with getting their full rights recognized, with getting their lands being recognized. And when we talk about forest protection, recognition of indigenous peoples' land rights is actually a crucial element. It's a cornerstone of making progress on forest protection. But also what we see in many cases, and where there's similarities between indigenous peoples, if not all, is a lot, is that they start from a different point of view than many of the governments. Different point of view of how to look at the world, how to look at the environment, how to look at the forests. And that sometimes clashes, that different point of view between, let's say, traditional Western-based governments as we know them in the northern forest. And it's important to recognize that. It's important to recognize that there's a different starting point, because if we don't recognize that, we will not come to any kind of fruitful agreement between indigenous nations and the governments of the territories they're living in.
Great. Thank you, Wendell. The next question I'll direct to you, Mamta. What are your thoughts on the generational divide with regards to traditional ecological knowledge and the uptake of the next generation, the younger generation, of the way that their elders, previous generations have lived and passed on knowledge? And what do you think can be done to allow for more of a transferring of knowledge between generations?
I would like to respond to that question by sharing my own story. I come from an indigenous Tamang community in Nepal, and then my grandfather used to be a resident of one of the rural communities in Nepal. And he actually moved to Kathmandu, but he still had that access to the knowledge of how the ecosystem resources works and how to best utilize the resources, whether it's adaptation to climate change impacts or whether it's the utilization of the herbs and those resources, basically to adapt to some of the the medicinal practices as well. He also used to care some of the patients in the urban areas where the people don't have that much of financial access basically to afford the hospital's bills. So he used to support those people with, curing those sort of illness, basically utilizing the herbs, and he had that knowledge. But after he passed away, I don't have access to that anymore. So I think there is a gap between intergenerational kind of transfer of those traditional ecological knowledge, and that is forever lost to me. And what can be done, I think, is better recognition of the traditional ecological knowledge in policies, and also better integration of traditional ecological knowledge in climate initiatives, whether it's carbon projects, whether it's adaptation projects. And also, while we talk a lot about these financing, carbon financing, and channeling funds to the local communities, I think this considered very much when we design, or when we design the initiatives or the projects. It should be better recognized if it's a co-design process, and if they are included within the free, prior, and informed consent process, allowing them to discuss in those processes of designing those initiatives. And the other thing is better documenting the traditional ecological knowledge, and organizing more programs in schools and universities, basically to let them know that this is very important. Because in my case, I think I distanced myself from that unintentionally, because I was inclined to modern education, university. So I think there should be some way to basically letting the students who go to universities and also to schools to better let them know that this is also important, and we should not be inclining away from these traditional ecological knowledges, and there should be better recognition within policies, and also better process and integration in all of the initiatives. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So some thoughts on what can be done to allow for that transfer and the capture and the persistence of traditional ecological knowledge to the youth. Valerie, we heard a little bit from you about some of the innovative or upcoming models around private-public partnerships, but it would be interesting to learn a little bit more about what is happening amongst the Guardians and Indigenous people in Canada, and what some of these models and approaches could be transferred, could be shared, could be considered by brethren in the South.
Sure, thank you very much for that question. So in addition to kind of the concept of Guardians landing in Canada, we, like many other regions, struggle with the financial backing of these models. And one of the things that we've done here in Canada is that we've created what's called the First Nations National Guardians Network. And so any of the public monies that are invested into the model of Guardians through our state governments can channel through an Indigenous decision-making process. Part of the advantage of that is that not only can we better ensure that those investments land, but we can also better track the value of those investments and how those investments in Indigenous-led conservation and stewardship or forest management also translate into other social benefits that have been an important struggle for peoples as we emerge from our colonial history as a country. So we know that when there are Guardians present, not only does that create valuable in-community jobs, which are quite rare in many cases, but it can also really translate to other social economic values, like the increased access to education or decreased violence against women, the ability for our youth to hope for their future, which has also resulted in a reduction of rates of suicide. Some of you may not be aware, but Indigenous peoples in Canada still to this day have some of the highest suicide rates in the world. And so this is something that as Indigenous leaders, we need to address in everything that we do with respect to the relationship with those landscapes. So certainly having that public and Indigenous peoples partnership that really creates an air and a context of trust between the government of Canada and the Indigenous governments to make the right decisions on the ground. So that's a model that we hope will inspire other regions in certainly trusting the ability of Indigenous peoples to make better decisions on how those investments land on the ground and to make sure that we're tracking the impacts of those investments. The other thing that has been very interesting here in Canada is that in many ways there is a reality of management here where much of the management of these forests happen in centers and not so much very locally. I mean, there are a number of exceptions to that rule, of course, through individual forest companies that are doing management, et cetera, and some regional office. But for the most part, that is a centralized management system. And the reality of the forests is that even though we talk about our boreal region, there is a lot of diversity within that national region. And so, for example, where I am in Labrador, we're on the far northeast corner of the boreal. In many ways, we are almost like a boreal rainforest. Our fire cycles are quite long. In our cases, they can be 500 to 800 years long. Which means that the dynamics of the forest and the way that you manage those forests is quite distinct from the western part of the forest. And I mentioned the Northwest Territories. Some of you may know that last year there were some extensive forest fires.
Oh dear. Let's just, okay, there we go. You're back with us. Sorry, we lost you there for a minute, Valerie.
Okay, well, I was referring to forest fires in the Northwest Territories and the serious rate of burning that the boreal forest is suffering, particularly in the western part of the forest. And many of us who are foresters are starting to think that the rate of fires in those regions is actually beyond the range of natural variability, which is quite concerning in terms of the changes for those landscapes and the impacts on species like caribou, and other species that we depend on for our food security as Indigenous people. So that is another movement that we're hoping to develop, is to have Guardians play a much stronger role in fire response and management and prevention, not only in terms of responding directly to fires, but also implementation of cultural practices around our relationship to fire, including cultural burning. Which is something that historically in the forest management sector in Canada has been suppressed for various reasons and is now coming back. Just to give you a sense of implications, there are more than 40% of communities that are evacuated as a result of large wildfires in Canada are Indigenous peoples, and we tend to be evacuated much longer than non-Indigenous communities for a variety of reasons: access to infrastructure, location and remoteness of our communities, etc. So it's a real opportunity for Canada to rethink the way that it manages fires by looking to the role of Indigenous peoples to do some of that response and management in place and much quicker than can be generated from provincial capitals or other management centers. So those are examples of some of the things that I think are very transferable to not only to other regions around the world, but certainly to other communities and other places here in what is now known as Canada.
Yeah, that's very insightful. That's wonderful. RECOFT works on community-based fire management as well. So it would be it would be great to be able to touch bases and learn from your experiences. I think we have time to open it up for a couple questions from the audience. Are there any questions for our panelists? Yes, please. Maybe I'll. You? Do we have an extra?
Thank you very much. My name is Juliet Biao. I'm the director of the United Nations Forum on Forests. I don't have a question, but it's just a contribution. The issue of land rights, we've been talking about it for almost 4 decades now, and it's still a major constraint. And yet, we are not far from the deadline for reaching the global forest goals. We all know that the first global forest goals is really to achieve forest cover by 3% by 2030. How do we achieve that if we cannot have really the land right, especially for indigenous people, is a matter of fairness. Without land rights, how can they even attract investment in terms of reforestation, afforestation? So as a UN Forum on Forests, I think these are issues that can be brought to the technical session of the UN Forum on Forests, and the next one will be in May next year in New York, so that we can get insight from other countries to know how we can really address this issue when we are looking at accelerating the achievement of the global forest goals. I will also encourage you to submit your national reporting where this kind of issue can be highlighted, so that as a UN Forum on Forests, we can know how we can support you to really address those issues. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. The underlying question or issue of land tenure, which we heard in the panel earlier today here, which was very much focused on land rights recognition for Indigenous people as well. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Zwide from Malawi. To what extent are you involved in coming up with some of these forest management plans, if any? I mean, if at all you are involved, maybe you might want to share some insight into this one. Thank you.
I will have to skip that question because we're not
involved
directly in that kind of work. So, yeah.
Yeah, same for me. Not directly involved, but we look forward to basically engage with the indigenous peoples and local communities from forests across the globe, because we have 8 members within the forum representing from 8 regions across the globe. And if there is any sort of opportunity that we can contribute in the forest management plans, best include indigenous peoples and local communities within the decision-making processes. Obviously, we are looking forward to influencing the policies in that regards. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Valerie, would you like to take a stab at the question?
Sure. In Canada, I would say that the vast majority of guardians who work on the management and protection of their landscapes and waterscapes are involved in some form of forest management issue. Though you may be aware that the reality of our boreal forest is that part of it is within commercial or formal management regimes, and the northern parts of it are outside of that commercial and formal forest management regime. So some of them have forest management plans, and others it's more about the management of landscapes and wildlife dynamics and other things like that. I personally am a registered professional forester by trade, and I am still the author on the local forest management plan here in Labrador. It covers 7.1 million hectares, and of that, more than half is in protected areas, simply because of the delicateness and the reality that these are forests that require a certain amount of care. And our approach to forest management is to design for what needs to stay rather than to design for what needs to be taken. And that has completely shifted the way that the forest management plan looks like in this region compared to what it would have been had it been planned by provincial foresters and natural resources here in the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. That kind of Indigenous approach to forest management, in fact, we call it Indigenous forest management formally here in Canada to really try to look at this idea of planning for protection as opposed to planning for use is something that has gone right across this country, and we find that in many parts of Canada. What we're seeing is that the forests that do implement that sort of forest management tend to be much more resilient to impacts like from climate change and fires and other measures. So I would say that it should be very much looked at globally as a way of thinking through how to both make sure that your communities can develop and benefit from the resources around them, but not to risk them at long term in a way that will affect the very values that make us who we are as Indigenous peoples, which is that value of care and that recognition that we are a part of these ecosystems and therefore cannot Bigfoot or take more than what we should, because those consequences are not only direct in terms of the diminishment of the values, but also spiritual in nature. We have in our concept as Innu peoples, if we misbehave and use more than we are supposed to, there are serious consequences to that sort of behavior. And there are ways of translating the reality of that in forest management plans, and that's what we're seeing in many parts of this country.
Wow. Again, very inspiring words from Valerie. With that, I think we can close this panel. I invite you to give our excellent panelists a warm round of applause. And please feel free at this point to take your seats. Thank you very much, Valerie.
Thank you so much for having me virtually.
It's been our pleasure. And with this, I call up our second panel. That will be Sudha, Jennifer, as well as John. In the meantime, we have a short video that will play as our colleagues are preparing to come up.
Nemblomi, mundija kepanga, mi manlo papa ninguni, si blo huli tribe. Look, baksat blomi, ikat primary forest, time grand pundan time diwai pundan, mi pla kolim ida pu agenda. History blo tungkudan blomi osem, man prata blon diwai prata blo man endai past time or diwai endai past time. History blo tungkudan blo mi pla osem na, mi pla sawal dukadim primary forest good. That's all now. Climate compete pla. Now, happy wari igam rando inside the wall blow yumi. This la primary forest. I mean blow me taso. Employ yumi all kata inside the wall. Think him this la. So all what people? You talk Indonesian people. Indonesian people. And many no some poor people na no got money place. Think him this la na you talk. That's all now. Good plalo yumi. All kata sabim primary forest. Big plus something. International community talk picture some UN or European international people. Enough funding some money lo making vanilla project or coffee project or button bag or get something this lakan yumi making. Yumi protecting world bro yumi. Something me no sabe hold him keep bro or bagrab tasol yumi time yumi stop time. Tribe na making panim wena protecting making this lakan. Employ yumi or kataso. Stop bro yupla. So me had lo tok planti. So me tok thank you lo yupla. Merci à tous.
And this is a video provided by the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. With that, may I call up our next panel of speakers, please? It's up to you. Sit where you wish. And I would like to start similarly to what we did with the previous panel. The topic or the theme for this panel is empowering women and IP leadership in forest conservation. So I would like to ask each of our speakers in turn to introduce themselves, what organization they're affiliated with, and what the work that they do is that relates to women empowerment and indigenous leadership in forest conservation. So maybe we'll go in the order of how our panelists are sitting. Please, Jing.
Reagan, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Tauli Corpus. I am a Kankanai Igorot indigenous person from the Philippines. And at this meeting, my hat is as a representative of the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. And at COP16, I was part of the team that led the negotiations on behalf of indigenous peoples on Article 8J. So I'll keep it there for now.
Oh, that's quite brief. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, okay. So, hi everyone. I'm Sudha, and thank you organizers for having me in this giving this opportunity to share. I'm the country director for RECOFT in Nepal and manage and lead the country program portfolio that is basically looking after the biodiversity conservation work, the nexus of landscape and micro hydropowers, climate change programs, gender leadership programs. When all the program that we do in Nepal is kind of like the heart is like women empowerment and indigenous people communities empowerment processes. That comes from our deeper analysis of like the half of the population. I mean, especially in case of Asia and South Asia, the women and the indigenous people are in the forefront of like the gardening, the use, the management of the natural resources. And without meaningfully engaging them in our work, we will not be able to address any of the climate crisis this is happening now, and we will not be able to reach the sustainable development goal. So that's how we have a deep realization of how we should be focusing our program, taking a transformative approach. And when I say transformative approach is like working with the communities, working with the women specific and with the IPs communities in two fronts. One, more taking like a push approach, which is like, taking this women, the indigenous people to out of their boundaries, which is like giving the training to capacity build their skills, which are very technical when it comes to the forest management. May it be like the capacity to build their leadership skills, their communication skills, the comfort that they should feel when they work in a very patriarchally systematic culture and society that they have in the community. So coming themselves out of that boundary is very important. So we take a push approach where we have a program of grassroots gender leadership programs. And in these modules, we integrate a lot of, the time poverty and care analysis approaches, which them help to understand what's the time poverty will bring that challenge to the women and how they can analyze this to come out of the as a leader. And in this approach, we engage with lot of youth, but also the household members, the husband, the in-laws, to be able to recognize what's kind of, like the role they could play to take that leadership role for the women. And then another pull factor, which is like, like when we work building an ecosystem and transferring that, the leadership skills by building the champions around. So we have a WAVES program, which is Waving Leadership Program, and that program is like identifying some of the youth, some of the policymakers, even like young professionals who could then build a change program, the change as a program to then further work with many of other women leaders in the country, but also engaging with academic institutions where we have like gender sensitive and responsive program in curriculum and a sensitive environment within the academic institutions. And we work with the private sector actors to come up with the women economic empowerment projects. So that's kind of ecosystem that we work, and then working with the policymakers and government actors to develop policies which will then have a mandatory provisions for women's provisions in the community forestry model, where they can take that the executive decisions and decision making processes can be in behalf of women and indigenous people. So working on both this transformative and approach, where both working on both sides of push and pull, is very important for us. And as an institution, we have like taken that approach in a way that we put it as our priority, one of the priority goals in our strategic plan. This is not just a cross-cutting for us. This is a core primary goal that we tend to have like a design of this program and projects when we do that, and it is built on in our integrated and mainstream in every project that we do. So this is how we take this, the leadership program in the country for targeting women and indigenous people. I'll keep it here. And
that's great. Thank you. So the push and pull approach to advocacy and mainstreaming gender. John, please kindly introduce yourself and how your work relates to the topics of gender empowerment and indigenous leadership.
Thank you very much. So my name's Jonathan Churcher. I'm the General Manager of the International Ranger Federation. And I think firstly we need to set the context of why rangers and why we link to indigenous people, because without that we can't really continue the conversation of how we see ranger advocacy supporting indigenous people. So we use a term for rangers as planetary health workers, and that fundamentally includes indigenous people, forest guardians, and all sorts of other groups that work on the front line of conservation. We recently ran a report, the first global report called the State of the Ranger Report, where 30% of respondees class themselves as indigenous people. And so when we use the term ranger, we are very inclusive of indigenous people and what they stand for and what they do. We also are very aware that the role that indigenous people, without them, we will not simply achieve our climate goals or our biodiversity goals. We have set ourselves some very strong and important targets of 1.5 degrees and protecting 30% of the world by 2030. And yet we sometimes find ourselves excluding groups such as indigenous people and particularly women in that. And we're seeing that there is not a strong female leadership position, which is disappointing, because without that we're not going to see the change that we need to see and has to happen. We also are very aware that when we include women and we include indigenous people, we see greater outcomes. The loss of, say, forest cover, for instance, is over 50% less in indigenous lands than it is in open and state-run areas. And so the numbers are really there of why we have to do this and what needs to happen. And the IRS role in this is really to represent rangers and in such indigenous people at these events such as COP, but also listen to that voice and connect from the lowest level all the way through and be that voice of the ranger from the ground all the way up to these events here.
Amazing. Thank you. Wonderful. With that, I would like to go around to a second round of questions. We'll start with you, Jing. In your view, what needs to happen in order for Indigenous people and local communities to be sufficiently empowered and supported to fully realize their global roles as stewards of forests and biodiversity? What else needs to take place?
Yes. I just realized I missed the second part of the question earlier, so I will talk about something that we've been working on as the International Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities Forum on Biodiversity. One of the reasons that we are here at the UNFCCC here in Baku is to share some good news coming out of Cali and the COP there, COP16. And we've been working really hard as Indigenous peoples to build consensus at the global level around the need for Indigenous peoples to be fully and effectively participating in all global policy-making processes that have to do with biodiversity protection, climate change adaptation, and mitigation. In August, we organized a global summit in Bogota because we knew that it was very important to build consensus among, the indigenous peoples of the world. We are coming from 7 distinct socio-cultural regions and, very, very different contexts and cultures. And it was very important to have this summit in order to level off on what our priorities are for COP16. And it was very clear. Our first priority was the establishment of a high-level body that would facilitate collaboration between indigenous peoples and local communities on one hand, and governments and other actors, the funders, the academics, the academic institutions, UN agencies, and so forth. So that was one priority. The other one was a program of work for full inclusion of indigenous peoples. Then, of course, we have the different funding mechanisms, like on digital sequence information, which is a little bit technical, but also resource mobilization and having a monitoring framework. And so with that process to identify our priorities and develop our proposals for COP16, we're very happy to announce that we've hit 3 of those 5 priorities. And the other 2 were only delayed because they had to adjourn the COP because of lack of quorum. It had gone over time, and the developing country parties had to leave for their flights. And so we were not able to adopt resource mobilization and the monitoring framework. But the victories, the big victories, were the successful establishment of a subsidiary body on Article 8J. And this is groundbreaking within the UN system. If you see here in the UNFCCC, there are only 2 subsidiary bodies. One on technical and scientific advice, and the other one on implementation. We have never had a subsidiary body that looks at issues of Article 8J, traditional knowledge, and indigenous peoples and local communities. And so this is a very, very important opportunity. We managed to adopt the work program, and we managed to establish to be part of the establishment of the Cali Fund for benefit sharing, from digital sequenced information on genetic resources. The monitoring framework very clearly included land tenure security as a headline indicator, which means that countries will need to monitor the status and trends of land tenure, especially for indigenous peoples and local communities. It wasn't adopted because of quorum issues, but that's not controversial. It's going to be adopted at the resumed session of the COP. And so with this background, I think what needs to happen now is to make sure that this subsidiary body is alive and vibrant. We make full use of this high-level platform for collaboration with everyone. And we look at how we implement the work program. And in the work program, we have, for example, elements on the human rights-based approach. We have an element on full and effective participation of indigenous peoples, and most importantly, on direct access by indigenous peoples to finance for biodiversity conservation. And we believe that with this work program, we can have stronger implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and then also look at synergies between climate and biodiversity. Because the reality is, for indigenous peoples, the actions that we take on the ground are both addressing biodiversity loss and climate change impacts. And so, you know, it's a very artificial division at the global level, this, you know, desertification here, climate change here, and biodiversity there. No? So we want this holistic approach. We want to make more connections and synergies between the different processes. So that's what needs to happen. We need to have direct access to finance, and we need to support this subsidiary body.
Yes, well, congratulations to you and the rest of the team for the amazing work as well. Moving now to Sudha. So we've heard some of the successes with the WAVES program and the Gender Leadership Initiative. What are some of the practical on-the-ground challenges that you face with gender empowerment in Nepal specifically? And what are some of the strategies or ways that we could consider to overcome these challenges?
Let me start with some of the data that I want to highlight from Nepal. In Nepal, more than 51% of the population is female. Of that, only 64% are literate, and only 24% are owning land or house entitlement. So, you know, like you can already see the challenge at that level. I mean, literacy, having less, you know, technical knowledges around it, having, you know, the limitations to access the finances with the land entitlement or the house entitlement here. But when it comes to the community forestry or the forest management, it becomes even more because, you know, like when you have this, the forest management, it always comes with a very technical measurements and terms, and where women are hardly been kind of like taken up front to take that kind of responsibilities. But in Nepal, we have a community forestry model where more than 23,000 community forestry users groups exist, and 42% of them are women. But when it comes to, you know, like the participation, there is like, we can count the number, but when it comes to the executive body or the leadership taking positions, and then there we have a challenge, you know? So it's always like, you know, you do the work, but when it comes to the decision making, then there is someone else to do that job. And we have a very progressive, you know, the policy that actually helps to bring the numbers up front. I mean, now with the policy of making like 50% of women participation in the community forest users groups, you have that number. But then, you know, what is happening? We have a deep patriarchal, systemic, you know, cultural norms there. So there is a pseudo, you know, like representation. You are actually representing in number, but then your husband or someone from the house, your son, would go to that meeting and takes a decision on your behalf, you know. So that's the challenge that we faced. I mean, and another level, if we find women with our grassroots leadership program to come up with a leadership role, and you know, they really want to do that kind of all sort of leadership, you know, talks and decision making, then, you know, because then it requires a lot of time to networking, to go to these meetings, do all the works, and then when you come back, and then your family members will not be happy. Sometimes your husband abuse, you know, like so much of abuse and domestic violence is happening in the areas where even we are working. So, you know, you have to. It's not just like, you know, the leadership program is enough, or the having that number is enough. It is very important to analyze that deep-rooted, you know, cultural norms and societal norms, and what's happening within that household or within that society that is not letting a woman. And in case of Nepal now, because of we are having this climate impact, we are having this, you know, like the hills are not producing enough, the livelihood is not enough. Now they have to migrate. I mean, from town, from a village to town, and town to abroad. So then what happening is, all the, you know, the females are left behind to do all the work. But this also means the time poverty. And you have now the triple or, you know, like full-time burdens of taking care of your family, your animals, livestock, taking care of your forest, your natural resources, and then on top of that, earning and going to these old economic interventions and activities. And on top of that, we will go there with our meetings, with our capacity building events, and so much of time poverty. So one of the things that we have, I mean, having these kind of challenges been kind of had, we integrated this care analysis work, which then having a household dialogue within the houses to see how you can distribute the roles and responsibility, how you recognize the role that's been kind of like new for women, and giving that space for them to kind of have a mobility, have a time to participate in the meeting, to actually meaningfully contribute in the process, and also meaningfully participate in a technical training which is long and which is demanding in that sense. Another is to look into how economically incentivizing the women. Like if you are bringing some economic incentives to the house, then your perspective changes, So it's kind of a motivational approach that we are also taking, like in some of the areas, that if you bring that economic incentive, it is okay to have that, mobility. It is okay to have that leadership kind of role, and that again, it's kind of more acceptable to the family and to the society. So even taking an analysis that helps them to, like more acceptance, but also, like giving that space for them to have like the time, energy, and technical knowledge to be taking that advanced role. And what we also are kind of like proposing and doing in some of the areas, like, power changer, this kind of small, work that is mainly male-headed. So we're looking for, the female to challenge that stereotype and be engaged, and we provide that kind of training, which is actually economically very sound, and like many other tasks you do in the community forestry thing. So it's basically full of challenges, I would say. Mainly driven by the deep structural, caste and societal norms that we have. But when we do integrate these as a core part of our gender analysis, then we have these kind of strategies. I would not say it may work in all the context, but in our context it has worked, and it has given the positive results and achievements in some of the area that we work. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, finally, last but not least, John. What needs to change in the narrative of traditional conservation, including as regards to the role of rangers, in order for us to achieve win-win solutions for both Indigenous people, for their rights, as well as biodiversity conservation? Whereas it's always been framed as binary, we know there's no way we can continue in that way. So what needs to happen?
Well, thank you for that. I'm just going to quickly just mention something which you've been speaking about. And just as the only man up here, it's wonderful being in the minority. But I think what you're talking about there are some much broader issues of equality. And it's not just about a number in the input to say, right, we've hit 50%, when actually internationally 25% or only 25% of legislators are women. So, their decision-making or the proportion of them making decisions at the highest level is not equal. And there is a huge effort to equalize that at the bottom, but we're not seeing it go all the way through, and I'd love to continue discussing that as well. But on the actual kind of the narrative and how we go into a win-win, and not seeing this as a kind of a zero-sum situation where we do one thing and therefore it takes away from another. We've discussed it, and it's been mentioned a few times, but the priority has to be Indigenous rights and sovereignty of the actual land and the areas that they're looking after. That has got to be the key piece, because without that legislation that supports them, nothing else can stand. And this is true, and I'm going to interweave a few range of points as well and around that, but that recognition has to happen. And then also the recognition of the ranger profession itself. And if we are including Indigenous peoples within the definition of ranger, and they include themselves in that, then we also need to see that level of recognition happen as well. And part of that needs to be looking at how we redefine and reframe the perception of rangers from enforcers to collaborators. And the importance that Indigenous people and women play within that role of collaborator and peace builder, because they're the ones who can bridge across into communities that many state and governments can't, because they either speak the wrong language itself or speak in the wrong type of language, that therefore they can't communicate and they can't work well with each other, and it causes conflict. And then we go into enforcement, where we should be looking at the collaboration from the outset. Thirdly, it's the knowledge transfer. The narrative has always been that we are going to do a thing, but actually we are, in doing that, reinventing the wheel in many cases, because the knowledge is already there. And we've seen this, Valerie was talking about it with the fire management, for instance, and we're seeing this in Australia as well, working with the indigenous population there on how they manage their fires. And we're learning because we reinvented the wheel in our image, and we thought that we knew what was right, and it turned out that we were wrong. And it's been really great to see that change, but we need to do more, and that training needs to happen consistently. And finally, kind of my fourth point really is on the co-management. And you talked about this here, about how we tend to talk about co-management as almost like an end state. We're going to get to a co-managed situation, but we haven't done the co-decision making, we haven't done the co-inception, we haven't put the word co in the front of what we're discussing. And there's a delegate from Fiji who stood up in Colombia a few weeks ago who made this point about how we need to stick the word co and prefix what we're doing with that. Otherwise, we're not going to get that shared decision making at the very inception, and therefore we're always going to be playing catch up as we go through. And so the narrative needs to shift into be one that is more owned by Indigenous people, which is great that you're owning that narrative, and that's where it needs to be. And we need to be learning from you in how we do that, not just in how we manage these areas, but actually how we go about thinking about the management of them, and how we go about the decision-making process. Because if only 25% of decision makers at the highest level are women, then we're not getting the best out of the situation. We are always going to be playing catch-up, opposed to being on the front foot, because these issues are far too big to be solved in the traditional, in the modern sort of patriarchal way of thinking, and we're not going to get to our end states. So I think for me, the narrative needs to shift kind of, relatively wholly to be more inclusive, more diverse, but really from the inception all the way through. And that decision-making needs to be owned by the people who really own the land.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much, John. And I think with that, we can maybe see if there's any questions from the audience that you would like to pose to our panelists. Yes.
Jean, I want to ask. I am Carmen Rosa Guerrariza Ngacancuama, indigenous woman from Colombia. And I want to ask specifically to Jean about Target 23 of the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and how this is connected with this main outcome of the subsidiary body of Article AJ. And I bringing this up because it's really important for the topic of the panel, and I feel that Jean can provide really good inputs about it. Thank you.
Yes. Please, Jing, do you have a microphone?
Thank you so much for the question. Indeed, Target 23 of the framework is about a gender-responsive approach to implementation of the whole global biodiversity framework. And this is, of course, very important for Indigenous peoples. And our main target is Target 22, which talks about land rights, the right of Indigenous peoples to lands, territories, and resources, access to information, access to justice, as well as full protection of environmental rights defenders. And we know that Indigenous people, women in general and Indigenous peoples in particular are vulnerable in terms of all of those four elements of Target 22. And so it's necessary when you talk about land rights, for example, to make sure that Indigenous peoples are also, Indigenous women are also part of that. When we talk about environmental rights defenders, we have to look at the particularities and vulnerabilities that Indigenous women have. In our communities in the Philippines, in my region, up in the mountains, we are very rich in gold. And so the gold miners come, and frequently they use sexual violence, violence against women, as a tool to suppress protests from the indigenous peoples. And so we have to recognize this particular vulnerability and be mindful of that when designing interventions that would support the rights of indigenous peoples, so that we don't forget that there are particular circumstances of indigenous women, indigenous youth, and indigenous girls that need to be addressed. And so thank you for reminding me that Target 23 is very important.
Wonderful. Thank you for the question. Are there any other questions from the audience in our remaining minutes? No. Okay. So I think with that, we can give our wonderful panelists a warm round of applause. Please feel free, I think, to head back to your seats. Just to summarize, I think we've heard some really great thoughts and perspectives on social inclusion, on, again, underscoring the importance of land tenure, on reframing multiple narratives, whether it's gender, whether it's the role of forest guardians, of rangers, and so forth. The one phrase that really struck me, we heard from Valerie, was to try to work towards developing the ability of our youth to hope for the future. And that really resonated, because I think that touches a nerve with youth globally, given the current context that we're in with multiple crises taking place. So it's been wonderful to be a part of this session. I hope you've enjoyed it. And we will end now on a final video message from the CEO of the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, since the Paris Agreement in 2015, COPs have served as the primary forum for nations to unite and devise collaborative solutions to the urgent challenge of climate change. In these times of global uncertainty and complex geopolitical shifts, these gatherings shine as beacons of unity, reinforcing our shared commitment to tackling the climate crisis. His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco has been a pioneer among world leaders in addressing the environmental impact of human activity. Since the establishment of the foundation in 2006, he has championed actions across a wide range of areas, from Mediterranean to polar regions, from the global ocean to forests around the world, all to raise global awareness of the serious threats posed by climate change. The Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation recognizes the essential role that these annual COPs play to advance planetary health. We are pleased to extend our sincere congratulations to the United Nations Forum on Forests on the creation of the Forest Pavilion at this year's COP29 in Baku. This initiative, realized with key partners including the Prince Albert II of Monaco Foundation and our Forests and Communities Initiative, offers a powerful platform to advance dialogue on forest conservation. Forests are the green lungs of our planet, absorbing vast quantities of carbon dioxide, regulating our climate, and sustaining an extraordinary diversity of life. Forests are also home to indigenous peoples and local communities whose traditional knowledge and practices are critical for effective forest conservation. By spotlighting the challenges that face these ecosystems and the need to empower the communities that inhabit them, this Forest Pavilion speaks volumes about our collective priorities. Let us work to keep forests at the heart of our climate discussions and actions. Preserving them is essential if we are to achieve a resilient, sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the SDG Pavilion. My name is Bahar Sayedi. I'm a Senior Sustainable Development Officer at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. And I am delighted to moderate this event on ensuring universal energy access and just energy transition from the Summit of the Future to the SDG 7 review and HLPF 2026. This event is organized by UN DESA in collaboration with SDG 7 TAG, Technical Advisory Group, as well as UN Energy. And before I pass the floor on to the co-chairs of the SDG 7 TAG, which we are delighted to have with us today, just a little bit of background on the context for the session. So as you all know, SDG 7 is at the heart of the 2030 agenda, as well as the discussions currently going on at COP29. Now, the next review of SDG 7 will take place in 2026. And this discussion today will focus on the opportunities and challenges that we have ahead of us as we move forward towards progress on SDG 7. As you know, we are not on track with the targets, whether it's universal access to energy or energy efficiency or renewable energy, and we need to see accelerated progress to ensure the achievement of SDG 7 by 2030. Now, without further ado, let me welcome Mr. Hans Olav Ibrik. He's the Special Envoy for Climate and Security from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. He's also the co-facilitator of the SDG 7 TAG. I also would like to introduce Ms. Sheila Oparacho. She's the Executive Director of Energia, and she's also the co-facilitator of the SDG 7 TAG. I believe Sheila is joining us virtually. Hans Olav, over to you for your opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Bahara. First of all, I'm having a really bad cold today, so I'm not quite sure what I will end up saying, and I will also try to be a little bit brief, even though this is a topic that I feel really strongly about. So I could have probably spoken a long time, but first of all, let me thank UN DESA for convening us, and also let me thank UN DESA for establishing the SDG 7 Technical Advisory Group, which is comprised of about 50 members from various organizations, including member states and civil society, which I think is actually a great group. And Sheila and myself, we've been co-facilitating this group since the start, and we still have the confidence of the members, so we'll at least we will continue for another year. But first, let me provide some opening remarks that also Bahare touched upon, that energy is an enabler of development, and there are actually no high-income country with low and at the same time being a low energy country. If you look at the statistics, it doesn't exist a high-income, low-energy country because, in essence, our electricity consumption and income per capita is actually correlated, and it's a really nice correlation. Unfortunately, access to clean cooking is not correlated necessarily with income, so that means and underscores also the point that we need different approaches. And if you look at energy, it's not only linked to economic development, but of course it's enabling also a host of other SDGs, and we call it the interlinkages in terms of course, gender, health, food, education, etc. So the interlinkages between SDG 7 and the other ones are quite stark, and then that's also an area that the SDG 7 TAG is focusing on, given the mandate, which is basically to support also HLPF. So now we are moving actually towards a world that runs on electricity, and of course that's also at the heart of SDG 7. But as Bahar said, we are way off, and I personally think it will be a really hard task for us to achieve SDG 7 by 2030. I think it's nearly impossible, but we still need to keep the eyes on that target. It's important politically, so we cannot give up right away. Of course, access to electricity, we are not doing too shabby. Clean cooking, we are way off. Renewable energy, we are actually heading in the right direction, albeit not at the speed as we have wanted, but at least we're making some progress. And energy efficiency, we are also way off in terms of achieving that target. We all know that we are faced with considerable headwinds when it comes to implementing SDG 7 and also the energy transition at large and achieving our global climate goals. I don't need to go into details. I can just mention some keywords in terms of geopolitics. We have increasing technology competition between some of the key larger countries. We have also created new dependencies in this area, especially in terms of technologies and minerals, and I'm thinking of China in particular. And of course then we have climate change impacts that are getting larger and larger by the minute. There's also general lack of cooperation. There's lack of investments, especially investments flowing into the least developed countries. Africa get less than 2%, maybe even less than 1% of annual renewable energy investments. And it's quite clear that now we risk that the divide between developed and developing countries and some emerging markets that are charging ahead will actually be wider. And that's a serious concern to all of us. And I think it's also fair to note that increasing government budgets in most countries will be under pressure. But there are some bright spots in terms of last year we got together and agreed to triple renewable energy and double energy efficiency. I've always said that that's, for me, it is SDG 7, but if I might say so at the climate COP, but our climate colleagues have actually discovered SDG 7, because if we had achieved SDG 7, there was no need for this tripling and doubling targets. According to IEA, we are not too far off in terms of achieving tripling target by 2030. So we are definitely heading in the right direction. Overall, also we see investment flows shifting from the bad to the good in terms of from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And earlier this year, we had a clean cooking summit in Paris, organized by IEA, Norway, Tanzania and the African Development Bank, that actually brought together more than 1,000 people to discuss clean cooking. And normally when I've discussed clean cooking, it's a room like this and only a large handful of people. So that was at least potentially then could be a game-changing summit, and also hopefully that this will also come out of this COP something on clean cooking. But coal use is still increasing. Emissions are still going up. In terms of carbon capture and storage, we only capture about 50 million tons. We have to reach 1 gigaton by 2030, showing that the difference between 50 million ton and 1 gigaton is quite large. So we really need to ramp up. Fossil fuel subsidies are going down from a top in 2022, but we are nowhere near where we want to be in terms of removing fossil fuel subsidies. So what needs to be done in terms of going forward? Of course, we need to ramp up investments, and I'm always at events like this advocating for an increased focus on domestic resource mobilization. We are constantly pointing towards the private sector and expecting the private sector to come up with the resources that we need. And by all means, yes, we need to tap into the private sector, but if we don't get the domestic side right, then the private sector will not come either. So we need to help countries to improve taxation, the way they spend money, redirecting fossil fuel subsidies, and of course in some parts of the world also to implement carbon pricing. This is the Human Development Day, and I would really like also to focus on we need to improve the number of people that can actually, enhance the number of people that can actually work in this sector. So we need to focus more on education, especially get girls into STEM, because if not, we will not have the people to do what we need to do. We also need to invest a lot more in grid. I think that is going to be the factor that will hinder us in terms of going forward, and of course, generally speaking, in terms of facilitating the enabling environment. Of course, the SDG 7 tag is a UN appointed group appointed by UN DESA, and we need to take a look at what the UN itself is doing. We have, of course, UN Energy, which is taking action to sort of coordinate the UN agencies' actions in this area. At the same time, we as member states, we lack a platform where we can come together and discuss energy issues. So that's why at least last year we've been calling for this intergovernmental platform. I just have, based on the discussions in New York, we haven't made any headway as of today on this issue. The good news is that our colleagues in New York at least seems to be agreeing on extending the SDG 7 decade until 2030, but we did not get the international conference in 2027 that we really wanted. So that means we need to come together and continue to build the case, and hopefully at the end of the day we will convince some of the key guys in New York to support our efforts more widely. But let me again thank you to SDG 7 tag members for all their hard work, and we're looking forward to continuing these efforts. So Sheila, maybe I've spoken too much now, but I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you very much, Hans.
Or should I?
I'm always
Yes.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, Hans, can you hear me?
Sheila, we can hear you
Can you
clearly.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you,
Okay,
Sheila.
thank you. I was just saying that I'm always privileged to come after Hans has spoken, because he has very well articulated key messages from the SDG 7 tag and for myself. Distinguished guests and colleagues, I regret that I'm not with you in Baku, but it's an honor to speak to you as we come together to discuss, as already been said, one of the key challenges of our time, and that is providing universal access and ensuring a just and inclusive energy transition. As the co-facilitator of the SDG 7 Technical Advisory Group, alongside my colleague Hans-Olof Ibrich, I'm delighted to welcome you to this session at the SDG Pavilion at COP29. And I join Hans in thanking UN DESA for making this event possible. The Sustainable Development Goal number 7, and just to remind ourselves, is to ensure access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable and modern energy for all, is a foundational pillar of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as the Paris Agreement. It underpins efforts to combat climate change and achieve global equity. However, as already been said, despite its pivotal importance, the current trajectory reveals a significant gap in our progress. Without urgent action, as we have already heard from Hans-Olof, the world will fall far short of this critical goal. What is at stake here is not simply energy, but rather SDG 7 is one of the goals which can produce high co-benefits in other areas of sustainable development, delivering on many more development synergies than trade-offs. This includes, among others, poverty reduction, good health, water and food security, and employment. For vulnerable populations, these benefits are essential for survival and dignity. A key interlinkage that is particularly important for the work that I do is that between energy and gender equality. Evidence has shown that progress on SDG 5 and SDG 7 are mutually reinforcing. Empowering women economically in the design, production, and distribution of modern energy services, alongside ensuring equal employment opportunities for the clean energy transition, particularly for young women, as Hans-Olof has already alluded to, and the effective representation and leadership of women at all levels of decision-making will generate co-benefits and advance both SDGs simultaneously. In order to boost the overall impacts of energy action, we need an in-depth understanding of the challenges and opportunities provided by these interlinkages. And we need to know what measures can be taken to realize their potential. This is why, since 2018, the SDG 7 Technical Advisory Group has been working on the analysis of the SDG interlinkages, highlighting effective policy options to decision makers worldwide, including at the high-level political forum on sustainable development. As we already heard, the third review of SDG 7 at the HLPF in 2026 provides a focal point for our efforts. We are determined as a TAG to work diligently to ensure well-informed policy discussions that will accelerate progress on the ground and facilitate transformative multi-stakeholder partnerships that mobilize action. The upcoming discussions will also provide opportunities for us to start reflecting on the role of energy in a post-2030 framework. In this regard, I'd like to highlight the glaring omission that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development does not include an indicator on the interlinkages of energy with gender empowerment. Looking forward, it has to be ensured that the important interlinkages between energy and gender will be emphasized strongly and tracked globally, including through a dedicated indicator. To conclude, in our discussion today, I'd invite all of us to highlight opportunities for accelerating progress on SDG 7 and its interlinkages, and to reflect on our future aspirations. I strongly believe, and here I believe I'm joined by Hans Olof, but also by the rest of the TAG, that together we can succeed in creating a sustainable, equitable, and inclusive energy future. Thank you.
Thank you so much to both of you, Hans Olof and Sheila, for your interventions and also for your impeccable facilitation of the SDG 7 Technical Advisory Group. We are very appreciative of the work you have done so far with the TAG, and we look forward to further collaboration in the future. Now, let me turn to our panelists for the next segment of the event. I'd like to ask all the panelists to please join the stage. Let me introduce them briefly. Mr. Hampeng Liu, he's the Director of Energy Division from UN SCAP. Welcome. Ms. Caroline Oching, she's the Program Officer of IRENA. Ms. Rana Godin, she's the Chief of the Division of Energy and Climate Action at UNIDO. We have Ms. Laura Williamson, she's the Senior Advisor from REN 21. And Ms. Hadissa Abdul Mumini, Global Focal Point of SDG 7 Youth Constituency. Welcome everyone to the panel. Now we have heard from Hans and Sheila clearly that SDG 7 is not on track, but there are opportunities ahead of us to accelerate action. One of them is the upcoming SDG 7 review that is taking place in 2026. The first question for the panel is, how can we accelerate progress on SDG 7 vis-a-vis the upcoming milestones? And how will your organization contribute to these global efforts? Hampeng, over to you first.
Thank you, Bahari, for this question. And also thanks for this opportunity to join the panelists to discuss about how to accelerate SDG 7. That's exactly our key work at a regional level in Asia Pacific. I totally agree with Hans and Sheila. For SDG 7, we are not on track. And especially in Asia Pacific developing countries, we are far behind to achieve 2030 goals. Just a few data. If we just look at the current situation for universal access, electrification, actually we will achieve 100% even before 2030. But the big issue is clean cooking. Currently, we only have 72% of the population with clean cooking. Along with these trends, by 2030, and less than 80%. So that means we still have 20% of population in Asia Pacific cannot have clean cooking fuels. And for renewable energy, Asia Pacific actually is leading the global installation of capacity of renewables for last decade. But per capita installation, compared to other regions, Asia and the Pacific is the lowest. We only have 380 watts per capita, but the global average is 420 watts per capita. And even this 380 is 1/3 of the Europe and the US per capita installation. So it's far behind from other regions. And for energy efficiency, that's the same situation. And the global average, if we achieve 2030 agenda, we have to achieve 3.8 reduction annually for energy intensity. But for Asia Pacific, for last year, even almost 0. But the last decade was 2.8% annually. So it's still far behind. So that means all this target we cannot achieve it. So what we do to support member countries at the Asia Pacific region? First, we support them to do this Asia Pacific SDG 7 roadmap. Actually, we already supported the 20 roadmap development, which is mainly to analyze the existing national energy strategies and the target with SDG 7. So what are the gaps and how to fill the gap from the policy side, technology side, and also how much investment needs. And after this roadmap developed, some of the countries actually follow up to use this roadmap to review their own existing national strategies and to improve their existing strategies. At the same time, we also support the implementation of this SDG 7 roadmap by capacity building and policy dialogue at a national level and the regional level. And also lastly, I think the most important is the investment. So that's probably the major issues to accelerate the achievement of SDG 7. Most of the developing countries, government has not enough money to put there. But if the government has the right policy, the private sector's investment could be accelerated. And also together with this public-private partnership, I think that could be one option to accelerate SDG 7 implementation. I'll stop here first. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Champeng. Rana, perhaps over to you on efforts that you're leading on at UNIDO on acceleration of SDG 7.
Yeah, thanks a lot for inviting me to this, and thanks to the colleagues at UN DESA for championing all this through UN Energy and also the SDG 7 tag. So there's a lot of, sorry, my microphone is a bit cracking. Is it fine? Okay. So at UNIDO, one thing we see very essential now moving ahead. So we've had quite a bit of progress. It's not enough, but I think it's also important to recognize there has been progress. And we really see that moving forward, the role of industry in the energy discussion is a stronger one. So the linkage between energy transition and industrial transformation has never been more important, because at the moment, it's not only that the energy technologies are needed to decarbonize the heavy industry where we are still lagging, but it's also an opportunity to create new value chains for green energy in emerging economies. So it's not only about providing access to clean cooking, it's not only about providing access to lighting, it's really more providing this access to the livelihood and productivity that's going to be important moving forward. And I was just looking here and I see SDG 7 and right under it SDG 9, and actually it is like that. It is really, really moving ahead. It is very much needed. Now, I think practically as well, next year we're looking at the development for financing forum that's going to happen also in July, and it's critical for us to build momentum towards the role of energy within that. And what we would like to see actually at UNIDO is more of a convergence also among the different UN agencies working with us, possibly to bring in an input through the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum coming into the financing for development, because what we need indeed, and as Hong Peng said, we need investments. We need investments for NDCs, we need investments for the energy plans, we need investments all along the way. So, we'd really love to have that conversation and bring forward some key recommendations for the Financing for Development Forum. So thanks, and I stop here.
Thanks so much, Rana, for your intervention and for also highlighting the Financing for Development. That is a critical milestone happening next year in July. Now, may I ask Caroline to come in?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay. Yes, so thank you for inviting us to this panel as well. So on your question on how can we accelerate progress in the run-up to the review, I think first I'll say it's really a good opportunity, 2026 for us, because it helps to have these checkpoints where we really look what have we achieved, where are we going, and what more we can do. And so one of the key areas would be from Irina, which is as a global leader in driving the energy transition and the chair of SDG 7, is in strengthening policy advocacy. And we see this as critical because advocacy is what has led us to be here where we are now. Before 2015, there was even no SDG. There was no global target for electrification and clean cooking. It took high-level advocacy for that to be achieved. And so, yes, with just few remaining years, putting in more efforts towards advocacy and really emphasizing that time is running out, we see that as part of how we can contribute to progress. And given that we have 170 member countries that we work with and who also recognize the importance of achieving electrification and clean cooking. So that's one of the areas we'll work on. And then we also want to build capacity, more capacity in this area. Having people who recognize the importance of clean cooking and electrification in decision-making positions within governments, for instance, would take us a long way. So as we build capacity now, we think of 10 years from now, whom will I be engaging with? Is it somebody who I still need to convince that clean cooking is an important agenda to include or not? And to do that takes capacity building. And then there's the improving data and monitoring frameworks. So we are, of course, already doing that as a part of the progress monitoring. But we need to do more in really getting those numbers to tell the story. It's easy to say, okay, 2.1 billion, somebody could easily hear million instead of billion, and it may not inspire as much, but also sharing what do these numbers mean in terms of what are the health impacts, what is the time opportunity lost for women that Sheila was raising, the gender impacts, the climate impact as well. So better communication of the data and why the issue should be addressed is also an important area. And then investments, finance and investments, and we've talked about that throughout. It's really the scale of the problem and the fact that it's concentrated in populations that are poor means that there needs to be different ways beyond markets alone that can help address this challenge. And when it comes to electrification, actually the population that now remains without access to electricity are even more harder to reach than those that we have reached. So then we need to consider how can then finance help in this. And I would just like to also highlight it's not about people not having money to pay for some of these solutions, because they are actually spending more on dirty fuels and for both cooking and lighting. And so it's about the market really not responding well. So it's a market failure that then needs to address. So looking at ways in which public finance can be used to catalyze private sector finance to help address the challenge is important. And then finally, it's the socioeconomics side. So we talk of, we work on the energy transition agenda, but there's a need to ensure that it doesn't leave others behind and that it captures all the voices and situations for different populations. And that's also one of the areas we see Irina's work in this area going on would help to contribute to improving the targets. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolina. Now, Lara, please, over to you.
Thank you. I want to build on actually what Rana was saying, to build sort of on the concept of industrialization, but not directly, but more sort of to say that I think we need to really understand that in this current environment, it's about economic development and industrialization, which means we have to change the narrative. That's not to say that energy access is not important. It is very important. But even in those countries where energy access is still an issue, there is a real need for economic development and industrialization. And I think we have to make sure that we're really keeping our eye on that long-term objective, of which energy access is of course an important part. So then that asks the question, how do we build up this economic basis? How do we, we need to take into account a more integrated way to identify the barriers and the levers and create the benefits that energy brings. Energy is a mechanism by which we can achieve resilient economies and societies. And I think sometimes we get so focused on the energy question that we lose sight at what is the energy for. And it's like these blocks here. This is what energy is for. And I think that moving forward, particularly up to 2030, is really sort of stepping back and saying energy is a public good. How do we assure that? How do we have it as the foundation, renewable energy and energy efficiency as the foundation of our resilient economies and societies? For your question about how REN 21 can contribute, we've been around for 20 years, and when we were first started, it was to track the real-time uptake of renewables. The renewable energy sector has evolved immensely, and it's become nuanced and has deepened in many ways. And I think, but one thing that has constantly held is the importance of multi-stakeholder engagement. And multi-stakeholder being, as my other panelists have talked about, is governments, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, business, science, and academia. And it's really about focusing on how do we break down those silos. So events like this, for example, but I think it's also for those of us in the energy sector to be talking to non-energy people. I think in the renewable energy sector, we've had our eye focused so much on the supply side that we've sort of forgotten about the demand side. What is it really for? And there needs to be far more attention on demand sectors, how we can meet those needs while providing renewable energy efficiency. And then that also links back to the distribution and the transmission that we were talking about. So really stepping back and looking at the whole energy continuum. So we have a task to do between now and 2030. I think we have a responsibility to really step back and force ourselves to take this broader perspective and maybe not lead with energy, but lead with these broader SDG goals, of which energy is fundamental.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lara, for highlighting the importance of breaking silos and also multi-stakeholder processes, which I think it's a good segue for Hadisa as our youth representative. Over to you, Hadisa.
Thank you for having us. We're really excited to be here. So it's very important that for us to move faster towards achieving SDG 7, it's very important that we carry the youths along. And this is because we're not just the ones that are to benefit from this change, we are the ones that are also going to aid in accelerating this transition. So there's need to support youth-led energy initiatives, there's need for allowing you to also be part of the policy making processes, because young people are going to be the ones that would face the long impact of all the decisions that are being made now. So it's very important that youth are trained, mentorship is provided, training are provided, and the skills are also being enhanced. At the SDG 7 Youth Constituency, some of the programs that we have in terms of accelerating this are: number one, the Youth Sustainable Energy Hub. It's a program that was launched in 2020 and it ran for about a year, almost two, but then it has stopped, but we're working on bringing it back. So the beauty of the constituency is that we have members from all parts of the world. And, you know, with members, you have a lot of people who have their own project. So we provide a platform whereby everybody comes and then a screening is made. Then all these energy projects by the youths are being showcased. And in the past, we've had support of IRENA, IEA, and the UN organizations. So what they do is they provide funding for some of the projects that they choose. There's also opportunity for mentorship, and then there's also funding, mentorship, and skilling as well, all of that. So that's one of the programs. We are working on bringing it back. Then the second one is the Youth Exchange Program. So we've come to realize that a lot of people have these ideas, but they just need to sort of broaden their horizon before they're able to achieve it. So the idea of the Youth Exchange Program is that young professional students will be able to be taken to maybe ministries in some countries or international energy organizations or universities for just a short-term placement. So they'll be able to sort of see what others are doing, what different stakeholders are doing, and then they can come back home and learn. So these are some of the things we are doing. So in summary, it's very important to remove those barriers, allow you to be part of the policy making process. There's also need to support those ideas so that we can accelerate achieving SDG 7. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Disa, for also highlighting the importance of education and raising awareness across all sectors of society. Now, we have finalized the first round. You all shared incredibly important points about what is needed to achieve SDG 7 by 2030. In the second round, I'd like to have a discussion on issues that are pertinent from your perspective related to energy that should be considered post-2030. As we move closer to the 2030 timeline, discussions around what the post-2030 regime would look like will kick in. So from your perspective, what are some important aspects of energy that should be considered in those discussions? Hampeng, back to you.
Yeah, I think the most important, we should continue the momentum for energy transition. So from the, to accelerate the decarbonization, that means you have to increase renewables, move away from fossil fuels, and improve energy efficiency. That's, I really think we should continue and then to scale up. And secondly, I really think we should emphasize energy poverty. So, at one side, energy transition accelerated, but a lot of people left behind. So for those population, for those vulnerable groups, we really need to emphasize to find what is the best option for them. And let them just catch up for this energy transition. That's exactly we emphasize the just energy transition, inclusive and also sustainable. And the third one, as we discussed quite a lot, is the investment. How to scale up the investment. I think the COP29 here, the discussions about the carbon market and also the new NDCs, the scale up NDCs, that could also create a good opportunity for energy transition. And at the same time, we have to think about the energy sector itself. It's like an integrated development of energy systems. So at the same time, we should think about the large scale integration of renewables, like the strong power grid, the connected power grid, to integrate more renewables, but also to emphasize on decentralized renewable energy systems for different purposes. So that's, I really think, to balance this energy transition technologies. And also finally, I think we have to emphasize this, the gender equality, along with this energy transition, and also involve the youth group. I really think youth should have their voice, because they are the future generation, benefit or suffer from this energy transition. They should have their voice. And also recently we started a project in Asia Pacific actually to invite the youth group join our policy dialogue with those policymakers, and then try to bring the voice from youth group to those policymakers. And that could be, the starting point. But I still think there's a long way to go. And there's also opportunities for the youth group to think about how can just, mobilize the youth group to actively participate along this process. That's all the aspects I think we should consider post 2030. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I see Hadisa is shaking her head, agreeing with you. So Hadisa, over to you to build on what Hampeng just mentioned.
Thank you. All right, so some of the things that I think we should focus are really, yes, the ideas of youth, like starting now and then continuously and up until post-2030. It's very important to look at those ideas. And this is because most of the ideas that you see are coming because some of the problems that the youth see from their individual communities. So they have passion, and some of the problems they see, they want to change it. So it's very important to build on those ideas. And also I think technology, because if we really look at technology at that time, it's going to be one that would also aid us in benefiting everyone. Then it's also important at that point to look at energy in the whole picture, in terms of how it improves education, in terms of connecting with poverty and everything in the big picture. That's very, very important. So that's from me.
Thanks, Hadisa. Lara, maybe we change the order of things. Over to you.
Keep us on our toes. For me, so the framing builds on what I said earlier about renewable energy really being an enabler. And reimagining our economies, our societies, industrialization, but also the regional cooperation. So I think there's 3 points that I'd like to raise. Green corridors is a good starting point. I'm looking at Rana Ganaim because we have been discussing that. We're partners in crime there because of the needed infrastructure. But we also need to create the regional markets that go with that. So that means taking into account the different starting points of countries. You have fossil fuel dependent countries, you have countries that have limited infrastructure, you have countries that have critical minerals, which brings in a whole nother geopolitical aspect that actually Hans Olaf was referring to the other day. When you have critical minerals, how does that affect sort of regional cooperation? I think then also, too, it's very much what I mentioned earlier about linking supply and demand, so linking the energy supply to the energy consuming sectors. And then also, given the climate, which is a really big issue, renewables for adaptation. It's renewables can bring climate resilience. It can also bring conflict, can help with conflict resolution. So from a climate perspective, yes, there's the mitigation aspect of renewables, but I think we also need to really make sure that we look at the adaptation side of renewables and the resilience that renewables can bring to communities, and also the role that they can play in conflict, areas of conflict which may have come about due to climate change or energy-related activities. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Lara. Rana.
Yeah, I mean, echoing all what's said in terms of the role of energy in the broader and specifically industrial development and economic development, the inclusivity. But I would also add that, we need to maybe after COP take a step back altogether, go on a UN system retreat to really think what is the next step we have, because there's, since this discussion started like 15 years ago on the role of energy, the discussion has evolved so much. And we need to really, here maybe a bit, all the partners in the SDG tag and also the UN Energy, look at what is our common roadmap towards 2050. I mean, for sure, 2050 is more about climate, and we still hear a lot of countries that are, discussing and debating, is it this option, is it that option? Carbon accounting becomes a bigger issue as well in terms of the competitiveness, trade. So how do we help in this, like in a more coordinated manner? And there's been a little bit of effort now. For example, we see that under the G20 presidency of Brazil, we saw a global roadmap on clean cooking with roles also of different partners. But I really think that across the board, we need to stop for a moment and develop that plan towards 2050 and with a stronger linkage to climate.
Excellent, thank you. And just to build on that, this year the Summit of the Future took place in September in the margins of the General Assembly, and the outcome of that is the Pact for the Future, where member states outline their vision for the future. And both universal energy access and what now we call here the energy transition package are included in the pact. So this is a signal of the direction in which we may be going, and I fully agree with you, Rana. Reflection on that is important. Now, Caroline, please, over to you.
Yes, so I fully agree as well with what other panelists have said. So post-2030, we're actually still going to have 1.9 billion people without access to clean cooking, nearly 500 million without access to electricity. So it means we need to continue the efforts going on now. And we should also at times step back and see some positive progress that have been achieved. So there are things we've been doing right, because there's been a huge reduction in number of people without access to electricity. So those need to continue. It would be good post-2030 to start focusing on quality, not just the numbers, but what quality of access are these populations getting. And for this, we need to start, again, linking with what everyone says, we need to start looking at energy as a service. What service do we need it to deliver, whether it's health, whether it's improved education, communication, opportunity to run businesses, and so on. And with that kind of view, then it's not just about a household has one light bulb that's powered by solar, but higher tiers of electrification, for instance, that then enables all these other services to be achieved. I think it will be good to break down a little bit the numbers in terms of when we talk, 2.1 billion lacking clean cooking, 685 million lacking electricity access. That population is so heterogeneous, which means it requires different sets of solutions. And so a better segmentation of populations in terms of rural, urban, different socioeconomic groups would then help to know which solutions would work best for which areas and which ones would not, so that then it's not trial and error, and we are likely then to see more success. And then I'll end, yes, we need more investment for us for these targets to be achieved.
Thank you so much, Caroline, and thanks to all of you. I think between the five of you, I think you're ready to craft already the post-2030 goal on energy. And before I hand it over to Mr. Minoru Takada, Let me thank our panelists one more time. It's past 6 p.m. here in Baku. Thanks for joining us. And let me also thank you for your contribution to UN Energy, which, as Hans Olav mentioned, is an interagency mechanism within the UN to coordinate activities of the UN system on energy. And each of these UN energy members and partners have contributed significantly to the progress on SDG 7, including mobilizing 1.3 billion in financing via energy compounds. With that, I'd like to now hand it over to Mr. Minoru Takada. He's the UN Energy Secretary from the Department of Economic and Social Affairs to close off the event. Minoru, over to you.
Thank you. Before I do so, you can stay here. Right. I have a guest here the way, who is, of course, distinguished member of UN Energy, and then I would like to invite him to say a few words, joining, would you like to pick up a, microphone, and then,
Thank you very much, Minoru, for inviting me to give this without any notification. I just passed by and realized our UN energy member are here talking about this important topic. I just want to contribute a little bit. That is, as a member of the UN Energy, International Atomic Energy Agency, has been working closely with all our partners here, including our UNIDO colleagues in Vienna, and also UN ISCAP and UN DESA, and also others. So we actually are ready to continue our contribution to that UN collective efforts, because we have this very unique expertise in energy planning. We have been working with all these UN partners, including our arena colleagues, which are not really within the UN, but we work with them closely on this, try to support all these targets under the UN SDGs and also the Paris Agreement, because I think the signal from the COP28 is very clear. That is, we need all the available solutions to support this very ambitious target for 2030 and 2050. And we see the nuclear can also contribute, because if you see what happened at the beginning of this COP, the 13 November, we have this important events with the COP29 presidency, talking about the financing low carbon technology, including nuclear energy. So all this important head of the international organization, in addition to the energy minister of Azerbaijan, joined that one, including IEA, UNECE, and ARENA, and also some others. So I think that include this inclusive and collective efforts happen in this COP29 as well. So I just came back from another Azerbaijan event. They talk about also what they can do in the coming decades, talking about all these resources, including the nuclear. So we have some discussion on, in order to make sure the nuclear can really release the potential, we need all these efforts together with stakeholders. But I think from a nuclear perspective, we think nuclear can really contribute to the more penetration of the renewable in the coming decades, to make sure renewable can release its potential, and nuclear can also release its potential as well. So we are ready to continue to work with our UN partners and UN energy members, so together to contribute this global net zero targets by 2050. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, you can hear me, right? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so 3 things here. Number 1, we are all talking about this energy agenda in the most inclusive way. And then where we have most inclusive agenda, we have United Nations. So let me say 3 things on the hat of the United Nations. Number 1, under the United Nations hat, we have Sustainable Development Goals. In this particular case, SDG 7. So we will have to make sure SDG 7 gets achieved. So this is a number 1 priority for all of us to focus on. And I think we cannot forget about this one. And then many of you already emphasized the need for this one. Second, General Assembly just decided to extend UN Decade of Sustainable Energy for All up to 2030, precisely because SDG 7 needs to be accelerated. So we as UN system, member states, like-minded, have a job to do. What do we want under the extended decade? We need a work plan here. Can we take this one as an opportunity to elaborate in a way to address some of your good ideas. I like your idea of retreat, for example, right? Yes, to elaborate further. Lastly, in 2027, as part of the decision of the Summit of the Future, member states will decide on the way forward as to how they're going to discuss post-2030 agenda. So by the time we get to the September 2027, we energy community needs to be ready to engage. Ready to engage, not to just to engage with clear ideas and some options. So we have about 2.5 years to go before we get there. So you can see that next 2 to 3 years is going to be enormously important. So I hope that we can continue to work together to push this agenda, not only to deliver on the SDGs we must, but of course to start thinking about long-term toward 2040, 2050. I know with your collective experiences and wisdom, we can bring all the things together to get largest agenda called energy to be at the heart of 2030 agenda and post-2030 agenda. With this, and with thanks to everybody who are listening and who are here in the room, thank you very much. I would like to close this session. Thank you very much.